takes is one glance, and I am taken back. I am under a spell every time that you are near me. I tried not to give in and let myself fall again, but I'm under a trance and I can't deny this feeling. Watching all the people all around me finding truth, I can't help but wonder, do you wonder too? Were we meant for each other, but it just fell apart? Could we last forever if we start over? You kept the sun shining and turned my world into spring. I never thought my life could ever change for this one reason. If I could just go back and hold your hand falling fast and never let it go, 'cause I won't deny this feeling. Watching all the people all around me finding truth, I can't help but wonder, do you wonder too? Were we meant for each other, but it just fell apart? Could we
Good morning. Actually, afternoon. Damn. Time blasts fast on a Tuesday day. What is up, one and all? Welcome back to Midweek Muster. We've got a lot to get through, so we're not going to waste too much time here. So we're going to be topping off the round of 16. There was one or two series we want to check in on. Most notably is going to be Kiljardi versus Lash, as well as B versus Harold Hardraid, which of course is MSN. So we'll be doing this series, and then later today we'll have the winner of this one going up against Elio. We also will be able to check in on the Cat series after we check in on Kiljardi versus Lash, and then of course we do have Wham versus Sass to look at as well. And Dimu's match should be at some point today. So we'll probably have some live series mixed in with a few recording ones, but you guys shouldn't spoil it for yourself, you know? Just save it. Don't need to consume AoE for 16 hours a day. Just self 8. So let me get B's profile open and we'll get underway, because like I said, we've got a busy day. We've got like 6 to 8 series to get through. So we're going to pound them out as fast as possible. This could be a very long day, actually. You never know. Sometimes you get in a series, it ends up just being half an hour long. Other times it can be bloody 2 hours long. And considering that Wham and Sass met up, that could be a fairly lengthy series in itself. We'll have to see though. But let me kick off with the MSN. Game 1 is going to be Japanese versus Ayu. That's interesting, actually. He had Delhi. Man, B is one of the few people that seems to consistently believe in Japan. Like, I've noticed he doesn't just draft it or prioritize it on border maps. He actually picks it quite a bit on land. Kind of a wild one. All right, let's get ready to get in there. Looks like the pre-rolls have been disabled for a while, so you should get ads rammed down your throat. What's the number one civ to climb ladder in team games? Probably French. French is the great bread and butter of team games. They just work pretty much anywhere and everywhere. You never really can go wrong picking French in a team setting, because the simple goal is build knights in raid. Does require micro, of course. If you just want to play greed, Bastards usually gets away with murder. I don't know if Chima's here right now. You shouldn't say thank you to him, though. The key thing is you have to beat your admins with a stick to make them work harder. Something I learned over years. Anyway. Imagine choosing Japanese and prioritizing them in a competitive series. Must be a B game. One and all, welcome back to the Midweek Muster. Yeah, this is interesting, actually. B, a player who has been consistently prioritizing Japanese on waters and hybrid maps, is doing so on a map that technically does have water. It's just you're never going to see anyone touch it here. We are, of course, kicking off on Rocky River. His opponent is going to be MSN with the most comfort of comfort picks here. We've got hybrids to open up for the Dane. If you guys aren't familiar with MSN, you can pretty much look up his match history and see a Bassett Ibid everywhere. This guy got noticed on Beastie streams basically making him tilt rage out with a siege tower rush, where he was able to cheese him back before the nerf to clown carring. MSN, he's had some interesting builds coming out. This one, most of note, I think this is the one I've taken note of the most for him, which is the Advancement Wing Iber build into Pro Scouts. It's an intriguing idea conceptually. Against Japan, I don't know if it's worth the time it takes, though, unless you completely strip them of sheep. And looking at the haul on both sides, he failed to do that. Right? He started berries, yet he has only 13 sheep. Sorry, 12 sheep. Meanwhile, 16 sheep for B. B, he may have put one on berries, but he didn't shift the entire economy. Yeah, this is going to be pretty cool, actually. I think B is just going to be going for the standard fast castle build. Should just get away with blind murder here, because if MSN wants to play Pro Scouts, it helps him down the line, but leaves him a lot weaker in the interim. And that's worrisome, because you've already sacrificed your accelerant, which is the advancement wing. So next choice is going to be really slow. Meanwhile, B is actually fishing? What? Okay, this is 100% a response to Pro Scouts, I think. I can't think of any other reason you do this. I guess you could argue that, like, if your opponent builds Desert Raiders, just build an archer ship. So I like how I started this series by going, yeah, B, he just picks Japan, even when it's just a land map, you're going to play it land-oriented. And then this. Oh, man. I feel dirty for watching this already. I told you. Dude, you get 8 hours of content a day here. Chill. You don't need to just overload yourself. You're spoiling it for yourself. That's crazy, though. I can't believe you actually went fishing. This is the first time, and I want to say like 6+ months, I've seen someone do this on Rocky River. In fairness, it is also the first time we have seen fishing on good old Rocky River in 2025. Now, maybe that's kind of cheating because we're only half a month in, but it still counts. Coca Township's coming up. Oh, so he's actually going to block the Pro Scouts play. That's interesting. Shinobi aren't actually terrible at assassinating Scouts. Scouts only have 110 health, which means that Shinobi can kill them in 4 hits, right? Because you do 23 damage. Wait, 5 hits. So, with that in mind, you run in with, say, 3 Shinobi, you stab, and then you Shunshin on stab again. So, it's actually not the worst idea. You can go up to 5 Shinobi even. It's actually a pretty good idea up against what Ibers want to do, because they might consider Desert Raider opening. If it's Desert Raider opening, they're screwed, because Desert Raiders get decimated by Shinobi. For now, though, it's going to be the Scouts to begin with. First freebie gets queued up. B, final haul, it is going to be 17 sheep to 16. And remember, when we checked him earlier, when I think I said it was 13 or 14, he's been gathering this whole time. He hasn't switched over onto the berries at all, really. Only the one villager out here. No Tawara either. Might be getting it now, considering he's gathering on the wood. Tawara is really efficient at this stage in the game. It's definitely worth going for, especially if you're worried that Desert Raider is going to come down the line. Puppy B and Vortex being in one group in the EGC 20 is crazy. I mean, wasn't part of the EGC groups decided by ladder ranking? Which, admittedly, would have caused the craziness. I don't know, man. Because I think I remember seeing the groups, I was like, huh? One of these just looks like a death stack. You know what? They needed to level up their ATR. If they'd been playing more of the weeklies, they could have gotten out of hell. So, Wolves coming up from B. We have got Tawara coming in. It's pretty much sim-citying. You could actually just be extending these houses around, which would be better, because it basically minimizes the drop-off distance around you. Also, the other reason why it's really good to build a house here isn't just so that when you're on the other side, you can just drop off efficiently. It's a scouting method, right? It's not great vision, but it is vision. So, Desert Raider's coming through. He does know about the fishing. There's nothing you can do about this, though. One Desert Raider's not going to do any damage. You can't waste the scouts burning fishing boats either. B has stopped at double Shinobi, which is intriguing, actually. I would have thought he'd go up to 3. Usually B, most of the time, goes 3 to 5. Admittedly, that's usually going to be on a water map where there's more viability. But this can still be pretty painful for MSN to deal with. We can already see that the Shinobi are coming around the back. They're looking on the goal. That's going to get blocked out. MSN already adding in additional Desert Raiders, but unfortunately for him, these Desert Raiders won't find an easy entry. Look at that. That tiny choke point is sick. It puts him in range of the TC, and there are 8 villagers gathering here. That's way too much damage on the Desert Raider. So yeah, the only option for MSN is to slow burn his way through the wall. This is smart by B, actually. What he's done here is quite cost efficient. He's probably spent about 80 wood doing these 2 walls, plus the idle time of walking. So you could argue an outpost is more efficient, but then remember an outpost takes a minute to build. Then also remember that once you build the outpost, you want to go arrow slits as well. So that's part of the thought process. I also wonder if B did scout whether it was the Dervish or not. That was atrocious, by the way. Most of the health removed. Because remember, with it being advanced and wing, B might have suspected the Dervish play, which means his opponent would have been able to like dive him and poke him. And what's up, Slade Ocalypse? Thank you very much for the raid, mate. Hope you had a good stream. Welcome one and all. So after all that, he does still have to build an outpost, but this is going to be securing the berries on the front side. So actually not a terrible idea. Also gives him protection on the tree line. The trees won't matter as much because this should just be, I'd say you're looking at either Mounted Samurai or Namusha. Actually, Yuumi kind of rocks hard here because MSN doesn't have a fast tech play. He's nowhere near teching himself, and even once he has the resources, it's going to be a 2-minute wait. So actually, Yuumi opening makes a lot of sense here because you'll have about a 2-minute window before Castle comes in for Ayu, and they get their first troops out, which means that by the time they're building their first Lancers, you should have a second Yorishiro to go back into a different unit type, such as racks or stables. Shinobi does have the Shinshin. B. What? B? Okay, that... okay, yeah, no, that was a complete misplay. He would have had the easiest kill in the world there. So MSN dodges death. We have got some pressure coming out from the Desert Raiders here, but, I mean... there's not really much you can do to stop B fishing. I'm a little bit surprised he actually hasn't ungarrisoned. I think he got very low on one of these boats, and that's why he freaked out. And he's going to be the archer range. Okay. I really hope he's going to be going Yuumi. He's got double archery range. It kind of feels like it. You can realistically go Onimusha here, but more likely what's going to be happening is he's going to use one archery range to just pump crap tons of Yuumi, and the second one to slow roll the veterancy. So this will be your Yuumi producer, this will be your veterancy. And, you know, yes, you can use the Yorishiro to accelerate veterancy, because it does affect that as well. The whole idea is about getting quantity. It's kind of like the logic of, like, you know... Okay, scrap that, he's going to Onimusha. Really? Okay, Onimusha opening is kind of peculiar here. But the reason it's peculiar is because, like, you're up against Desert Raiders, and Desert Raiders do debuff you still. Admittedly, they won't be able to catch you, so I think B's thought process, instead of Yuumi, which really could work, by the way, he's going to go Kaburia by about 8 Onimusha. And the logic there is then you can kite the Desert Raiders because they have worse range, so they'll never reach you. Poke looking good. The other issue is, like, if the Desert Raiders aren't close enough, you don't get the debuff on these Onimusha. They linger just out of the range. And MSN seems reluctant to engage. I also think MSN went too greedy here. 8 scouts is too much. Okay, there you go. Dude, okay, so yeah, he does agree with the Yuumi. So I guess he just wanted the Onimusha to poke the Desert Raiders away. And also, this is like a feigned bait, right? By going Onimusha, your opponent is like, oh, this is what he must be building. The weird thing is, like, B's build kind of reveals his intent beforehand. Going for a Yuumi Bannerman makes no sense because the Yuumi Bannerman doesn't affect Onimusha. So MSN should wholly know that he's up against Yuumi. But he's not building like it. There is no reason to build Desert Raiders here over Horsemen. And oh my god, he went military wing reinforcement. Okay, no, this is bad. This is rough because now it's kind of like MSN has been prepping for a classic Mounted Samurai build. But there isn't Mounted Samurai at all. Like, he's basically building into something that already counters him. Now, the upside for MSN is down the line is, like, realistically, this build usually leads to a stables with a second Yorishiro. But I know B, and B really likes TC dropping Yorishiros. So we're likely going to be seeing him just buff his economy further with this second one. Man, this is rough. Yuumi also just great at moving around to block out the scouts. Didn't have to be bailed on there. And this is the thing, MSN has a lot of food. If you can survive long enough, this is great. But how do you survive long enough here? Desert Raider count is now up to 7. the Yumi count is looking scary. Yurishiro hasn't been dropped off yet. I imagine B will notice that soon and plop it into the TC. MSN needs to go Lancers, not Desert Raiders. He just doesn't... I don't think he realizes it. Like, this is a classic issue of Pro Scouts. Like, how can you have 6 to 8 scouts on the map and not know what to do next? He's playing blind, that's why. He's just so greedy going after all the deer. Yumi now diving in. Great raiding units as you're seeing there. Picks off 4 villages. Ah, yes. Finally a fight the Desert Raiders can win. Hey, this ain't fair, okay? 2 versus 14 is not fair. Because, you know, they brought their camels as well. Oy, oy, oy. Well, first Lancer has been queued, but this should be the point where B is adding in either more like range with Onimusha, or you could just go into a few Mount Samurai. You'd think that Lancers counter Mount Samurai, but you'd be surprised for a few details. There's the difference in health, there's the deflective armor, which is the even bigger difference in health. There's also the difference in damage. Like, it's actually possible to completely eclipse the difference in damage caused by the debuff, right, when you go for the bannerman. It's like, yeah, never write off Japanese's ability to just ape you with Mountain Samurai. So, how does MSN win this now? Well, one obvious potential option here is to go for Siege. Manganiques work pretty damn well against Yumi because of the spread fire. Like, the damage just escalates really, really quickly. It's not going to be a quick victory, but it would give him a leg to stand on here. Whereas right now, like, Desert Raiders Lancers aren't. The worry I have is MSN can't sit in his base. This is a race for relics, one that he is very much losing right now. 2 of them are already at home for B. Third one is close to his base. MSN hasn't even queued up a dervish, let alone built the building to get them yet. Okay, there we go. Moss is at least in. He'd be lucky if he gets 1. And that is an overreaction if I've ever seen one. One Shinobi chased away by the entire Ayabid army. Meanwhile, B's main force is coming, and things are about to get worse for MSN because B has queued up Horsemen. This is crazy, actually, because he shouldn't be able to get away with Horsemen, considering he went Koka Township instead of Kura and doesn't have Pro Scouts. But he's playing berries out on the map. You can see over here, like, there's no pressure at all from MSN. Yeah, to me, MSN is being way too defensive. He's too paranoid. Like, send a few Desert Raiders, go raiding. I understand leaving the Lancers at home because the Yumi are countered by Lancers, but the Desert Raiders, 16 of them standing here, isn't changing the state of the game for you at all. It's actually just making it worse. More Onimusha now just on the way to deal with a few Lancers that there actually are. MSN might run into another problem at this rate, and that's going to be gold. He's down to 1,200 on the vein. Then he has to come out from his safest point. Looks like he's already trying to gather over here. And he may have just got glimpsed there. I think B might have seen those villages for a second. Desert Raiders are finally shuffling out just in time before the walls go up. B being a little bit too greedy about this. And we will have to vacate the area. I don't think he realizes it's coming yet. Okay, so this is what I want for MSN. This is looking pretty good now. If you can just start shuffling the Desert Raiders on the wide flanks, the Yumi can't really mirror them. Does need to make sure he preps something at home to deal with the Yumi. I think actually Golems makes the most sense here over Lancers. The problem is MSN can't shake that feeling that Mounted Samurai are coming. My counter rebuttal there is, even if Mounted Samurai are coming, you have Desert Raiders. So just build Golems. So, those Desert Raiders, they and the Lancers are trying to move in here, but no target available for him. It doesn't feel confident to go in. You know, if I had to kind of summarize this game, to me it's felt like a lack of confidence from MSN. The Yumi play seems to have really thrown him off. It definitely crippled the potential, and it's almost like what MSN is doing is he's waiting for his opponent to transition to an army he can beat, instead of focusing on the fact that he can raid and force his opponent to convert to a different army. B now just in a chill state, right? Vibing, because he has, of course, got that Euroshoot drop in the TC. He's got a third relic coming home. Desert Raiders at least guarding one over here, but I mean, we don't have Dervish still. MSN built this mosque about, what, 2 minutes ago? Hasn't produced a single Dervish so far. Nice outpost down the berries. Great against the Desert Raider Raiders. It's like courtesy, no arrow slits. MSN will at least be able to still poke from here, but I don't know, man. We're approaching it all in. This is about as budget as it gets to the Japanese. I mean, this is Japanese post-recession, whereas like normally we're used to seeing them pre-recession with the fancy mounted samurai. Such a cheap debut army. I mean, there's not many cheaper comps you can get than this. Usually the only other one is Spear plus Yumi. But, you know, usually you want to lean the Horseman Yumi. It's just a lot more mobile for Japan. So he's getting ready to get mobile on the flank, so he's going to be moving north side. I think you just want to start shuffling it. B is slow rolling this, but there's really no reason to do so. 17 Horsemen is good enough to break this. I think he's showing a bit too much respect to the camels. Well, MSN has got the right idea now with Vet Archers coming in. The cool thing actually is, like, I do think that Vet Archers is the pristine counter to Yumi. It's probably one of the best in the game in terms of, like, I build a range in response. And here's why. Mamluk's Bravery. Mamluk's Bravery thrives off of squishy armies like Yumi. I actually think Song's Mamluks is one of the biggest threats to Japanese play because of a lot of their options like Onabagisha and Yumi. You just can't play them. Same with actually Onimusha, because remember, when you lose a unit, one of their units is going to get buffed on their damage and movement speed. So when you're talking about all these Yumi that have only 70 HP, the Onimusha that only have 80, it's quite fragile, right? Usually an archer at this stage of the game has, I believe it's 85, if I remember correctly. Sorry, 80, yeah. So I wonder if MSN's gonna look back at this VOD later, because he does frequent the channel. If I really like had to go coach mode on this, I'd say you just need to trust your play more. I do think that B tricked you here, right? Like, you know, he caught you in his little mousetrap. But instead of, like, while, you know, the slammer comes down your head and you're flailing around, slowly dying, instead of, like, trying to flail, it's almost like MSN has just laid there flat. Like, if I don't move, maybe the mousetrap will just let me go. Looks for a cat doesn't work with a mousetrap. And with a cat, it has, like, probably about a 15% success rate. So, with that in mind, you know, this choice to just kind of sit there for so long, I think cost him any semblance of survival. I think he's been reading too many of those, like, you know, if a bear attacks, you don't move type situations. Horseman reveal comes in. Desert Raiders have to retreat. Big Lance army coming in, but weirdly enough, B. Wait, what's this? He broke away with the army. The Horsemen are going to get chased here. Good beginning to the fight for MSN, but reinforcements now arriving. The Yumi count so high. Still, the arrow 2 is not there for MSN, so he doesn't strike as hard as you think this engagement. In fact, he's behind on damage output with the ranged. For B, backing off. I can't believe that. MSN, I mean, you poked the bear, right? And now the Lancer charge coming through. We'll be able to just cull a few more than Yumi. Big mistake made there by B, not just keeping the army together, a bit too cocky. Confidence swelling. He's at least down behind the walls, but Burn Through is going to come in fast here. And the Mounted Samurai are being queued. B needs them fast. Meantime, Horseman trying to engage, but the issue is, like, what's Camel Lancer, what's Desert Raider, right? It's difficult. He's going to have to keep falling back here. We do have the Uma Bannerman coming in. This is the transference point we're looking for. So Onimusha, Mounted Samurai, Horseman, they're all going to get a significant damage buff as that Bannerman comes in, and that's going to allow the re-engage as it offsets the unease. Big clash in the center. Onimusha just not being reached, though. And the Horsemen are actually lasting long enough here. Desert Raiders starting to shuffle around the back, but you need them on the Horsemen. The thing I think went wrong here is the Lancers hit the Horsemen, the Desert Raiders hit the Yumi. That's not the way you want to take this engagement. That's no way to win a fight. B gets exactly what he needs in the end, and MSN is trickling out troops, but much slower than B. The resurge is already back up to 73 for B. Meanwhile, only 32 for MSN. He's switching into Mass Lancers now, but this is after your opponent has already switched into Onimusha. It doesn't work anymore. Onimusha will counter, especially with the extra movement speed from the Kaburia. The Horsemen at this stage are just a glorified tank. they will tank very well. I mean, the other worry is like MSN is now locked into Archer and Lancer. It's a comp that if you have enough of it, it can beat Onamushi Horseman. But mathematically, the numbers just don't favor him here. Raid on the flank is at least going to find a few worker kills, but B still, at this point, 5 workers ahead. Leave 2 of those are fishing boats, yeah, which don't have anything to grab anymore. So a bit deceptive, but at the same time, farms are now getting added in. We don't have that for MSN. He's been eating his way through the deer, but we're reaching the point where they're going to expire. That's where the game gets worrisome for him. Like, where are you getting your food at that stage? Where do you see him moving out to the berries on the west side? That brings danger, especially at a stage where your opponent is playing mass cav. I'll give it a B. He's very creative with his Japanese. There are not many players that would lean Yuumi in this situation. Poppypaw and Wham done it for a while, but I haven't seen them do it recently. Love that he's still kind of showing that there is some Yuumi potential here, though. A big part of it is the unexpected nature of it. Especially in Castle Age, it just gives you a really aggressive swell point. You have to remember, like, this Euroshiro dropped archery range is producing Yuumi every 4 seconds. That is absurd. That means that you can get your hands on 15 a minute. Yeah, it's kind of like the Japanese's very own little Burgrave, right? And Yuumi might seem underwhelming compared to a Burgrave when I make that comparison, because heavily armored men-at-arms and tiny man with a bow. But the thing about these guys is the movement speed. And it's also ranged blob, right? So there's only a small quantity of melee on the other side. They're going to lose that engagement. So it looks like game 1 is going to be a win for B. No denying it now. Not after that massacre. He's been murdering these villages down here. 31 to 8 worker kills now in this game. And B has taken it all on Rocky River. Opening game goes to him, but MSN, the little kiddo, has a chop to strike back here. But this one has to leave a foul taste in the mouth. Okay. So, game 1 going to be a win for Mr. B. And let's see. Game 2. I reckon you're probably going to be seeing King of the Hill. King of the Hill could make sense with MSN's draft. He's got Byzantines, English, Bastards. These are all great picks there. Maybe he wants to thin the herd more, but my worry is if we go to Dry Arabia, he currently has no great answer for Delhi. I think he's just lost to a Delhi pick at this stage. We are going Dry Arabia. Wait, it's not the Delhi. It's a Bastards versus Malians. Isn't that? I feel like that's good for ABBA, right? Because they just cheekily play 2 to 3 TC. Huh. Hold up. There might actually be hope for MSN here. A Bastards versus Malians. You know, you actually start to think that MSN is from the Middle East. He's actually not. He's Danish. But he's looking to not be Danish in this. We've got a Bastards against Malians. Malians historically hate multi-TC civs, and there is no more prolific of a multi-TC civ than a Bastards. So I'm quite inspired by this game. Where this could get a little bit mucky is the idea of Malian Fast Castle Farimba with Pro Scouts. It's got to be said, like, you know, even a Bastard's been struggling with this. Pro Scouts just seems to ruin them. I think every civ that tries to do multi-TC is getting ruined by Pro Scouts right now. So we'll see if B wants to take that line. If this is a classic Fulani build, I 100% favor Bastards. But if this is Fast Castle Farimba, I mean, there's potential here, right? Like, you know, ABBA at that stage, I think you have to lean archers, but if you get read correctly, Freeborn run you through. The crazy thing actually about going Pro Scouts is it allows you to afford Sofa without needing the Fulani. When are we going to hunt down the devs to not buffing Order of the Dragon? Can I just be bluntly honest about Order of the Dragon? I don't think the devs know what to do with it. But that's not like shade or flame upon them, because I actually don't think any of the players necessarily know exactly how to buff that civ. right? Like, I've never had a truly clean answer. There's always this mixture, a myriad of ideas. It's a very weird one as well, because like some of those ideas I've heard would just immediately make Order of the Dragon broken, which is not the intent. You want them balanced into the meta, not dominant in the meta. And because they are just like a very drastically different Civ to play, it makes it very polarizing to try and get the correct changes. And Randy asking, who do you think was the rookie of this year in 2024? 2024? I mean, I wouldn't call him a rookie. I partially want to say Cat, because, like, Cat... I'm trying to think if he's had many top 16 finishes, but I feel like he's starting to, like, really show up towards the end. He even, of course, qualified... wait, no, did he? I think he missed out, actually, on EGC. Just barely. But, like, if you're trying to talk true rookie, hasn't had some competitive experience yet, on the rise... I want to say Voldy's on the rise, right? Like, not to a drastic degree, but if you think about, like, who's had deep runs, Voldemar is on the verge. I think he just needs to find that flow. And I think, like, Voldemar still counts as, like, a rookie, right? But the tough part when you try to call someone a rookie in AoE4 is you need to find someone that's gone full-time. Like, you could argue Anatan. I don't know if Anatan was really full-time in 2023 versus 2024. Right, so if you use that logic of Anatan was full-time 2024, then Anatan is most definitely Rookie of the Year. So, Ego Wing coming in. Exactly what we're expecting here. Mancer on the other side. We should be looking at Wood Gathering into Stable Drop for an opening of Warrior Scouts here. Looking at Sheep Hall, yeah, there's no way B can play without Pro Scouts. He's got 7 sheep. Alright, I'm going to blow your mind, MSN. What if instead of going Eco Wing... This is going to be crazy. What if instead of doing Eco Wing, we start doing 2TC Culture Wing Pro Scouts? Has anyone actually tried that with ABBA? At the pro level? I don't think anyone has, but like in theory, it's a cool concept, right? You get 100 resource technology, which is going to already basically discount most of its cost on Pro Scouts alone. And then all the other eco techs down the line you want, like some other techniques, right? So like by the time you get some other techniques in Pro Scouts, you've at least paid for POC, and then it just serves you for fast castle build afterwards or for 2TC. I don't know, man. I think ABBA boys need to get cooking with the Pro Scouts themselves. It's definitely not a top-tier Pro Scout Civ, but it's one that can very nonchalantly do it. B, well, instead of going for the Pro Scouts, we've just got Archer range. Oh, wow. Okay, this is very unexpected. I thought the B would just try and play into the castle. He still could be, by the way. Like, this could be Javelin spam into Gradual Farimba. There's very specific builds where the Farimba Javelin makes sense. Probably the rarest. This is odd, though. This is extremely odd. Second TC coming in from MSN. I mean, if you stop at 2, was it even worth it, right? Like, this is always my thought in Eco Wing. If you stop at 2, I mean, the thing is, like, obviously, if you think you eventually need farms, it can still justify Fertile Crescent, Eco Wing, Feudal Age, but I don't think you want to be that deep in Feudal that you're adding in, like, 30 farms. Anna's in hospital? Are you sure about that? I haven't heard anything about that. I hope he's alright. He's a good lad. Rancher's coming in already. So B, actually, instead of going Javelins, has gone Archers. Which is surprising, considering, like, for ABBA, once they see this, they can mirror Archers. Stables fall up as well. I guess you can actually, like... The interesting thing is you can go into Warrior Scouts and then delayed Pro Scouts, if you really want. And the logic is that, you know, the Warrior Scouts will be a front line for your Archer mass. More likely, what we're seeing from B is 3 to 4 of the Sovas, just to try and poke his opponent into Castle Age. Alright, what do you think, guys? One's if you think B's going to win this, two's if you think ABBA's going to take this. This is very different. I think I remember Recon a year ago trying this type of build where you'd mass Archers, mass Scouts against Abbasids, and it was pretty bad. you just kind of got torn a new one. But back then, ABBA was still doing military wing. So it's a very different style of ambassadors with the extra health. Pro Scouts now coming in. So yeah, we are getting delayed Pro Scouts. The question now is, with the ranches already there, is this going to be Fulani? Is it going to be Farimba? I think we're seeing Farimba. Sorry guys, my throat is still killing me. Got the ultra dry cough today. It's not fun. Double stables, double archer range. Okay, MSN is going to react very aggressively here. Guys, don't listen to Philisberto. Philisberto also thinks Mongols is OP. So, you know what? I'm going to say something positive about Pro Scouts. Oh, God. The Pro Scouts meta doesn't benefit Byzantines. There you go. I've done it. Like, you know, this is like one of those when you're having a big falling out and, like, say something positive about each other, right? I still freaking hate Pro Scouts. But Byzantines don't do it very well. There you go. So, looks like the Scouts are going to be able to just yoink away. You're not really able to kill these guys quick enough, not with the healing. Love the switch to aggro as well, just to delay. More Warrior Scouts coming in means that MSN can't contest. The awkward part, though, is that B can't punish him the way you'd think, because remember, Warrior Scouts don't get bonus versus ranged until age 3. God, this is so annoying. And the thing is, you can't go spears either, because Warrior Scouts are too quick. Right? So they'll just kind of casually run away from you. They won't die quick enough. So at this point, MSN has added in quite a few horsemen and archers for no reason. Because it hasn't been worthwhile, right? We're still only on double ranch. B is adding in extra stables. We might see him add in sofas eventually, but now that I'm seeing spears, yeah, there you go. Sofa is already queued. Once he sees spears starting to get added in, you'll probably just see B double down on archers instead and just go back to scouts. Because the whole idea with the scouts is they aren't going to win against the horsemen in an A-click fight, but what they do is they win by tanking. Oh, look at that. Philisberto is so late to the stream that he basically steals my idea that I said 3 minutes into the game and makes it out to be his own. This guy right here thinks that he's Nikola Tesla when he's not. He stole Tesla's ideas. Get the time, Philly. Yeah, like, so the build that I suggested is you do Culture Wing, 2TC, Pro Scouts, and you just hunker down and go Fast Castle with your discount. It's a pretty cool idea, but I haven't seen an Ambassador player try it yet. At this rate, hopefully, Pro Scouts will be nerfed before they even get a chance. So B, adding quite a few Sofa in. We haven't got the rush to the age up yet, but that switch can just go like that, right? And the logic is that by having this Sofa already, you'll have something to immediately upgrade and dive your opponent's base with. We do have wall-ins coming from MSN. They're an endangered species. These deer, in Season 9, they've been culled from the planet. You got to protect them by killing them yourself. I mean, MSN could actually, like, double-walled this chunk if he was quick enough, right? But, yeah, so at least strips away one the deer. MSN always does this? What? You mean mass horsemaning? Sort of. He's not really doing it to an extreme in this game. We do have him targeting Castle Age. But B basically got about 2.5 deer stacks. Well, more than that, probably about 2.75 deer stacks. Millywing is now going to be on the way. That's going to be a perfect counter to the Sofa. B, I think we're going to be looking at Farimba here. Actually, no. With the Fulani. Ooh. So the more I'm thinking about this, with the way he's built like Archer Sofa already, it kind of devalues Farimba unless you want to delay play. And what I mean by that is you want to give MSN an opening to then counter him with a Farimba unit type. This is looking like the type of game where you go Fulani. Because MSN's got Millywing coming, it's going to have Camels, going to have Composite Bow Archers. You don't really want to be building into Mansa Javelins, so like you don't really have a value point like you normally would. Freeborn are, on average, always good. Don't know if they're good. Oh, okay, they're good enough here. Yeah. I do think that Fulani would have been a bit better for him here. Because at that stage, you basically erase the entire lead that the Abbasis have built up, right? But Furimba can still work for probably Freeborn. I don't think you really go Mansa Musafadi here. I don't see a world in which MSN's going to flood Golems, right? Like, Sofa already so good at stopping you going Golem. So military wing coming in at 30. Meantime, Beast Cavalry is going to be coming into the main base. MSN does have quite a lot of villages that could make viable targets. Dives on in, goes to the pincher. MSN a little bit slow on the pull away. Halving is working against him. Reinforcements are on the way. A little bit difficult of a fight though, right? Like you can just peel away the sofas, peel away the horsemen as they get injured. I don't believe B lost a single unit there. I mean, they were at death's door, but none of them fell. So Tech Out's mirrored. Veterancy for Archers is coming in. And instead of going Freeborn, he's going Musafadi, which is very odd. Wait, what? This is 100% a Freeborn game. Like, you're against Abbasis in Castle Age. I mean, MSN's giving him reasons to be in the Mansa Musafadi. But, like, the weirdness is you're expecting composite bows, right? Because if your opponent goes composite bows with the front line, Malians lose, right? Poison arrows are nowhere near as good as composite bows with boot camp. So yeah, kind of a weird poker face game. We've seen B do similar things before, where he pretty much just like lets you bait yourself into the counter gradually. And you see that here, right? Like he prepped Mansa Musafadi, but he hasn't built a racks yet. He literally doesn't actually have a building to get the Mansa Musafadi out with in the first place. Like, he only has this Furimba itself. Now, the crazy thing is MSN just builds archers plus spears here. I think he wins. And yeah, like, even if he sees spears, you don't need Mansa Musafadi. You've got archers already, right? The problem with Mansa Musafadi is the Abbasid combo archers counters like 2/3 your comp with your B. And we do have a snatching grab, by the way. So in the end, it's going to be over 3 deer stacks for B. Can't leave the goods behind. Boot camp has been queued. MSN. I mean, he probably thinks he can just sit on 2TC and not care, right? Play for the eco blow over time. My worry is, like, you need to be blocking on the map, right? Relics is going to be the crucial ingredient for B next. Now, though, we do have the first of the Mansa Musafadi getting added in. No veterancy yet, by the way. Do we at least have Raxes? No, it's solely the Furimba still. And remember, that building doesn't produce 5 anymore. It produces 1 at a time. It's just a Rax. It's basically a way so you can choose these new unique types. Safe raids in. Nice little find here. We do have a wall attempt on the north side, but that's not going to work. And that has been a fresh reminder to B that he should be going for relics too. So you already see him stationing across the map. He's going to look for the full snatch. Pretty much everything is viable here. MSN, the problem with going into full infantry comp is you just can't be out on the map. And oh no, I mean, he sent 2 camels to fight an army of Sofa. Never going to work well for him there. And his archers, they may be able to attack quick. No composite bow though, but the bigger problem is with the imported armors already in, they tickle. It's doing like 1 damage. Oh no, not like 1 damage, exactly 1 damage. So villages going down. A lot of bad time achieved here. That eco lead the MSN have built is starting to shrink up a bit. Have at least got 1 camel getting a bit of a raid in, but 2 Sofas will be able to win that fight. And Archer's already arriving. Damn, dude, he is everywhere. MSN is just getting outmaneuvered. He has a sizable army, a comparative army, right? But like they are never in the right place. He has to overreact to 1 attack and then get hit in the back each time. Ah, this game's over. MSN is neck and neck on villager count, and B is going to be going relics now. And 4 relics should be grabbable here. It's also just like the archers, you know, not even that threatening. You don't even have composite bows coming in here. Steel Arrow 2 has at least been completed. But like right now, for me, MSN just gets countered by Gulam, by Sofa rather, because he went Gulam. Sofa alone wins the game for B. And he might not have the Fulani effect to really boost that. What he does have is plenty of deer. And you gotta be kidding me. Huh? Okay. 1 second. Okay, we back. That is stupid. The most hilarious part is YouTube is still running. So, basically, guys, my apologies. Yeah, no, I tried enhanced broadcasting on again. I've turned it off now. I've legit turned it off. So, what happened is Twitch just cut the connect. Wait, we're not back? We're still not back? We should be back. Testing, testing, testing. How are we still not back? Oh my god, dude. Twitch needs to get its crap together. Wait, oh no, and I just stopped it again. Alright, we back? We back. So, I've turned enhanced broadcasting off. They can suck my dick. Like, dude, like, I don't understand how Twitch fails so badly every time. It's Twitch. It's legit Twitch. Yesterday, it was freaking Twitch as well. And that just confirmed it. But you know how I know it's Twitch for sure this time, chat? YouTube never went down. YouTube has been sitting there the whole time fine. Oh my god, that is so dumb. Alright. Let's hop back into it. Alright, weird little disconnect there. Screw Twitch. We're back. What is up, folks? Sorry for that. Yeah, I'm just not going to use enhanced broadcasting. Like, I mean, technically, me doing enhanced broadcasting was me being kind to people who don't have the ability to stream, watch the stream rather at 1080p. Because it meant that, like, the lower formats are, like, looking prettier. But I can't be bothered, man. Like, Twitch needs to fix their crap. Enhanced broadcasting is fundamentally flawed. It caused an encoder issue yesterday, and today it just disconnected the stream. Probably because it had an in-net burst, too much like bitrate, right? Even though it's their settings. So anyway, let's focus on the game though. We've got MSN pushing in. B just doesn't really have to care though. Right, there's only a handful of Gulams here. There's enough Sofa to keep him busy. Meanwhile, the main group of Sofa are around the back of the base. And MSN is now switching spears, but I think he's doing it too late. Yeah, to make matters worse, he never got composite bows. After all this time. Guys, I'm so tilted today now already by freaking OBS. Anyway, we have a push coming in. B is basically in control of this game now. MSN doesn't have great food income. He's trying to get there with the farms on the back, but if B just pressures him at this exact stage in the game, it's over. And he's already doing exactly that. Look at this massacre here. Sofa just chowing down upon the Archer mass. He's going to step back for the time being. Fourth relic now on the way home for B. We good? We're definitely live, right? I'm just double checking. I'm paranoid now. I think we're good. Yeah, I was so paranoid that it was like hardware related that yesterday I used a power supply tester on all of my components to make sure they're fine. And they're fine. No power supply issues. I literally then stayed up super late last night playing really high intense games on like, you know, on the hardware side to stress it, to see if any crashes happened. Nothing. So whatever my problem is basically OBS's fault / Twitch's, which is really, really annoying. What's going up from MSN? This is getting bloody annoying. And the Malians haven't really gone for a Zerg factor. They're about mirrored on military count. The thing that matters here is the quality difference. Sofas are just so good in comparison to what he's been up against. Finally, we do have spears added in, which is what MSN really needed all along. Wow, look at that. Okay. Feels the intel is that crap that he's just trying to offload his bad laptop on us. Hey. Anyway, we do have an awkward problem here for MSN. He doesn't really have much wood, right? No. Like, no safe wood anyway. He got a triple forward spawn, which is great for setting up, like, defensive lines, but once you start getting dove, you have no retreat point. As soon as he builds an eco lead, it's just gone. I mean, this looks disastrously over. You have to also remember that behind this, B has got these ranches. It's not quite as good as having Fulani, but it's still a lot of free food coming in his pocket. So Crossbow's now getting added in by MSN. I mean, I don't know. I feel like his comp screams, I imagined a problem there wasn't, right? Like the Archer plus Gulam idea only makes sense if you're seeing someone to counter. But instead of MSN scouting and then building the correct counter, he just kind of set himself up for failure here, which is what we're about to see in this fight. This is going to be a complete wash. Sofa are just blitzkrieging their way through. MSN trying to frontline with archers at this stage, trying to buy time for that crossbow transition. There is just no time though. So that means it's going to be a 2-0 for B. And that's going to lock him into a showdown with El Yona in the quarterfinals. What do you guys think? I think when I look at MSN here, my biggest worry is he kind of spent game 1 not doing anything. And game 2, in a way, it felt somewhat the same. He just relied on the fact he built an eco lead. He didn't scout what his opponent was doing. He didn't prep the correct counter. I think B just kind of got a cruiser here. I think this is the thing that's holding MSN back, is kind of figuring out what his opponent is doing next and then reacting, not just sitting there. But yeah, 2-0. Good luck next week, MSN. Of course, he does auto-qualify, but it'll be B continuing on. I'll see you in the next one. Yeah, so what I've done is I have turned off the... Let's just double-check things. Yeah, so I've turned off... God, I'm so tired. It's like annoying when you build your viewership and then Twitch crashes. I should just become a YouTube content creator, right? Less paranoia over like live views and crap. Very annoying. So basically, I think that the enhanced encoding it just causes crashes. Alright, there we go. Got my boy JJ respond on Twitter, so I just want to respond and get his opinion. So, one series down. We plow forward. Next up, we're going to be doing Kiljardi versus Lash. So, bear with me one sec. We'll hop into that one. Actually, let's do Voldemar versus Sass now. Voldemar, wait, I'm looking at Wham versus Sass. My brain. Oh my god. Yeah, we'll do Wham versus Sass. So let me get those details ready. If you're trolling about the stream being down again, I'm now going to ban you. Do you want to say sorry really quickly? So, where is the draft for these two? Let me find it. Oh, so OK wants to get banned. I see. I'll give him a timeout. Very generous. All right, so looks like we're gonna have. Let me reset this, get the draft up. So we're gonna have Rocky River as is default, and then we've got Borderland and Lakeside. Sometimes I do wonder if OK wants to be abused. You know what I mean? It's almost like he's the kid that says something in class because he wants to secretly get wedgied. Alright, anyway. So, Wham vs. Sass. Interesting drafts coming out. Zhuji and Roos. How? Like, in what world? I mean, it's crazy, though, because in return, we've got Byzantine Chinese. So, both of them got a lot out of it. He needed to refresh. No, he was trolling. That's why he said lol just before getting banned. Or timed out, rather. So, let's find our games here. Oh, wait, I'm still in B's. So, like, opening map Rocky River, we're probably looking at, what, Zhuji versus... Wait, is this Zhuji versus Japanese game 1? Did B win? Yes, B won 2-0. Let's have a look. Oh, it's Zhuji versus Byzantines. Actually, yeah, that makes sense, right? Like, you probably want Chinese for Borderland, and then you've got English or Japanese for Lakeside. And then for SAS, it's probably French/I for Lakeside, Rus/French for Borderland, because Pro Scouts maps. But we're ready to get underway. Let's hop into game number 1. Dude, I'm still actually so freaking annoyed at enhanced broadcasting.
A minute.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm going to have to look into that one further. It's annoying because basically the reason I was doing the enhanced broadcasting is actually for you guys. Enhanced broadcasting is like, if I don't do enhanced broadcasting, I'm partnered, so transcoding still happens. And you guys will still like be able to see in 1080p, 720p, 460p, whatever. But it's a quality differential. Is that like Twitch's transcoding is just going to be notably worse than like doing the transcoding yourself. That's the catch. So like, I've basically been doing it so that people who don't view in 1080p, because they might be on their phone or they just have bad internet, whatever, get a better look. But now I can't do that for you guys because Twitch is screwing up. Smiley face. Alright. Let's get underway though. Oh yes, the time is upon us. We are into the quarterfinals of Midweek Muster number 9. Ladies and gents, welcome back. Wham versus Sass. Alright, this has the potential to be the longest series of Midweek Muster number 9. Sass is definitely a player that doesn't feel like a stranger in the late game, and Wham is a guy who walls his way to the late game where he likes it or lumps it. So be forewarned, this could be a long one. We'll have to find out. Byzantines versus Yuji definitely feels like a tempo-based matchup. Both civs have some viability in the hyper late game, but usually you're looking at these pro scouts timings into fast castle times for Biz. I'm wondering actually if Wham is maybe looking at a pressure-oriented build here. When you go up against these pro scouts-esque civs, one really cool move you can do is just go for like a very early Kyro Siphon to punish your opponent. Forces reactions out of them, right? We'll have to see if that's the way he wants to go here. The alternative is Cataphract's Fast Castle, which can also work quite well. I think Zhuji and Chinese deal with it a little bit better because they can spam spears, but with the gulping, you still have a lot of potential to roam. Yeah, looking at spawn actually, Sass has some options, right? He has the safe one at home with the stone, berries, and wood. Could go a little bit further back here. I think there's a spot, actually, yeah, where he could clip 8 berries. I think you might be able to get either the golden stone, but not both, and the wood. But instead, he's going to go for the safest possible. So one right next to his base. Part of that is because he hasn't scouted the corner. So yeah, doesn't know. Sheep count is looking really good for Wham. Yeah, so you can actually measure whether Wham's going to win a game based on the amount of sheep he's got, believe it or not. If he has 5 sheep, it's an auto loss. But if he has 20, it's looking pretty damn good. And remember, guys, this is 20 while gathering sheep already. So this is just a really, really solid haul out of Wham. Okay, what do you guys think? Are we going to be getting Lombos, Javelins, or Kekeks? Get your guesses in the chat. I think this is a pretty good Lombo game. The cool thing about doing Lombos is it also keeps Cataphracts on the table. I think that's another part about why Lombos has remained so dominant, is of all the options, it feels like the most enablest one for fast castle Cataphracts. So take-up's complete. Rack's being dropped already. Okay, so we might actually be getting Javelins. Limitane is about Pro Scout block, right? In fact, if I'm not mistaken, did we not see a very similar opening from Wham in his first game against Starflark? That was Byzantines versus Rus in that case, and he opened with Limitane plus... was it Archers? I'm trying to remember now. No, I think he had Javelins. He had Javelins. He might have added an archery range as well. And then he rushed to build a Ram on the other side. The whole idea of that type of build out from Wham, by the way, is to force a fast-castling Civ to play the Age. But we know that Juji don't necessarily have to be shy about playing Age 2 in the same way that the Rus are. And don't worry, Pro Scouts is definitely coming. We have stables. We've just got a bit of a miss macro. Sass hasn't actually queued it up yet. There we go. So on the way, as expected, will only take 30 seconds. Like, Juji don't really get punished for delaying their timing as much as other Civs. Other side of this, the Limitane already shuffling out. And we should be about to see his Merc choice. Is there a world in which he just doesn't build any until Castle? I've seen this a few times where you just delay your mercenaries until you're in Castle Age for a timing attack. But I think he's going to want to block out his opponent here. Sass has opened with the Horseman. As often we do see with this build for the Juji, let's get 1 or 2 Horsemen to harass. Palace Guard is sick, though. I like this from Sassy. This is looking good. Yeah, that's actually a sick read. So Wham needs to get some range units out here ASAP. Merc House now being dropped, but it means your Limitane are going to be on their own against this. Man, that is a really cool play. PG works well with this build because you have all the food to enable it. And the whole idea is you only need to build like 4 to 5 Palace Guard maximum, and then you can go Castle Age. Look, I'm going to say this, though. This is not the fight. Calm down. Wait for your friend to arrive. Cool thing is, like, the differential in cost is, like, not that drastic. It's 125 to 90, right? And you're getting an armored unit. Interesting. So Sass now adding in a second rack. So we might see him start to PG flood. This could be, like, one of those old-school full men-at-arms feudal into fast castle builds, right? Like an 8-tree player would do. Lombos have been queued up, so they are on the way. Horseman is not going to get that information, though. Goes down before he can reveal it. Definitely a bit of a misplay there. Oh, yeah. PG hits substantially faster, by the way. Just to emphasize that. It's like 1.38 versus a really pitiful 1.88. And you hit harder. Faster, harder, pretty much everything. And the only upside Limitane have over a normal Spearman is they have 10 extra health, right? At least in this engagement. Shield Wall, of course, is a different matter if there was a unit that cared about it. But we can see from Sass, it's just raw Palace Guard. I do think he needs to calm down a little bit. There is a timing window here, which he's failing to respect. And that's going to be the double Lombo pump. Double Lombo pump could stop in his tracks. So goal for Sass isn't to win in Feudal Age, it's to delay long enough here. So, Olive Grove's getting laid in already for Wham. This is probably just going to be an old school Golden Horn Tower. I'm not expecting Cadas at this point. I mean, Cataphracts actually can do quite well against PG. More likely, Wham's going to be thinking Varangian. He's already got 1 Rax. It's easy to add in a second. And the Lombos are pretty good actually against Palace Guard because of the fact that these units have less ranged armor than standard mid-arms. And yes, you're correct. It does say mace instead of, was it Guang Hao? I was trying to remember what the thing was called on the Chinese. Okay, so Sass's goal really should be the age up now. Because he's at risk of falling behind here. I think he's just kind of misreading the situation. Maybe his thought process is that he can delay Wham from coming out of his base. He wants containment, right? While he picks up the deer. But this is expensive containment, man. I mean, Steel Arrow is on the way. Dialecticus is being used. Needs to get in fast if he wants to make this a good trade. PG just wrapped around the back, but this is not the damage. This is an expensive fight for Sass. Guess what? 1, maybe 2 Lombos maximum, but cost him several PG in the process. That's crazy, actually, because the alternative would have just been delay, 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 drag your opponent out onto the map. Sure, Pro Scouts get blocked in the center, but there's still plenty of deer on the flanks for you. So instead, now you have bigger problems. Golden Horn Tower is going to be on the way from Wham. Sass can at least accelerate his own tech up, courtesy of just how quickly you can build with the Zhuji. But he's behind. It's crazy because, like, the thing is, you'd understand what Sass was doing if he was using a comp that he doesn't want to use anymore, right? Like, if this had been, say, Horseman going in for that trade, 100% okay with it. You don't really care about upgrading the Horseman. But you could have upgraded PG, so losing several of them, I don't know if that was worth it. He did at least keep Wham contained, so maybe he can follow this up with a very aggressive Shaolin Monastery timing, as in going for the relics, but now this dive coming through, feels too late. Steel Arrow is already there. Right, if this was normal archers, sure, you feel tanky enough, but not against Lombos. On the upside is, of course, how quickly you can at least run away, but for the second time, Sass just kind of diving in and not really getting much done with it. Mountain Academy's at least coming in, so we aren't even getting the Shallow Monastery builds. Yeah, he's just trying to cheese. He's trying to just one-punch this with Palace Guard. The response is already being queued up. Varangian going to be on the way. Wham likely thinking about going crossbows as well. Yeah, first one getting queued up. Who has a better three-letter name in this matchup, Wham or Sass? Has to be Wham, right? I don't know, like, you say the word Wham, Sass. If you, like, take the meaning of Sass, which can be, like, you know, Special Air Services, Elite Fighting Force, then Sass sounds cool. Oh. Flash coming in, but, I mean, the Palace Guard, I think his intent there was to pick 1 or 2 villages, doesn't get any. So in the choke points we go, and I mean, this is where the melee just sucks. It's the life sucked out of it. At least taking a few of the Lombos out, but remember, what Wham really needs in return is crossbow Palace Guard, crossbow Varangian rather. That's his win comp, not Lombos. TC definitely just melting through him, right? You just notice the ranged armor issue here. If you can get a few worker kills, this would have been worth it, but the only thing he really got out of it was some idle time, right? It's 15 workers not working, granted, but no worker losses at all. Wow, he's microed this perfectly. Not a single soul has died. Wham is a 4-letter name, though, when you speak it. Wait, how? How is Wham a 4-letter name when you speak it? In what world? Huh? Wham? I mean, no, I'm just going to say Wham, as in W-A-M. I'm not looking for a musical here. By that logic, Sass is a 4-letter word, because I'm saying it like I got 2 S's. Alright, so, Sass is trying to sliver his way back in this game. He's got Horseman, Palace Guard. What he hasn't got is Monks, and that's a problem. Doesn't have an eco lead. He's actually behind. Something when wrong here. And there it is. He's not producing out the TC. This is an unforced error as well. Scaps that have definitely added up. I mean, I expected a little bit, maybe for that dive, because he's very focused on it. But to work a lead like that is not a good sign. I mean, you could argue that, you know, he has got the meditation garden, but then again, I've got assistance, is what Wham is saying in response. I drench my people in the good stuff. Wham's army now also just getting landsnacked, and he's actively producing them. Pretty crafty here against PG. PG and Horseman are just going to hate that. Very dangerous for Wham to step up like this, by the way. I don't think he should be rushing out when he doesn't have any front line yet. But he needs to just calm down a little bit. But it's because he's trying to make a little bit of space to sneak out for relics. Auto town being worth 8 to 12 villages per minute, depending on system level. True. What a very reasonable landmark. Smiley face. It's always fun when we've got Crackety here and Jushi's playing. Crackety, do you think it was right to go Mount the Academy from Sassa's position here? Or do you think that Shaolin Monastery would have been a lot better? Because my feeling is that Mount the Academy makes more sense when you have zero army. But Sass had upward of 13 Palace Guard and Feudal Age. Kind of feels like at that point, Shaolin Monastery is better. You think it's stupid to go Mount Lu? Whoa. You hear that, Sass? Yeah. I don't know, this does just feel rough to me. Right? Like, you're now seeing Sass switch into crossbows after already being behind on that. And longbows will count the crossbows as well. Like, actually, at this stage, I'd be a bigger fan of Sass just going cavalry. Blowing the horsemen, which he can afford to do because he did get pro scouts. Mount Lu only works versus explosives. I'd agree. I think the logic is like it's meant to be a relic race, and in the end, one that Sass should have had a lead in by the fact he had 13 Palace Guard. Instead, he's going to be behind. All right, it's going to be a free relic split for Wham, and not just that, a second TC now snaking in. I love that. He dragged the PG away with the longbow, so he doesn't see him building the TC. That was a sick little play from Wham. So it gets in the room, the space. Other side of this, Sass doesn't have 2 TC coming himself. He's only playing 1. Ah. It's getting harder to see upside for Sass in this game. Can anyone hold themselves to not animation camels in another game? It's very hard because like it's so easy to do that you have this awkward issue. I'd say of, like it's almost what players measure to be animation cancel. There's examples where it's like obvious you're doing it to the extreme, but I'd argue there's a lot of gray area where you could argue a person is just trying to start a step, which is different. It's a lazy excuse when people say it's too easy not to do it. I mean, you say that, but it's almost like saying a person who has higher APM is like more susceptible, more likely to do it by accident. Is the way I debate it, right? I don't know, it's a weird one. Like, I hate that we have to enforce animation cancelling rules because it's just like the more solid solution should be devs fix it. Clash coming in though. Can Sass fix his position in this game? This fight looked like it was going to be quite good for him, but the crossbows at the back seem like they're going to be the difference here. I don't think that Sass has reached this backline quick enough. Longbows have been targeting down the crossbows. Crossbows are going to be on the front line. A fight that looked like it started off well for Sass. Wham, you got to give credit there, man. He had the crossbow mass. He targeted them correctly. We actually had longbows target backline, crossbows target forward line. He was able to push Sass away. Excuses all I hear. I mean, you can make a fair point about like certain things shouldn't just keep cropping up in the game. Also, just certain things in the game that never got appropriately adjusted. Like, I am baffled to this day that stone walls are still available in Age 2. Yeah, it has been a staple of competitive play that you can't build stone walls until Age 3. So, Xiangnan on the way. And yeah, we ignore the destroyed value. Remember, longbows dying don't calculate there, so it's not as close as you think. With Xiangnan on the way, I mean, you're now just playing a stagnant game where you're against 2 TC, and I really don't think Sass knows it. He has at least got Stone Gathering going, so likely we'll be seeing him add in a second town center himself. But he's already behind the farm transition, right? Wham is 20 farms deep. PGR at least going to try to wrap around the back. This could be a good raid for him, considering that Wham doesn't really have too many troops close by. However, if he sends one of those groups to Landsneck Nova, it could be a disaster for Sassy. Stonewall's Age 2 is slow enough it would put you behind. Okay, if that's true, why do we keep banning it from tournament play? If that's true, why is it frowned upon in pro level to build stone walls in Age 2? Because of legacy? Nah, that's BS. If you play against a pro level player and build stone walls in feudal age, he calls you out on the ladder. I've been in a player's stream before, and they've basically had someone do it to them, and they've like left the game and said there's no point. He's like stonewalling. Force him raid around the back here. Is at least going to force him off the second TC. He does know about this, but in return, we've got a dive coming from Wham. And guys, that's Landsnecked. I mean, hiding in the tower may end up being a mistake here. The Nest of Bees is going to get a stay of execution, though. Scares him off. I think people aren't building stone walls out of etiquette is unusual. Oh, buddy. Yeah, you live in a bubble, I'm afraid. You should really look up Gentleman's Agreement Call of Duty League at some point. And then laugh. In the Call of Duty League, snipers and LMGs get GA'd, Gentleman's Agreement, every year. Meaning that both teams agree not to build them, to use them. I personally find Gentleman's Agreement silly in pro games. Like, if the game is meant to be competitively balanced, it shouldn't need gentleman agreements. LMG, yeah, light machine gun. So trade out here is actually good for Sass. I do think there's like an economical scaling problem that we really need to address. And we kind of hit on a little bit that it's 2TC versus 1, but it's so much bigger than that now. It's the system effect. It's now up to a 22% buffer, which exceeds what the Imperial officials can offer up to at least balance things out. So at this stage, Sass really needs a 1-up in some form or other. I think going greedy may be the approach, but my worry is that Wham's on a collision course to kill. He's not playing for a late phase in the game, he's playing for now. Ranking count is swelling to show that. Wow, yeah, well, you look at that, guys. You know, I don't remember the last time I saw Wham wall. It was the last Wham game I watched. It literally the last one. Springles? So, mathematically, Springles should be most effective against Rangian, right? Of like heavily armored units, because they have less base health. But, the issue is you would have built Springles. STBs are blobbing up instead. I prefer the STBs as well. Like, if you think about Wham's army comp, it is majority ranged. Nestibes deals with that better than Springles will. Problem with what Sass has done here is it means he's camping. Like, realistically, Wham could go free TC. Kind of like how Sass has. Wait, why has Sass gone free TC without farms? Oh my god, he's going to play mech build. I mean, he doesn't have the food income to play bio, right? So if Wham realizes what's happening here, when he gets in the fight, he'll take a big hit initially from Nest of Ease, but then you just dive. Adding 2 Springles isn't bad considering their costs. I mean, the problem is the moment you add a bit too much siege, your opponent just dives you, right? And I think like adding Nesta Bees and Springolds, you're gonna get dove. It's a very difficult line to walk. Also, this isn't China. It's not like you get the extra health to make them somewhat tanky. And that's what Wham's doing. He's fishing right now. He's trying to just pull Sass out from his base so he can surround. 3 shots coming in. And this is the commitment we were looking for. Brangian are getting around the back. The Landstek as well in the villages. I don't think the Nesta Bees are killing enough here. No, not even close to. In fact, he's running out of front line. Brangian and Landstek are reaching in. Luckily, the Landstek are all dead. Otherwise, these villages would be getting cleaved down. So Sassy survives, but I don't know if I really call this surviving. A lot of dead workers, a lot of dead army in a game where he doesn't have farms yet. And not just that, it's on the back as well. The Landstek on the berries. Man, this is sick. I love this coming out from Wham. This is a masterclass on how to utilize Landstek and Castle Age, a unit that we rarely see these days, apart from the Golden Horn Tower production. Puts him a game ahead, but there's still more to come. Okay, what do we call that one? The Forgotten Unit, right? Alright, there we go. So, game 1 done. Game 2 is going to be Lakeside. Let's mark that up. That was Biz versus Juji. And by the way, like, Juji is actually so damn good right now. I don't consider that Wham throwing away strong Civ and Sass throwing away a mid-tier Civ. I think both of them threw in very powerful Civs. Yeah, you guys still talking about the Stonewalls? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's still in the rules about Stonewalls, if I'm not mistaken, right? I don't think that ever got removed from the rules. From the rules, rather. Okay, so game 2, English versus French. Yeah, and English have been a bit weird on this map. Because if you hunker down, French hunker down, and arbitrary screws the pooch for you. I think we got a good shot at game 3 here. Oh yeah, this map, of all maps, Royal Britannia going up against the French. I don't know why I said that like a Scotsman. The classic 100-Year War commences over the pond, aka Pants map. If you don't know why it's called Pants map, just rotate it 90 degrees and it all becomes clear. Don't ask me why he's got extra padding on the sides of the crotch. But yeah, this has actually been a very good map for French so far. We've been seeing a decent number of French picks. I want to say it's like third or fourth most popular. They have some solid plays in Deficient at the beginning with the dot play because it's so cheap. Night follow-up provides a lot of pressure. It's not just a default win for French though, because something to keep in mind is this is a very defensively oriented map. The starting TC location is very hard to breach. But what can be really good for French that we've been seeing is when you park and hunker for that mid-late game and start getting mass arbitrary pumping. Love seeing great players like Wham take the stage and showcase his great skills. Sad some players just sit in the wings like little gremlins. I mean, this is the thing I've said, right? Like, the current ATR system actually discourages progress and rewards lack of. And I don't like that. My recommendation to offset some of that, and, you know, I've been honest about this, it benefits me because it makes my tournament series of more value to the scene, is I think that all the other tournaments should start using like 1 or 2 slots from this to qualify players, right? interweave the system. It's actually weird to me that we started off the AoE4 ecosystem by interweaving the system. And what I mean by that, for example, is like how Red Bull Wololo Legacy used Nilly's Apartment Cup, or, you know, like EGC's first major tournament to qualify 2 slots from each. But then we don't really do that anymore. Why? So, looks like Wham has gone for the fishing opening. And I believe the idea with what Sassy's build here is that he will eventually play out onto the deep water fish. But by doing what he's done here, his opponent won't know that he's fishing. This is a bit of a gamble, though. The logic being is your opponent needs to wrap south to get behind your base to see the back of your base anyway. So he usually shouldn't see you here. But this is a gamble that is not going to work. Wham! Just got all the info he needs. He knows about the dock. And yeah, he scouts out the fishing. This means that Wham is going to be playing water. Sass, I believe, saw him in return, though. He walked too far down the hill. I don't know why he did, actually. Wham could have seen from afar and not revealed himself there. That's a little bit of a slip-up by Wham, because that's information that Sass simply shouldn't have had. Main indication. So, okay, so I'm seeing a lot of talk about the old ATR system versus the new tournament elo system. The problem with the old ATR system is it actually like rewarded people for cheesing their way through irrelevant tournaments, right? So like we had an era that was referred to as the Divine DFP era, and that was where Divine would go and grind 3 different regions tournaments of like C-class tournaments to get ATR ranking. The problem with that type of system is it rewards the people that just basically come into tournaments that weren't even necessarily designed for them. It rewards the person who just has the most hours to grind. And not even necessarily has the most hours to grind, leading to them being the best player. It's just that they basically... It leads to them just being able to play the most. It's not smart. But the replacement system is now like anti-participation and the absolute opposite. Like literally when we introduced Tournament Elo, I got on a call with the guy who created Tournament Elo and highlighted how this would have a negative effect on participation. Like I gave an example of show matches. If I ran a show match, what used to cost me $100 would now cost me $200. Because now players have an opportunity cost they need to associate. So yeah. It's tricky. Like, there are situations where these tournament elo systems make sense and are needed, but there are also plenty of situations where they just don't make sense. You know what I think would actually be maybe a smart solution? Is seeding becomes less of a problem once you have more tournaments fundamentally targeting group stages. Instead of just doing, like, single elim brackets, right? Still tricky around the qualifiers, but... Like I said, you know, you put 1 or 2 invite slots in from the weeklies, 1 or 2 invite slots in from the previous big tournament, etc. And then you have a group stage, and all of a sudden, like, the seeding balance doesn't really matter for everything. Because right now, seeding based on ATR elo, or even just ladder, is dictating everything. We do it with our weeklies because it makes sense for our weeklies, but for a lot of these bigger tournaments, it's not needed. Just do a group stage. So, tech up's complete. We do have the archer ship coming out from Wham. Sass, I think, is on a bait and switch here, which is kind of sick. He doesn't need to build boats, right? If he just builds knights on land, he can punish Wham. Wham already now getting to the spearman to try and defend against that. We do have a wall coming up on the back. Wham's little walls should be quick enough to protect him. I've seen a few players do like 2 TC on a delay from with French here. I don't see that being likely out of Sass. So then you have to wonder, what's the remaining options? You can either play 1 TC all in, or you can go for a fast castle. I think we're getting 1 TC all in, folks. Archer's already queued up, and he sees exactly what he wants. This is weirdly beneficial for Sass, because although Wham has got the council hall to start producing lombos, if he's wrong on the timing and too many archers come out, he's going to die. Because the thing is, like, knights are pretty redundant here. Once the back wall goes up, knights can't do anything in small numbers. This is the thing that I was saying about this map, where it's just too defensive. Archer ship's at least going to come in, so 1 kill and out of time achieved there. Wombos are coming out from Wham. I think Wham played this very well, not going for the Abbey of Kings. Abbey of Kings would have left him wide open to death really fast in this. But look what Sass is now doing. We've got pro scouts. Yeah, I think Pro Scout's all-in might make sense, but if he sees Wham adding too many Lombos, Sass will just fall back to a Castle Age. It's not the worst of ideas, right? Because the tricky thing is, like, Wham can build Lombos to defend, but he can't build Lombos to attack. Because if you build Lombos to attack, you're freaking out that there's going to be Knights waiting for you. Right? Like, I don't think Wham can come out of his base here. So this now comes down to timing, right? You need to balance your economy. You need to make sure you've got just enough to keep Sass from diving you. And then use the fact that you have fishing to get an age ahead. Alright, 1's if you think Wham's going to win this game, 2 if you think Sass is going to take it. I mean, Wham is already stockpiling, and I think that may be too soon. It's 9 Archer versus 5 Lombos. ATR should only be influenced by BO5 upwards? No, because then, like, literally most of KPMM makes no sense. I think Sass probably goes up to about 15 archers and then switches knights. Logic being at that stage, like, Wham is going to overreact into Lombos to counter you and then use blob knights into him. And because you went pro scouts, you can afford it, right? But Wham, I mean, he's got, what, like 9 sheep on land, he's adding a farm, so he's not going to run out of food himself. The tricky part is the longer the feudal goes, the worse it kind of gets for Wham, because we're already seeing Sass is building an economy lead, right? And that is a land lead, courtesy of the French TC. It'd be nice to have sniped that scout, not quite able to get it though. You really want to make Wham feel secluded on this map. Like, you can't see a thing. Looks like we do actually have Wham stockpiling very aggressively now. This is like the interesting thing though for Sass, is like where French feels really good in this matchup is you don't have to be first to Castle Age, because if you're not first to Castle Age, it's because you're scaling something that you want in Castle Age, which is Knights, right? So like Sass adding in Knights like this isn't bad per se. What's tricky is I think he's looking for a dive point, and I don't think it's going to be there quick enough for him. Wham is getting ready to pull the trigger now. If Wham goes King's Palace, he's dead. If it's White Tower though, this looks really good for Wham. It's all about timings. Sass steps up, starts to trade out. We don't have any blacksmith techs, so right now, if Sass is intending to go all in, he's missing a key component. He does have the blacksmiths for the free tech, which is melee. What we really need here, there we go, is Undermesh. And we have King's Palace. Ooh. Now, I'm curious, when Sass sees this tech up, is he going to push forward? Because if he does, then Wham might be in trouble. And the knight count isn't really high enough for a full dive, but he could do some serious damage. It's all about probing. And yeah, I think Poppy's probably focusing on the ET tournaments. People are trying to hide the strats, which is why we're cooking up something that's going to make them want to compete. Because I think it's only right to reward people who participate in Midweek Muster. So, seeing what we can cook up. Should have more info, hopefully, in the coming days. Knight's now diving in. Wham only has 6 spears here. And now you see the problem of not having White Towers. Like, realistically, once Undermesh is in, there is an opening here. Tech up complete. Wham. Will he look to take it? He's actually hesitant here. I mean, you are going to be diving into English TCs. One of the hardest civs to do so. Archers are going to get some freebies. The spears try to spawn out. And remember, there's no placement on the outpost. Okay, I kind of like this from Sass, right? He could slowly start to stockpile either units or resources. Because right now, he's not losing anything. Wham only has 7 Lombos. Kind of looks like he's a little bit lost on what to invest into next. Weirdly enough, you don't even have veterancy, because right, he can't touch the gold. Knight's now diving in. I think actually Sass is aware that his opponent doesn't have enough gold. So he gets to the backside. Villagers are now in trouble. Archers will chase away the spears. The Knights can easily take down the LBs. This is crazy. Look at this. It's 12 gold difference. He's missing what he needs to get Castle Age Lombos out. And we have Gathering on the backside to fix that, but now that you've lost your standing army, if the Knights go all the way to the back corner, this is going to be a massacre. Villagers getting mopped up on the tree line. These ones are at least cutting out, but I mean, at this stage, Sass needs to sense it. If veterancies are going to be coming in, it's because his opponent's gathering gold, and he's definitely not doing it from the front of the base. Wild dive here from Sass, and one that seems relentless as we've got more Knights getting queued. Archer line is starting to thin a bit as things calm down. We don't have a scout out on the gold in the back, so hasn't got there yet. But he's now rallying. And this is big. I mean, it's only going to be one Knight going, but no textiles means that Wham's likely to lose another 2-3 villagers on that back there. First crossbow's now coming out, so that's going to calm Sassy down. Wait, no. What? Okay, so we have a win on water. A very delayed win on water. I can't believe that. So Sass, I wonder why we didn't have more Knights coming. It's because actually this was just enough boats to peel Wham off of the pond. Now, we do have the army reacting down here because they know there's a Knight up in the area, but I mean, Sass, you can still get another worker kill with the charge. Remember, it's a 1-2 tapper. Hasn't gone for it yet. Wait, why hasn't he gone for it yet? Well, no opportunity there, so a bit of a wasted op. Obviously, we have God Vision, that's the thing we have to remember, but like Sass should have been suspicious when he saw no crossbows, no lombos for a long time. That should have been his alarm bell that Wham didn't have gold. Sass in with another army. This guy is not going Castle Age. He's just renewing the aggression. Wham maybe 2 TC, but right now he's 7 eco behind and scaling, right? Because Sass also has potential to go double pond play here with the deep waters. Holy crap. I believe France has done it. I mean, I'm impressed. I don't think this is a map that necessarily rewards aggression. It's very much a turtley map. You tend to get away with hunkering down too easily. Sass found a very, very succulent timing here. Crazy that it was just 12 gold away from being a catastrophe. Because if that veterancy had been coming in, it only takes 30 seconds, right? A handful of lombos get upgraded. All of a sudden, these Knights are nothing. Is there a world in which Sass tries to go castle? I don't think so. I think it's redundant in his eyes. His opponent hasn't impressed him with his defense here. Archers counters out all of the army that Wham has, right? So the Knights can just target the villagers instead. Farm's getting idled here. Archers with the dive in. They are going to be able to find the villagers. Short bows get pulled out. Spearmen try to brace, but this is not enough of them. And that surely has to be game. A swift strike back in game number 2 from Sass means that Wham will not continue on deeper in the tournament. Uncut. No, Sass has proven on this map that he can bleed. The question now is whether he'll be able to prove that he can fall. It's definitely a high order, right? Wham, basically every single time he participates, he makes it to grand finals. So to be knocked out in the quarterfinals would be quite the upset. Can Sassy do it? Let me know what you guys think. Get your predictions in before game 3. Will he make it happen here? Did I really just see a transport ship for one night? One night that makes the difference. Game number 2, it's 1-1. We're getting a decider. Yo, what's up? Coppensnelleri? Apologies. It's hard to say in my throat like that. Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate the sub. Look at you. See, I can tell you appreciate what I'm doing with KPMM. Subscribing 3 months in advance so you don't have to worry about ads in the future. That is smart. Thank you there, mate. All right, so 1-1 scoreline means it's going to be settled on board land. God, my throat is still really rough. And I think... So, it has to be China. It's definitely China. This is China-Rus, right? Which I think is just better for China. Oh, it's China IU. Okay, that makes it different. Yo, what's up, Yakimo? Thank you very much for the Prime sub. Remember, guys, get those Prime subbies in. Don't be a stranger. Might get a sub-train going, actually. Have you seen English win against French in this KPMM? That matchup seems very one-sided. I feel like French is dominating it at the moment. It's tricky. Like, English aren't really... Like, I think the maps where English are coming out, the 2TC isn't as viable, which is why you're seeing it look so bad for them. Right? Because if you don't have 2TC against French, they just outshine you. Sub life on the end. Thank you very much for the Prime sub, mate. Appreciate you. Oh, wait, YouTubers, if you're sitting there with a Prime, quickly hop into the Twitch chat, drop it, and then hop back across. Boom. I mean, it's just going to sit there otherwise. Do you really want to give Bezos money? Why would you do that to yourself? Yeah, we're 93%. We almost got the hype train. All right. 1 second. I'm just quickly going to turn off my heating. It's getting a bit baked in here. Oh. How many more subs for KP to Conk series? I think we talked about this, right? I didn't put a sub goal on it. I said that we would do a KP to Conk series if we start to reach like 750 average viewers across a month. And I'm willing to make that a bit easier to achieve by including YouTube as well. But like currently, I think we're at maybe 400 average viewers a month, 420 across the two platforms. So yeah, bring your friends. You need 500? No, I said 750. 750 for Road to Conk. Is it time for Pro Scouts? Is he a believer? Because we've got a funky one here. It's going to be Ibids versus Chinese on a Pro Scout dominant map. That is a tricky and sticky one. China have to be favored here, man. I wonder if SAS is going to do some feudal all-in type approach with Dervish wing play. We definitely don't have the advanced wing to Pro Scouts build that's been starting to scuttle around the Ibids minds. But yeah, 1-0. Welcome back to the side. I mean, the options left, Sassy, the alternative he did have at his disposal would have been the Roos pick. I think that could have competed a bit better with China on Pro Scouts, but maybe has its own kind of shortcomings. Especially if you're talking about like fast castle. I think like at that stage, China can flood a lot of cavalry to deal with horse archers at the beginning. And that's why we're probably seeing SAS feel a bit more comfortable with the idea of IU. But, oh. It's one of those. Oof. Okay. Well, we'll try to explore this down the narrow path. Desert Raider opening, you just have to be looking for fast castle, surely, right? So he'll use the Desert Raider to block some of the Pro Scout gathering, but like, you're not going to stop it indefinitely. I don't know. I think this is one of the worst answers to Pro Scouts play. The reason being is like there is way too many scout options on the map for deer. So you are gambling on whether you block that play. The other way that SAS might be going is, if you guys remember, we had a really cool game in Miyamika's series against Elyona. It was actually the game he won. On this map against French, where he went for a mass Desert Raider strategy. Looked super slick. It did have a lot of caveats into it, though, and why it worked. And also, keep in mind, like, mass Desert Raiders makes more sense there than against China. Because against French, it's going to be Knights. Hopefully, Microsoft can invest in some promotional activities around DLC for right streamers or something. I mean, like, I'm just going to say it. Microsoft should phone me and work with me. I've literally ran like launch events for games before, and I wasn't even, in that case, sponsored by the devs. Like, y'all familiar with Diablo 4? I know it was a bit of a flop of a game, but we ran an insanely successful launch event for Diablo's seasons called Race to World First 100. Had over 63 million minutes watched. Averaged several thousand people watching. Right? Huge success for a channel that had no viewership beforehand. So, like, I know how to get eyeballs on. Let's just put it like that. I'd love to be able to work with Microsoft on actually doing something for the DLC launch that gets eyeballs on, because I think that's really what's missing. It feels like the promotional campaign around AoE 4's original launch was so drastically big, they don't want to do anything ever again. And that's sad, because I think after the last DLC, a campaign to drive awareness and drive new sales is exactly what AoE 4 needs. Maybe even just make the base game free, right? And then have the DLCs now to charge with. What about fast feudal, very fast pro scouts? What, with Ayu? Without advancement, it doesn't make sense on the timings, right? It's too slow. So yeah, like no advancement means no bueno. You're just not really going to be seeing pro scouts here. Sheep count is at least looking good for Sass. He's got 16 sheep to work with. The berries are about to run out. Wham, of course, has gone towards pro scouts, right? Like we can already tell by the amount of gold he's got. This is a pro scouts play. Does it help them watch the stream on free device at the same time, or does that? I think it works that way. I'm not sure though. I've heard mixed things, and it's always been changing, but I believe it does count as different people. Like I said, you know, the way you guys are able to help grow the stream is just when you share these videos around with people you think are going to like to see them on YouTube and Twitch. When, you know, you upvote the Reddits, you just tell people who just don't know about these things in the friend circles and Discord groups. Like I said, my goal, I mean, I don't know if you guys saw it at the start of the year, like I tweeted out, one of my goals for this year is to become a 1,000 CCV streamer. That's ballsy, I know, but I'd rather aim big than aim pussyfooty, you know? So now the goal is to find out how to get there. Why didn't timing work? You could grab enemy deer at 430. What, with the pro scouts? I just don't think it's worth it against China. Like, China's just too quick. Because of the supervision, they get their pro scouts for 30 seconds. They supervise, pump out. Like, it just... The idea of going into feudal makes more sense to me for Ayu to attack. But what I just don't like is Sass's build to go Desert Raider over Dervishes. Dervishes would have been a lot better with Desert Raiders forcibly built. And then you just build 1 or 2 Desert Raiders, Mass Horsemen. Now, this is getting into the Mass Cav or Mass Cav, right? And the logic now for Wham is he does have to outbloat his opponent. But the cool thing is, by getting all these deer home, he can afford to do that. How often do you see a player fall behind then come back to win? It really depends on the rankings. Like, if you're playing a really grinded out meta against a high-level player, they're going to understand the route to success, right? But, like, if you're a new player during the game, you're probably playing against much lower-ranked players that don't actually know how to end the game. So if you start figuring out how to end a game or how to play out the situation, you can make a lot of comebacks. Picked up the sheep that camel killed. No. Sitting right there. So what's Sass's win condition here? We've got spears getting added in, but this is diversifying your comp in a rough way. Because the more you do this, the better it gets for China. Because they'll gradually get Barbican. And then we're talking Zhug. Zhug that do just destroy spears and Desert Raiders. He's going to end up losing the village out here by the looks of it. It was a little bit greedy of a placement in the first place. I think you want that protection against the opening Desert Raider instead of an outpost, but obviously the trade-off is, you know, it's not going to attack back like an outpost. Sass does just reset after he sees archers added. If I'm in front, it's 50-50. I lose or my opponent wins. Those are the options in a game of Age of Empires 4. You said you like to listen to AoE4 to fall asleep, and they laughed at you? I mean, I feel like people should laugh at me for you, like, using me to fall asleep. That just makes me sound very boring. Are you feeling very sleepy right now? Yes, because I've seen the millionth Pro Scout game already in 2025. So Barbican coming in, and this is where Sass should not be playing the Age anymore, but he's going Pro Scouts. What? Is this a little late? This feels very late. There's still a lot of deer on the map, but you've kind of relinquished control of the pressure, right? Wham should be able to actually pick up quite a few deer. I guess Sass is going to try to flood 6 to 8 scouts and just take more via that logic. The rough part is you need to take more, right? Because if this ends up being a 50-50 split, it's still a win for China because of supervision. Right, they'll take all these deer and they'll basically add 20% extra roll, which, when you consider this map has 30 deer, 30 deer equals, what was it, 7,500-ish food? So, for 7,500 food, and I'm getting half of that, right, that's 3.7k, which I'm then adding 20% onto. So that's equivocal of like 3 extra deer anyway. So I can afford to be behind a bit as China. Calm YouTube videos or like streams are quite good to fall asleep to, though. I mean, sure, if the content creator's boring. I guess I'm just boring. All right, who do you think is going to win this, guys? One's for SAS, two's for Wham. No, don't backpedal. I know where I stand now, chat. I'm a resident sleeper stream. Thanks. SAS adding in archers feels weird at this stage. Zhuge's spear just beats this, right? He needs to get out of H2 now. We'll probably be looking at Growth Wing here. Dervish is a potential option. It's just most people prefer to have the extra economy. Especially now against Song Dynasty, the logic being by the time you get Growth Wing, you would have eclipsed the villager lead your opponent built, right? The Song hasn't been running long, which means that this stage, Wham isn't actually ahead by a villager count. But it's coming. Complaining about having an audience that won't ever leave even if he's on for 8 hours? I mean, that's true. I guess the tricky part is like when you do a sponsor and they go, why don't we have any sales? And you're like, well, here's the thing. It's subconscious sailing. And they're like, what do you mean? It's like, they hear me talk about your product when they're asleep. Whoa. Okay, you can tell I'm a salesman. Press coming in from Wham here. This is a scary army for SAS to try and contest. Steel Arrow as well, man. This is a hard fight. SAS done that classic thing. Built a feudal army and didn't get blacksmiths. Like every urban player before him. Except Kiljardi. Probably the only one who remembers to do it. Like, it's just so ridiculous how big of a deal it is. He literally even built the blacksmiths, but didn't actually queue anything up out of it. We are about to see a tech up, so this has to be growth, surely. What? He doesn't think he can survive long enough. He went advancement, which, I mean, in the right situations is great, but this is him building advancement from a bad position, right? He's scared of dying, which, I mean, to be fair, most of us are probably scared of dying. You know, when you're just conscious about it, guys, you realize that what makes things beautiful is they must always end at some point. That's why you're eventually going to have to accept that Age of Empires 5 equal better. Sorry, guys. Why do I call it blacksmiths? Because there's no way one guy in that thing is able to arm an entire army. The maths just doesn't add up. Nice little poke at least coming from SAS. What he's trying to do right now is draw attention back towards Wham's base, but he's not falling for it. He's going to start diving in. He needs to try and find some value out of this. Like right now, we basically have an age up coming from SAS with a lot of resources to boot. Wham, by comparison, does not even start to stockpile. We'll at least bait the Horseman Desert Raiders back here. A lot of obsession over killing one scout there. The interesting part is like this squaring up in the center is really important for the deer. Right, like Wham is still now getting more deer off the map from the Pro Scouts play. SAS, I don't know where he's been pulling back deer from. I don't know if he has been. We've got one coming down here, but he's meant to have 6. So yeah, we've got one coming back here. Am I blind or am I like only seeing 2 scouts operational? Yeah, 3 on the TC, right? Yeah, okay, so he lost track of his scouting. So he pro scouted just to amateur scout. Uy, uy, uy. Now Wham, an opportunity, an opening to do some damage here. Starts to move in. What you want to do is try to snipe as much of the army as possible. The problem is there's already Golems out from SAS. Going to force Wham back. Lancers as well. Spears can at least deal with the Lancers, but the Golems can deal with everything here. Wham, actually just standing his ground right now, which is it's weird. His spears are A-clicking under the spearmen instead of going after the Lancers. Duke finally trading through the army. We'll go for that backline of archers. Now, Wham will eventually get pushed back by this, but in return, What he's getting is more and more deer from that center, and he's buying time for his own castle play now. Do we still have amateur scouts? We do. One of them went off to college, though. It's now only 2. But that's still slowing down his timing, right? I actually think he lost one of the scouts is the problem. And yeah, Sass wins this fight. Like, Wham overdove. He was looking for economy and then got sucked in by the Ghoulems. He couldn't back away in time. I think realistically, Wham could have stepped away, but he was probably valuing the deers in the center a bit too much. Especially considering he only had 3 scouts. So yeah, I don't really think he got that many additional deer out of delaying that. Now, he's delayed the arrival towards his base. We do have a granary being set up. Wait, what? Okay, yeah, he has not been getting enough deer. Now he has to defend with feudal army against Ghoulems. I mean, upside right now is because Sass went Lancers as well, he slowed his timing. I actually think that this is the classic kind of mistake we see from a lot of Iber players, is the temptation to build even just a few Lancers. When you think about the maths involved, like, you're just better off blobbing Ghoulems, especially from a defensive standpoint. It must feel annoying because you're like, oh, but the Zhuge gonna kite me. It's like, yeah, but the Zhuge aren't gonna kill you fast, right? And when you got archers assisting behind, like, if he was just building Ghoulam against Zhuge, I'd understand his fears. But archer plus Ghoulam is just a winning comp. So, wow, struggling to actually get a good trade. The best thing he could have done is bypass. The reason he's not is these archers run quicker. So if he runs past the Ghoulam and Sass notices, he pulls these away, and all of a sudden these guys have perfect attack speed. They don't have to wait. Mamluk's Bravery also coming, and a sick tech to have for Ghoulam play. Double Strike just makes it so incredibly valuable. Wham has got the resources to get up. Astronomical Clock Tower is now on the way. Barbican is a good enough defense to keep Sass from diving. So, at this stage, Sass needs something else. And I love that he's already switched onto it. Dervishes on the way. First relic already coming home. Right now, Wham has been contained in the corner. The problem here, however, is Sass can't just contain him, he needs to kill him. Look at the economy. If you just wait for 5 to 10 minutes now, you're dead. Yeah, this is way too lax. Because the other problem is, like, you've got taxation for China, you've got plenty of gold veins on top of that, not to mention the farms now getting added in. It's not like Wham's going to starve out anymore. That tech up noise forced to dive into the defense. I'm struggling to see the clean picture for Sass. He needs to consider 2 TC. In terms of the deer, he's still got a reasonable amount at home, so it's not like he's going to immediately run out of food. That's the upside. Downsides are showing up elsewhere, though. Like, even if he gets 5 relics home, there's going to be a very big window where Wham is advantaged there because of the villager lead already. All right, like, when you look at the raw count, we're talking about 50 versus 64. Right, and relics are worth about 2. Let's be generous and say even 3. If we give him the 3 villagers worth, which is not true, it's more like 2. 3 would be 15. The reality is you're getting about 10 workers worth. So that means even in this magical rainbow situation that doesn't really exist, where relics are worth 3 villagers, Wham already has enough workers to make up for that. There's at least one upside for Sass, and of course that is going to be the Golden Age, 10%er. But, oh god, I feel so negative when I swing it the other way. China has a 20% buff gathering rate. Oh, wow. That sounds very nifty. And a bit brutal for the receiver. It's kind of crazy how we've gone from meta where China is good into meta where China is even better. You guys find that weird yet? Pre-Pro Scouts, this Civ felt really good because they, with the changes to Imperial Academy, had the presence of Feudal. They could do builds, right? They could actually play the age that they were meant to be weak in. Ever since the Pro Scouts change, it got even worse. There's now a Civ that can still play the Feudal Age, or they can just bypass into the better ages. And I think that's where a Civ like Ibids feels very sad. This is a timing Civ, right? Ibids aren't interested in prolonging a game. It's all about how I utilize my Feudal in the castle. I think Sass definitely had a window. A lot of people in chat were saying as well. Like, there was a dive point opportunity there. He just chose the wrong location, right? Tried to go and brute force through the Barbican. Never feels great. I think also the Gulam massing could have maybe been prioritized over Lancer play. Or if you want to add in Lancers, at least get on the flanks. But, I mean, Wham removed that option when these walls went up. We should have some live series coming. I'm waiting to hear back on the Dumu series. I believe B and Eliona as well. Maybe more. We might actually have a semi-finals today as well. Now with the Palace Guard spam. Decent answer to the Gulams, just kind of blunts them, denies them. Crossbows also getting added in. I think this is someone that Sass is going to need, and he realizes it now with the Palace Guard coming out. Weirdly enough, I thought he'd be going back for like 2 TC to try and give himself some runway. Sass, I've got to respect it. Sticking to his guns here. He's prepping the siege. So Ram plus the Manjanique coming. I mean, Manjaniques can be pretty nice here because Wham has built very forward granary farms. So if you start scudding this area, you can burn it all down. Problem is, he's got backup granaries as well. Like, Wham building this way, you know, a lot of people like to think it's very inefficient to do this with granaries, but the upside is if you get raided on your farms, you're not just dead on food income. You spread it. Walls coming up just so you can get extra wood here. Wham's walls making another appearance. You know, it's kind of a shame that Louis hasn't signed up this week. Can you imagine watching those two go at it with their walls again? Ooh, good job there, Sass. Keeping a little bit of a gap open. Unfortunately, Wham is just too quick to react. Yeah, this is not where you want to be going in. I mean, it's not even worth killing an Imperial official, right? Because of the fact they come out of the academy. Yeah, Cavalry gets mopped up. You got like, what, maybe 2 to 3 worker kills to that maximum? It's not enough. Sacred Sight timer is ticking, but, I mean, that's a long win condition. Wham's already starting to prep the nest of bees. Army. He's moving in to defend. Crossbow's out of position there. That looked like that might have been a bit of a misgrouping. Does react quick enough before it becomes a problem, though. That would have been a big deal. Losing half your crossbows there would have given the Gulams an in. So Wham dodges a really big problem. But isn't out of the woods yet. Double Manjanique. Could be a bully. Barbican being scarred here. Decent initial damage coming out. Sprawl just got queued up inside the landmark. Wham a little bit hesitant to engage. Understandably so. Barbican should really be targeting down the Manjanique. Doesn't seem to be, though. Nestabee's now arriving for Wham. First one just came out. This is a very deep dive coming in from Sass. He's using Wham's own base against him. Villagers on the stone line are going to get harassed here. Manjanique's getting dodged out, but the Nestabee shots is coming in big. The Manjanique's already half HP. Sass, this feels like an overextension. You know he needs to. He understands he's on the clock here. But Wham has played this perfectly, cutting him out. Knobs get the shots in. One Manjanique left alive. Once that's dead, Shugi and Nu are going to wipe the floor with this. I mean, arguably they already are, right? Sass has at least found a few extra worker kills with this engagement. But he's already taking damage on the flank. We just see the PG we're wrapping around. That's why the numbers are a bit deceptive here, is because Wham wasn't only defending, he's also been attacking. Sorry. Now, Sass, he has got that ticker going. We're down to 7 minutes now, but this was a catastrophic loss. A wipe of an army that's now going to be very difficult to replace for a player who doesn't have farms, nor has easy access to the berries, because unlike the walls that Wham done here, Sass didn't layer himself. PGR now in. Sass now trying to switch across into the crossbows again after getting completely wiped out, but that's going to take time. This Palace Guard flood is not. It's already there. Yeah, I like this from Wham as well. Don't throw them away. Guard the area, right? Rotate around here because you know your opponent needs food. He's already also snuck a secondary group into the back of the base. Isn't reworked rock shot stronger than fire shot for buildings? I think it depends on the building. Like, yeah, against the farm, but against the Barbican, because it's so big, you actually get surprising damage. The other cool thing about the fire shot is fire shot is really good if the army shows up as well. So, you know, if you're worried that in the fight you're going to forget to switch, it's worth just sticking on it. Because the whole idea is, like, the mangonel shots, you saw what happened in that fight. When he was mango shots, he got dodged. If he was fire shots, Wham can't easily just kite him. And we have a key drop. So win condition just got eliminated for Sass. I don't know what he is without a Sacred Site timer here. Decap's coming through. He had to stop because he had to build the farms, but the farms are now getting intercepted. And I'm losing faith fast. I'm not really sure what Sass's win condition is anymore. I mean, he had a timing in mind on the Sacred Site, but before anyone blames him for diving, I understand fully why he dove. If he didn't dive there, he was worried that Wham was just going to blob 200 and imp, which he'll be able to always do quicker than Sass because of his economy. Like, you have to remember that right now, Wham is 20 ahead after the worker kills as well. Like, if it wasn't for that dive-in that I think got about 10 worker kills itself, it's a big enough lead that China will always hit Imperial in time. And the scary thing about China hitting Imperial is, like, they can rush supervision tech. They usually have a lot of gold due to taxation. So, you know, this is a civ that when there's 4 minutes left on the clock for a Sacred Site victory, where most civs would be like, I can't get elite techs, they don't have that problem. Oh, no. Oh, the PG are hungry. Luckily for Sass, I don't think they're going to see this. No. He's going around. So at least we'll be able to dodge the problem there. But unluckily for Sass, this rate gold's going to be a bigger issue for him. I don't think Sass can afford Trebs. His economy is just way too weak. We were seeing a Ram getting added in, which is now cancelled. Tower of the Sultans could be intriguing. Your opponent doesn't have horsemen, so he doesn't immediately kill. But Palace got it quite quick, and Zhug as a range unit will be 3 times more effective than others against the Tower of the Sultans. And oh no. He's been found on the food. He does at least have farms behind this, but this is extra food he can't really afford to be without right now. I'm not really sure why these guys have rallied out here in the first place. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, originally it was to chase Palka, but remember, he was coming out in the first place, so kind of curious if there was an attempt to flank raid. That's now not going to work. Sacred Sites can now be locked. Realistically, Wham can just station all army south, keep the castle in the north, and eventually drop a keep on the south. At this stage, I think Sass knows he's fairly dead. This is like a 4 or 5% chance maximum for him to swing back. He'll understand like the dynamics of Chinese and how quickly they scale. But at the same time, you have to remember we're single elim, so like Sass might as well play out the final game here because he's got nothing else to do with the evening. We won hell of a comeback as well. So, I guess, like, post-game assessment, like, what could Sass have done different? I think for a start, the Dervish just feels a lot better than the Desert Raider opening. But when he made that castle transition, there was definitely a window where he needed to press. I just think he chose the wrong location. So, it's not that Sass's build can't work the way he executed it. It's more that he didn't initiate at the perfect time. And the window of opportunity was always going to be small with Gulen rushing against China. 2 Sacred Sites now locked in, though. And this is going to force Sass to react. We don't have a tech up on the way. There's no way to be able to afford it. Not before 200 pop. But you can see he's very far off that. Kind of surprised, actually, Wham let him have this gold. Would have expected a blocker there. Ah, there we go. Yeah. Is it slightly uphill? Yeah, so I think the keep's vision is a little bit cut. What do you guys think? Do you think that, like, Ayabids should usually win this matchup? Like, my feeling going into this is that this wasn't a great matchup for Ayu. But, like, I like the idea that Sass was playing around timings, which feels like it somewhat goes against him. I usually see him as, like, a mid-late game orderly player, but, oh. Alright, dude, that's curtains closed. There's no arguing with that. See what I mean about when the game slows down? Oh, China just being China. Great Wall Gatehouse now on the way. While still having a bigger army. And the dive comes in. Sass with the key drop. Even building a ram here, because obviously the archers don't really do any damage to this. This is difficult. This is a tall order. Wham's army is already in range. The castle's just not dying. Torch damage just feels kind of irrelevant here. This is over. He has to know as well. It's 44 crossbows. He does at least get the decap, so has removed that win condition, but there's already raids coming on the flank. That's a lot of palace guards, 17 of them in fact. And he knows it's done. GG gets called. The Canadian looks unkillable once again in the midweek musters. Oh. Always a bit of a tricky bugger to deal with actually. So 1 second. What's going on with score lobby? It's been a bit weird. So, another series done. Let me quickly double check what we still got rocking. It's got plenty of goodies still on the horizon. So we've just done 2 series, didn't we, so far? So we've done, for those that know, we've seen that it's B versus Elyona. Wham versus Sassy now complete. We've got that Kiljardi versus Lash series into the winner of that versus Cat. We're still waiting to see when Dumu's going to play a series. Chum, do we have an answer from Dumu? I didn't see anything communicated on his series. And then we could still potentially look at Voldemar versus Stay Frosty. So 1 second, let me just update everything here. So 2-0 from B. Wham versus Sass was a 2-1. Really cool series. That puts Wham through. I believe that's everything correct. I think what we'll do now is... He's on lunch right now? Okay. What we'll do now, we're going to do Kiljardi versus Lash, okay? So, let me get the draft ready. Ooh, we have some Hallowed Spring coming in. I actually quite like when Hallowed Spring comes up, because it's quite rare at the moment. So, Rocky Canyon. Or River. I always forget, is it Rocky Canyon or River? It's definitely River, yeah. My brain. Dude, the decision to have such similarly named maps was such a mistake. On the development side. Because basically, Rocky River was the culmination of 2 other maps. Alright, so, Kiljardi vs Lash. Let me get onto their profiles. Kiljardi definitely statistically favored here. Can't really mention meta without mentioning that Wham is doing what Wham is doing when he loads the game. He's one of the few turning the gears and setting the lines in this game. Oh, look at cursing in his copy pastas. What's my favorite men at arms? Samurai. I think Japan's cool, man. I ain't no shame in that. They cool. Okay, so let's have a look here. Which game is it? I can't see it in his match history. What the hell? 1 sec. Let me check Lash's history. Imp Bruce Men at Arms underrated look wise? Nah, dude. Japanese every day. Nippon for the win. Excuse me. We might have been scammed. We can't see Lash versus Kiljardi game 1. We can hop in game 2 though, at least. So I will tell you guys that it was game 1 win for Kiljardi. And it looks like that was Roos versus Delhi. And I'm really annoyed that we're scammed now, because Roos beating Delhi is quite bloody surprising, actually. That's like the lesson we've been needing, right? Because we've been watching a bunch of Roos versus Delhi, and it's just constantly Roos getting crapped on. But game 2 doesn't really inspire confidence here. Juji versus Malians, a Pro Scout map. Juji just ST on Pro Scouts. The fact that Kiljardi already won Roos against Delhi has me struggling to trust in Lash's ways here, but this is a comfort pick. Malians is probably, to this day, his most pick civ in competitive. What's my opinion on how weak the buildings and wall towers are in AOM2 retold? I mean, I don't think they're necessarily overly weak. They're not AoE4 strong, but, like, is that a bad thing? I don't know. AoE4 has its own unique recipe of whatever with the way of the strength of its buildings. You could argue, actually, AoE4, like, sometimes I still think AoE4's defensive buildings are too good. So I'm fine with Myth being the way it is. Oh, you mean from, like, yeah, you don't need Siege to destroy them. I mean, you don't need Siege to destroy buildings in AoE4 either, right? You've seen plenty of cases where people don't even build rams, so I think it's fine. It's also dependent. You have to remember that it comes down to whether you have crush damage. If you don't have crush damage with your units in Myth, then you can't kill buildings still. Because remember, buildings have crush resistance quite high. Quite low, rather. But, like, you know, pierce resistance is really high. Okay, so Scout opening looking pretty good. 15 to, what, 13? This should be Pro Scouts for Juji. They do it really well. Malians typically always goes to the stables a little bit slower. Look at that. A guy with the name Overclock looking at our PC. That's a smart lad. I'm still a little bit bloody annoyed that the stream crapped out. So, I'm going to look into it because I need to double check my download speeds. I should have a good enough download speed. My feeling is that we might have been scammed by Virgin Media because I'm switching from them next week. So I don't know if they're messing with the internet at all. Yeah. This PC's a banger though. Like I said, like, I literally stayed up hyper late, like 2 AM, playing really, really like high fidelity games that would stress the system to make sure it wasn't a PC issue. And it wasn't. It didn't crash or anything at all. So whatever my problem is like streamer OBS related. Lady Garden now coming in. Oh my. Did you kiss a leprechaun with those lips? What the? Alright, 36 food, 25 stone, 25 gold, 25 wood? This is ridiculous. It's actually not that easy to get high value Medigans on Borderland. Right? Like, I mean, if you come out far enough, right, they can be okay, but he naturally walked out here when he gathered on the gold. Like, he was pounding out to the center of the map. Got a damn good one here. That's sick. Mance coming on the other side. What do you guys think? One's if you believe in Lash, two's if you believe in Kiljardi for game number 2. I think Juji here are really annoying because they could potentially juke you, but they're probably not going to, right? Like, you can actually just fast castle as Juji quite confidently here. The timing is so aggressive that, like, a civ like Malians don't really like having to engage with that because there is no engaging, right? You get tech up at like 7 minutes with Juji. 7.5 maybe, like 7.5 to 8 Pro Scouts. Do you rush Meditation Garden? I don't think it needs to be. This is the thing about Juji. They used to be, oh, you're going to have to build Juganu if you want to win this game. Now, not so much. So, this is a bit of a weird order, though. So we have Stables, and then Pro Scouts going to come in a little bit later. I mean, but this is the thing that makes it less weird, is it is just because it's Juji. right? Like, this would be weird if it was a standard civ that takes, you know, a minute and 15 seconds to research the tech. But it's not. It's a civ that takes 30 seconds. So the logic here is you build the scouts now, the scouts run out, and as they start running out, you queue pro scouts. So by the time pro scouts completes, the first scout's here. It doesn't work with like Rus or Malians or whatever. The reason Malians typically do like the warrior scout first and then pro scout seconds is to attack their opponents. I don't like that Lash has done pro scouts first and scouts second. It means he doesn't threaten. And I don't like this matchup for you if you don't threaten, because there's nothing to stop Zhuji from just running away with Castle Age. I see I have a Malian believer in the chat. Well, there had to be one. Glad someone believes. I don't know. I don't think I've liked Malians on this map at all. I'm pretty sure they're a negative win rate on Borderland. It's weird because you think they're good because you get 2 golds, circular around your base, different locations. Reality check is like you've got a very hard job defending your base. Also, I find on this map you're usually very susceptible to outpost rushes, which is why Mongols have been taking a dump on Malians more than they normally would on this particular map. And I think we have a very greedy intent here from Lash. Is this for the big pit mine? Yeah, this is insanely greedy. I mean, I understand where he's coming from. He shouldn't be pressured, right? But then again, Kiljardi likes to kill. And it kind of makes sense what he's doing when you consider the fact that he knows there's going to be pit mines for him to attack. Ah, mate, this is smart. So he can start off by blocking the deer, right? And just poking at the warrior scouts. And then he can follow up by hitting the pit mine. This is sick. And the best part is, because he was trying to snatch from his opponent, he saw this. Women also arriving, which means he can't even finish off that scout. This villager cannot complete their job here. He's got to bail on the pit mine. Wait, Kiljardi, come on. Yeah, he got greedy and cute. He kind of probably wishes that he'd been on the villager now. You won versus Cat with Malians here? I mean, is this like monkeys with typewriter, like kind of analogy type thing, right? Need to go like 1 in a million type thing. Sure, every civ has beat every civ somewhere, but statistically, I am damn adamant, like 95% sure Malians have a negative win rate on this map in comp play, in 1v1. It's just not a... Maybe it's because Malians just don't feel like that great of a civ. I don't know. I think like... You'd think it was good because Pro Scouts for Imba, but the way that you play Pro Scouts, I think the maps where Pro Scouts looks better for Malians are thinner maps. And what I mean by that is where the deer are in a more targeted area. Because your advantage is your scouts beat the other scouts in a fight. What you don't beat him on is production, right? And timing. Zhuji will always beat you there. Same with China. So pin mine already down. This is expensive. Right, the housing plus the pit mine, that's already going to be 225 wood down the drain. Archer counter is coming out from Lash, but Kiljardi has his number, man. He's got Horseman already pumping. Malians minus 20% win rate, loses 12 games out of 10. Kiljardi, we may need to talk about the Finnish education system a little there. Yeah. I don't know, Malians are like a middle of the pack at the moment. If you can find a map, so like the weird thing is like Malians conceptually should feel good on like lakeside because all the deer are situated in one area, but they feel bad because of the water play. It's very weird. They need a map almost like lakeside with the deer spawns. That's where I would probably back a Malian Pro Scout game over Zhuji or Chinese. But I can't back him in this one, man. This is grim. Look at the resources. Like, how does he have an army that can still lose a fight while Kiljardi's second? That's freaking wild. Horseman now just diving in. Need to be careful with the TC. He wants the pit mine kill. Do you guys think that Kiljardi maybe has like an internal voice in his head? Kill, 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 kill. That's literally all it is. Like, you know when you've got that insane comic book hero that just hears voices in his head that drive him crazy? I'm sure you guys can think of a few examples. That's what we're getting here. Oh my god, loop-de-loo, and the archers get pushed back again. So the pit mine goes down. I mean, like, yo, call a spade, and take that spade and dig Lash a grave. He's dead. And immediately Zhu get queued up as well. Against a Marlian player, of all things as well. It's kind of a taboo thing, because like if you build Juke, they just build Javelins, you lose, right? But at this stage, you don't care. They're going to be Castle Age Juke. You've got Shallow Monks coming. Your opponent's freaking out that you're probably building Lancers, which means he's definitely going to be building Donzos. Which then means this is even better, because you can get your hands on Bolt magazines eventually for the +1×3. I don't know about wins for Marlian so far. Obviously, I don't watch like 3 to 4 Marlian games here. I mean, you say you only know about wins for Marlian so far. Gully, that always just sounded like you've got a scarf you just flicked over your shoulders like, I only win. I don't know what losing Marlians is. Gully, chill, bro. You got Dim and beat. Sit down. You should be learning. It's the whole other value of Midweek Master. You're not playing in it. You can sit and learn. Lance is now queued up. Lash has Musafari. Is this going to be Farimba? I think it has to be. There's no way you can play Fulani. Fulani is just a death sentence. Hodo won with Marlians here on Sunday. Yeah, against what though? Paint me the full picture. Dude, we got like. Do I need to train you how to be a narrator? You gotta give me the full picture. You gotta be able to close my eyes and see it, smell it, sense it. So, Borderland, Marlians versus Juji. Against Lash again. Oof. I'd have to check the replay, but I could kind of envision it. I think Lash, very capable player, but I've talked about this before. Like, he's very orderly. You know, he almost has a concept of how the game is going to flow into mid. And some players maybe let him get there when he shouldn't, but yeah. And we're all coming out. Oh, no, no! Oh, the pain of Warrior Scouts into Shallow Monks. He flops down immediately after this. Remember, he's got 2 melee armor. There's no way a 7 damage unit's going to make that work. It's a nice little snatch away. Kiljardi is just rushing for all the relics. Lash has aged up himself. We do have Freeborn on the way. So, good news for him is Kiljardi built Juganu. Bad news for him is Kiljardi is building Lancers now. So a mixed bag, really. Kiljardi's an old man. He only has 200 APM mode. Yeah, that's why he's building Master Juganu, because you can just A-click. It's very smart. It's not about how big your APM is. It's about how you use it. Kiljardi understands this, you know? Kiljardi's trying to be the best Ben Kenobi he can. Instead of going for a million swings with a lightsaber, he just wants one to cut Darth Maul down. Very smart. So I believe this is a dead Lashy boy right now. At this point, he's just going for one punch to try and survive, considering it's going to be his last game of KPM 9. Juke. I mean, they actually don't take that long to kill, because Lash didn't get undermesh. Okay, come on. When Freeborn are dying to Juganu, you have problems. And this game ain't won. Easy 2-0 for Kiljardi, so yeah. Wasn't unable to catch the first game, unfortunately. Sadly, due to like limitations with availability, but yeah. So, that means Kiljardi versus Kitty Cat. That's a series we have available, guys. Do you want to see Kiljardi versus Cat? Or are you more obsessed with seeing Voldemar versus a certain Stay Frosty? By the way, Stay Frosty, he did get a bye on the first round. Scarlet Devil conceded. Which is why usually I like to be like, yeah, we got him here because he kicked his ass. Technically he did, he 2-0'd him, but it was a default win. So 1 second, I'm just going to update the scoreboards quickly. Let me export that. And I think we're starting to paint the pictures. Let's watch more Kiljardi taking notes. Is he revealing all his secret strategies? You guys are going to know too much. All right, let me get the draft ready for Kitty Cat versus Kiljardi. Where are the drafts? Let me open up. So, more Boardland coming. Woo-wee wow wow wow. So we got what? Boardland plus Lakeside. Alright. I'm going to add more maps next week. Nah, I'm kidding. So, Boardland, Lakeside. Interesting. Just looked at the draft, actually. Interesting because Cat has gone Ottomans. So, Core came to take notes from Kiljardi. He might, after that debate yesterday, be forced to take notes from Cat, if this is what I think it is, which is an Otto Lakeside pick. Good lord. Yo, what's up, M7? 25 in a row? Look at that legend. What a god. Doesn't skip. Cat is out? I mean, that doesn't mean you can't learn from him. Well, guys that picked Otto didn't qualify. Is that true? I'm just double checking. I'm pretty sure in qualifier 1, one of the people that qualified had picked Otto, right? CSO lost with it. Could have sworn there was one player. Voldy, he actually won with Otto, but didn't qualify against Kiljardi. Damn. Look at that. See, you forgot about Voldemort. You could have added more to your list than last. Right, so. We'll keep an eye out for when the live series is going to happen. For the time being, though, let's get ready for Kiljardi versus Kitty Cat. Also, genuinely, after what I watched Cat do against against Numadon, I would not write that guy off. That he's wild. Looks like we did have a remake on G1. It's going to be H3 versus Roosh, so we'll just hop straight into the remake. Ooh. I'll run a minute of ads now for you guys, actually. I mean, we're literally straight into game. Do I run a minute ad? Nah, screw it. We'll just hop in. Damn, look at this. Core, I should tax you for me allowing you to train your brain on all the big strategies, because we've got Kiljardi up against Cat. Now, Cat just came out of one of the most absurd series we've seen in Midweek Muster. Game number 1 versus Numadon was HRE versus Delhi, and my jaw hit the floor. Let's see if we can make some magic happen here. Roos up against Kiljardi's HRE. HRE that just seemed to resonate with Kiljardi, man. The playstyle he goes for, this aggressive line, I really like to see it for HRE, and I think Kiljardi's been one of the best at doing it. So definitely feels like not just a comfort pick, but a power pick. Roost on the other side, kind of curious what Cat has in mind. Pro Scouts here can be mirrored by HRE Pro Scouts. It's just usually in this matchup, HRE doesn't rush Pro Scout straight away. They do it on a delay. So normally we're going to see like Spears Horseman opening from the Roman Empire to block Roost Deer, and then you go for it yourself afterwards. Cool thing then is you can kind of just blob into army. There are some matchups where you blob men at arms and then go for a gradual fast castle. I think this is one of the ones where you're better off blobbing additional horsemen or archers, right? Because logic is your opponent's probably going to want to have to go horse archers when they reach castle. And he can do that pretty cleanly. We have got the double hunting cabin opening, which means that Cat doesn't need to touch this gold. In fact, the only gold he cares about here is the gold that's been smuggled into the Rus Empire in this sheep. I think that's how the bounty system works. And scouting for Kiljardi is going to get rough here. Oh, wow. What did he get in the end? Okay, so 17 sheep's respectable. But now, with 3 scouts already, Cat should get the rest. Yeah, if he sees this scout, which feels undoubtable at this point, right? He'll be able to just pivot back to the northern corner. And that means he'll retrieve the most. He's even got a scout shuffling out here for 1 or 2 of the extra sheep. And you might be wondering, why are we focusing so much on the sheep when we know it's going to be pro scouts? Fair point. Archon coming in. It's even going to be towards the tree line and the berries. Wait, Kiljardi, why did you... Oh, yeah, because the sheep wouldn't be in range, right? And he's already clubbed 2 of them. Because technically, he could have actually pulled the sheep across to the Archon. And then, if by doing that, what I'm suggesting is he would have had the Archon closer to the tree line, which would have meant that no lumber camp needed. But I don't think he wants the walk distance. You know, you have to remember, Kiljardi is an old man. So he really resonates with these poor villagers. He doesn't want to give them arthritis from all the walking. Same with the sheep. He's like, they're going to die, man. Why have you got to ruin their limbs as well? What a thoughtful guy. You know, after all this smack talk from Core about how Ottomans suck, I'm now just wondering how hilarious it would be if in the main event he loses to Otto. I mean, I don't know. Lakeside is in rotation. I think Lakeside is actually a good map for them. I like this actually from Cat as well, just optimizing. He's shoving the deer in now because there's nothing else to do. Obviously, he can't, like, pro scouts yet, not until the tech up's complete, but it doesn't mean that you can't get the deer closer for the pro scouts retrieval. So yeah, just a little bit more efficiency there. And it's not something that Kiljardi can contest, because at this point, it's 3 scout versus 1. Decent map for Otto in a BO5, not a BO3. I'm trying to think, like, what the optimal way to draft Ottomans in a BO3 with 4 picks would be. Maybe, like, if there's... I'm trying to think in this Midweek Muster what we have where Ottomans functions well. Otto, obviously, in Lakeside makes sense. Kalauga might have been interesting if we'd left that in. But obviously, we don't have that this week. I think, like, a map pool thinks, like, maybe Kalauga plus Lakeside. I can see Ottomans making sense. You wouldn't first pick it, definitely wouldn't second. It would be your final pick. But, like, if you have a map pool like that, Ottomans is a little bit like Mongols. Nice 2 shove them coming. And I'm starting to think Cat isn't going to be going. Okay, there we go. I was like, is he innovating? Are we not getting... Of course, we're getting pro scouts. And reaction is going to be racks plus the horseman that we talked about. You always want to just open racks straight away. 1, the spearmen come out faster. 2, they're also fairly fast. Horsemen always be quicker. Spearmen are better killers. This is what I like about HRE. I think HRE are one of the good civs to do spearmen opening before pro scouts with. There's a lot that I just shake my head when I see it coming, because I think just having pro scouts quicker is better. But it's marching drills, right? Marching drills allows you to chase down these horse. This is a pretty damn good push from Cat. We'll have to run away quickly, right, with the spearmen coming in. But, I mean, at this stage, this is pretty much HUD. And it's a good thing is going pro scouts. If this had been just a deer shove about pro scouts, this is a disaster. It's just so many sheep. 15 sheep to, what, 14? I mean, golf clappers for Kiljardi. He really actually did get quite a lot of food out of this. For a guy who's been Archon buffed for like a minute now, and then obviously before that he had the Prelate buffing a lot of his food. It's pretty impressive that he competed with 3 scouts. So the interesting part about this from Cat as well, now that the spear's blocking the east side, he's not going to even go for these deer straight away. He's going to run over to the Centra. Like the Kiljardi is shoving these further away to make it a bit harder, but now it's just awkward anyway that you have to camp this. This is why pro scouts is just obnoxiously good, by the way. Like, broken record time, we talked about it before, we have to talk about it again. Because I don't really have any option but to keep talking about pro scouts when it's literally in every game. The spread of the map options makes pro scouts too desirable. It's almost impossible for this tech to not pay off in a standard high-level pro game. Look at where all the deer are. Doesn't matter how good Kiljardi's movement speed is. Doesn't matter how good Kiljardi's economy is. At 6 minutes in the game, you can't have enough army to protect everything. Ottoman going to get a big nerf at new DLC. They get... Wait, what? They got a good feudal eco buff and all other things going to get nerfed passive. Why would you ever think Ottomans are going to get nerfed? What? I mean, okay, I can write down on a very tiny piece of paper everything great about Ottomans. Sipahi, that's literally all I've got for you. It's Sipahi. Sipahi is like the one big wow. I don't think their experience gain is that good. I do think that people are like still focused way too much on memory with Imperial Armory though. The reason why we're talking about Ottomans so much, by the way, for people who watch the YouTube video later, like, huh? Is that Cat did draft Ottomans, and I think he's going to pick it. He's one of the players that would. And free units in him, you get free units at every age, but like it comes at a caveat, right? So Kiljardi bloating quite a big army here. It's always weird when I see these type of builds, because I just look at this and wonder, would mine work have been better? Right? Like you've built a blacksmith anyway to get your techs, so you would have saved 150 wood there. You could have got all pikes for your entire army, which is just a buff you can't access otherwise. And all those blacksmith techs would have been 50% cheaper. And look at that. Coming in with the cheap play. Why did I say cheap? Because that is efficient use of money right there. Zuby0T, thank you very much for the sub, mate. Welcome back to Swarm. $5 to get all of this content for free without having to worry about ads. Brilliant. So, high trade house coming in. Get your numbers in, folks. It's not a bad one, actually. Almost kind of griefed in with a stone. Preferable position would have been here, but obviously you can't get it in that location. Kiljardi, knowing that this is happening, is already, ironically, is an HRE player doing this. I don't think I've ever seen an HRE player be the one who has to do this. Usually people done this against HRE. He's walling in the relics. Without wheelbarrow? Okay, this is expensive. That's so much idle time for Kiljardi. Oh, God. He's guarding the west side corner. East side is being contested as well. Horse archers are on the way, though. Kiljardi. Hey, man. You can't fault his creativity. I'll give him that. I think both of these lads are very creative, actually. So, high trade house. 69 gold, got times that by 2, so you look at 138 gold or 139 gold. Not bad. Close to 2 relics for free, right? Which you're going to need, considering you won't be able to reach the relics. Yeah, this type of play really fell off after the nerf to wall build speed, though. It's just so expensive on the walk time alone, let alone the other time of building. And remember, the longer it takes you to build this, the more at risk you are. You know there's horse archers coming, so Kiljardi is now positioning to try and make sure that threat isn't there, because you can't afford worker losses at this point. So 138 in the end on that gold. Nice little poke pressure, just checking that Cat is awake. Wonder if bonus damage to scouts on horsemen would be a good counter to pro scouts. It's interesting. I mean, you could just make it something as simple as when scouts are carrying carcasses, they take bonus damage. Might be an interesting way. We were talking before about how cool it would be if, like, after you get attacked while carrying a carcass, you automatically drop the carcass and can't carry any for, like, X seconds. I like that. I think that's really, really unique. Might be a bit confusing for players, though, is the only worry. Man, this army is so big. I'm struggling to see how Kiljardi doesn't just win. Right, he's saving up for the castle age. The one issue he's going to have is like he's got a lot of diversity in his unit comp, so you don't have that efficiency of vetting. And what is up, Lee Boya? Thank you very much for the sub, mate. Welcome back to the Swarm. Remember to renew those subs, by the way. A lot of the time, it's not automatic, folks. So, wouldn't want you to miss out on all those amazing emotes. I believe some of those emotes are even available on YouTube now. So Cat has quite a lot of horse archers here. Kiljardi did go pro scouts, which means he can keep flooding horsemen. I would like to see him doing that. So as he's teching up, it's great to see him just queue up 4 or 5 more of these horses, and then eventually switch knights. The initial horsemen give you a blocker to the horse archers. The alternative option is Kiljardi blobs archers. That's just a bit more difficult because the men-at-arms play coming. Like, you know, that surge forward could just kind of ruin you. You do at least have marching drills to kite them. It's just horsemen make for better raiders. Looks like Cat already has 1 relic on the way home, soon to be 2. Oh, no! Why? Alright, this just doesn't work anymore, man. Not like it used to. Great wall there, Kiljardi. I think our old lad needs to go to an optician's. Because there's meant to be something in there. He's just not seeing it. Regnitz is now on the way. He does at least have 3 relics walled in. 4. Like, oh, no. It just doesn't work. Oh, God. And boys fortitude as well. I mean, Cat's army looks really scary at this point. Wait, are they not in range? Oh, dear. Shardy. Good eyes from Core there. So, he originally placed a suboptimal arc and he had to go to lumber camp to be more efficient. Yeah. So he's literally got scouts bringing the deer home, and he's got 1 scout whose sole job is to fix the stupidity of the other scouts. Oh no. 1 by 1, we'll fix it. The problem right now is there are 8 villagers that aren't moving across. Push coming in. Cat. Maybe need to slow things down a little bit. Horsemen are still a bit threatening. However, he has now got Steel Arrow on the way. Tier 2, in fact. So the horsemen, not being vetted up, aren't actually that threatening. Kiljardi, of course, didn't even queue up that tech up. Instead, he just switched straight into crossbows. And I might cost him dearly here. I mean, the horse archers worry me here, right? Like, the crossbow count isn't exactly a threatening point yet. Meanwhile, the horse archer count is up to 23 and climbing. Oh, God. Just enough men-at-arms. The spearmen don't exactly get that gap closure he's been looking for either. You right there, buddy? We already got that one. All right, so 1 relic now on the way home. Kiljardi has built all of his production fort, though, and that means that now it gets camped. Horse archers, they're even going to get the dive onto the villages. Uh-oh. Micro looking on point as well. I think he's sniping 2 villages at once. Kiljardi, several workers down now. Does get the outpost up, but there was way too many workers out here. That's now a 7-worker lead for Cat. The tower does mean that he'll have to reset. He can't just camp the production, but the damage really does already look done here. Gathering on the boar as well, so Cat just extending his life before needing to go into farms here. Not that he need to rush anyway with the amount of deer he grabbed. Now just the right range, right? As these units come out, you should be able to snipe them. Preferably you want to be sitting here, and that way you just auto-target onto the archery range targets, right? Kiljardi, I mean, we talked about like the issue of time to go archers here, right? Invites heavily armored units. Your opponent was already building a few men-at-arms anyway. So what's the comp that Kiljardi needs? I mean, it's horseman crossbow, right? But it's just so expensive right now. He has at least got the deer gathering correctly now, right? At least a few, yeah. So we've got some villagers shuffling over. We've still got 6 that aren't buffed here. Meanwhile, the prelate. Oh, God, this is nightmare fuel. The whole point is you build the wall, so they can't actually take it away. Unfortunately, Kiljardi misread the state of the game. I mean, he didn't have any map control. I'm surprised he tried for this. We've got a grab on the west side, but if you look on the minimap, you can already see that Cat is navigating to this side as well. I would be shocked if Kiljardi gets a 2nd relic home. To be completely blunt and fair about this. I mean, maybe his army is big enough to keep Cat away. Seems like Cat is more focused on diving into the main again. Ruin placement is coming in. That'll be enough to kind of scare away the Cav. Cat does have that horseman switch coming in. I mean, Kiljardi's comp isn't terrible against what he's facing here. If he had numbers, right? Like spear, archers, it can work. It can actually work quite well. The problem is he's just failing to keep count. Which is sinful when you consider how much cheaper his comp is meant to be than Cat's. No E repairs either. Ooh, last second. Nicely baited. So we have one final deer. Are we not meant to, like, I thought we were meant to leave, like, 2 of them so they can reproduce, and then we can eat them again, like, 20, 30 years from now, but apparently medieval kingdoms in AoE 4 didn't get that memo. Wait, what are we talking about being intuitive? Bonus damage is unintuitive and more complex? I mean, like, some games... So what you could probably do to make it a bit clearer is on this window, you could potentially have a slight bit of text here that says counters armored units, right? Counts heavy units. The problem is at that stage, you're cluttering the menu because there's already a lot of info here. I think part of it that I don't like is that you have to hover over to see the stat buffs. I still think there should be a button that if you hold, the menu expands. This is what Dota does, and I love it, right? It's like you ult and then you hover over and it expands. But like if you just had a button that if you held it, you saw like more stat details here, that would be pretty cool. And this is like, this discussion is in regards to like knowing that scouts would take more damage. The way you, okay, so actually there's an easy way to make it clear that scouts take more damage when carrying. Same thing with a ram. A ram has melee vulnerability. You just put vulnerability icon on the target when they're carrying carcass. That's how people know. And also, like, I don't think that slight detail matters as much at the level where it needs nerfing. Like, Pro Scouts isn't really a problem at low elo. Pro Scouts is a problem in pro level. A really big problem, actually. Flash coming in. This is a really big problem. Look at the wraparound! Cat just had to patiently wait like he's sitting on his owner's lap. Spimmer now pulling back to try and react to this, but I think it's too little too late. The Saints Blessing buff coming through. It's a wipe. Game 1 is a win for Cat. There's no denying it now. There's no way that Kiljardi will be able to rebuild quick enough here. Old man reflexes versus Cat reflexes. We should have known. Yeah, at this point, Kiljardi's just processing the very obvious loss. Interesting way for this matchup to play, though. I mean, historically, Roos have been very good at dominating HRE, but the way that this game played isn't anywhere close to how it historically goes. The outcome is, though, farm set up just in time for Kiljardi to die. Game number 1 will be going to Cat. Cat may not have qualified in the EGC Masters Winters, but right now he's looking like a master of Midweek Muster number 9. I believe he's yet to drop a single game. He may be able to continue that all the way through to the semi-finals unless Kiljardi cleans his act up. Oof. Well played, Mr. Kit Kat. When a semi's being played, it depends. It's variable. So one might get played today. If not, they'll be done before Grand Finals on Thursday. Okay. I don't know. Okay. We don't... Oh, wait. Oh, yeah. Luckily, I updated it. So, whoops. That series might not get seen. Wait, why did I put his name in there? That's weird. So, Doomy versus Voldy. We're waiting to know exactly when Voldemar can do. But should be today. Yes. And then probably that semi-finals. The outcome of that semi-finals will be on Thursday, is what it's looking like. We might actually have a very long Thursday. So I'm just thinking, because B and Eliona are playing quite late today, there's no way I'd expect their opponent to be ready after that. But we'll see. Yeah, so let's get ready for game 2, though. Is he going to take it there? So Holy Roman Empire versus Rus. Went for the right. Kiljardi goes Boldland, right? Are you probably? Your opponent has a lot of options there. English, Chinese. I mean, that Ottoman pick is very clearly for Lakeside. Let's see what he wants to do. Reminder, by the way, last week, Kiljardi made it all the way to the grand final. So this is a pretty shaky position to now find himself in. He takes it to Boldland. We're not going to get Ottomans. Unless Kiljardi can get to us to a third game. It's going to be Chinese versus Byzantines. This was a matchup that used to be pretty good for Byzantines, but the Pro Scouts meta kind of hurt Biz and has really enabled China. Well, if you're going to make Pro Scouts from TC, then you have to choose Village Eco versus Safe Food. It's kind of intriguing. It could maybe work. I think at that stage, Pro Scouts never gets built. So, interesting idea coming in at the start of this interesting series. There was talk in chat about like Pro Scouts only being enabled in TC. That does fix China and Juji being broken for supervision. And it does make sure that Pro Scouts doesn't get built, ever. Because the problem with the idea of putting Pro Scouts in a town center is you wouldn't be able to go for it. Like, you have to wait so long in the game, because a minute and 15, that means you're sacrificing almost 4 villages worth of production. It just doesn't make sense until you're like 30 plus villages deep, and even then I don't think it makes sense. So I don't think that's the golden solution. I think the solution really is around making Pro Scouts more punishable if you react to the play early. So right now, it's not punishable. Now, the reason we talk about Pro Scouts here is because one of these civs is most definitely going to be doing it. And the other is going to have to monkey noise all in him. Kiljardi, it's time to take the shot off, show that gorilla chest, and your way to victory. Because Byzantines in this one need to stage some pressure. Is there any thoughts of Hippodrome into Pro Scouts for Biz? It's a meme. It's a meme. The problem with Pro Scouts Hippodrome is like that build basically saves you 150 wood. That's it. You're much better off just attacking. You have to attack. And he will have a window for that, by the way. Usually you're looking at Lombo plus Limitane here. The logic being is your opponent is going to go into Horsemen and then preferably Spears. And you want those Lombos to just kind of like edge range against the defensive turtling of China. You can go Javelin plus Limitane. I'm personally a more crazy fan of Lombos. The problem is like Limitane Javelin gives you a bit more flex on just A-clicking in, whereas Lombos requires a bit more patience here. The Grand Winery beginning. As expected. Cat, of course, going to be going Imperial Academy. One thing I do like for Byzantines here is the idea of feigned pressure into Fast Castle with Cataphracts. Like, we haven't been seeing that build as much in the Pro Scouts meta, which is a bit surprising. Like, it's just something that can consistently dive your opponent, which is really what you need against Pro Scouts. Because your opponent's just going to gather safely underneath their TC, right? So you need an ability to just dive them. Otherwise, gradually they just win out by having infinite food. And I know, it's not really infinite food, but for the game average length right now, it feels like infinite food. When one player goes Pro Scouts and the other doesn't, game is almost always over before they actually run out of food. So, sheep count looking pretty good for Cat, right? 12 to work with, 12 for Kiljardi. And they've both got to do that back corner now. Yeah, and it looks like, actually, Cat, is he going to be able to get it quicker? Okay, I think Kiljardi might get scammed here, but I'm not sure. No. They actually split it, so 1-1. They'll get the follow-up. It's more important for Kiljardi. He just wants to strip feed away. Because if you get your timing right in the opening, you can then stop Cat even getting any deer home. But it's once again, to iterate, very difficult to do. Especially with the Grand Winery build, because you're not already gathering olive oil to get mercenaries. So you've still got that long road to navigate. Alright, hear me out, guys. Kara Siphon, all in the milk. Now, I'm kidding. I mean, in theory. You know what we need? You know, the buff that Kara Siphons need is when they flamethrower the ground, if there's food there, it starts cooking. And if you flamethrower too long, it overcooks. I know, they should hire me. Or if Mill would move around regularly until Deer rather move around regularly until a mill is built next to them, would make it a lot harder to get them. I think that would just make it more RNG. Right? I don't know. Like, sheep right now are technically spread around and move around freely and whatever, right? Is that good or bad? If you ask me personally, I think sheep is like a badly designed system in AoE4. That's one of the biggest negatives of early game. The fact that a game can be won or lost based on that RNG is actually bad design. So, do we want more systems like that? It's also pacing, right? Like, to kind of emphasize what Humoke is saying there about, like, it would absolutely kill moving out for deer. The logic is like, oh, I'm going to place a TC on that deer. And by the time you place the TC on the deer aren't there anymore. Oops. So, Limitane opening from Kiljardi that we talked about is on the way. And we are going to be getting the Western contract. Yeah, I'm fine with this. I think he's playing this 100% correctly right now. The challenge now is blunting your opponent fast enough. We already have Archer Range added in. He doesn't have Undermesh coming through, so Limitane aren't going to be that tanky. Cat has a reasonable timing here. And this is awkward with China, right? Like, they just don't care about the 4 gold. Please advocate for sheep pens on the map that you can control and produce sheep at a rate. So you basically want Mongol's unique pastures to be available to everyone. I don't know, like, as a casual back in those days, someone I did miss, I still remember I very much used to enjoy the nerf herding in Star Wars Galactic Battlegrounds, where if you garrison them inside of a mill, they would produce passive food over time. As a casual, I miss that. But from competitive standpoints, it's terrible. Walnut chestnut groves that can be wood or food, so Dinar players have an option. I mean, I don't mind the idea of additional food types. Like, I've said this on a previous stream, that I actually think that, like, that's a cool way of giving map designers more choices. Right now, we have deer, berry ball, and sheep. It's very linear. I'd love to see some kind of normie resources that no Civ gets a buff gathering rate on, right? Like, deer is meant to be that, but the way that deer play is different. Like, a berry bush type that, like, Delhi and Abasses don't get buffed on would be really cool. Like, where are my banana trees, you know? So, Kiljardi, he's waiting for that second group of longbows. He's going to poke to begin with, but the problem I'm seeing here is Cat is already bloating a lot of archers. He didn't take the bait. There's no horseman, bar 2. Great. So if Cat just chills and blobs up to like 16 archers, Kiljardi can't keep pace with that. In fact, I think for Kiljardi, the mistake here wasn't adding in a stables. 1-1-1 makes a lot of sense for what he's trying to do here. 1 and then your mercenary 1, not so much, because you're basically inhibiting yourself. You're not able to scale the way that China will with double archer range. I mean, you're already seeing it in the count, right? We only have 5 longbows here to 11 archers. Like, this is already a fight that Kiljardi could very easily lose. The thing that I think Cat is waiting on is Steeled Arrow, which is coming through. Supervision's there as well, so it's super fast. The cool thing is, you know, the funny thing with the taxation is the amount that you get in rebate from this is then going to give you what you need to get Undermesh afterwards. It's pretty ludicrous. Remember, each tech is worth 64 gold in this thing, which is insane when you consider that a tech costs 175. 125 which is gold. So you get half the gold you spend back. What? Oh man, here comes the chase. This is bad. Scares the Lombos away. Shrinks the numbers a bit. Archers are mopping up the Limitane. The Horsemen, just enough of them to make sure he can clear up the Lombos. Usually at this stage, the whole idea is Byzantines are halfway towards Castle Age, but we can see by the income, we can see by the current resources, Kiljardi, I think he wanted to get long and dirty in this age. We get a chance to now. Limitane have to block the Horsemen, which means the Archers just mop up. And the beast has been unleashed. The kitty cat has become the lion. 10 archers in the field. Closer to Castellets than Kiljardi. Options are on the table for Cat. He can blob and send, or he can go castle. And I'm fine with either here. Because if he blobs and sends, Kiljardi now doesn't have horsemen to counter. If he goes fast castle, Kiljardi's not going to compete that timing. This is about as bad as it gets for a Byzantine player. Yeah, I think in hindsight, Kiljardi's going to know where this went wrong as well. Like, it really is the lack of horsemen. He thought that Cat would open horsemen because that's what most Chinese players do. But the reason why most Chinese players do it is partially embellished by convenience, right? Like you build a stable so you have it there. But the very big desire here is, oh no, my scouts are in trouble. I need units that can go and rush and defend them on the wide flanks. But when you go Limitane Lombo, like it's very clear that you're looking to attack directly, not block resources. And this is very clearly over. Look at this. I mean, he might have an out by going castle. It's his only out, though. Army's completely wiped. We have horsemen getting added in now, but Kiljardi realizes surely it's too late. Use up 4 more. Okay, so he might get the wipe on the army, but it's going to cost him the age advantage. Ka is already stockpiling. Pressure coming in. Kiljardi, if you want to tech himself, that option has now been removed. Another thing is, like, if you don't attack him very quickly with these horsemen, Cat can just rush upgrade into veterancy. Meanwhile, we have got to wrap around the back. Now, there's at least an outpost. There's no way Cat should be able to burn through on those. Just needs to focus on his age up now. I mean, this could actually make the brackets interesting. Like, if B beats El Yona, you get a 3D showdown. Those two going each other in a best of 5 is going to be wild. Now, it seems like I'm calling it prematurely. I'm watching Kiljardi add a lot of horsemen. It's not great. An Imperial Pass already in the way. Love this choice out of Cat. It's going to give him vision, 360 around his base, so he'll know if he's being raided. This is really cool because instead of building like a million walls or a million outposts, you can now just inform yourself in the Imperial Palace on whether you're being attacked. And it means that you don't have to hold any units back to defend. How about we add a 5th resource to the game? We've kind of done that already with all the 4. Dog, don't overcomplicate. Keep it simple. Kiss. Keep it simple, silly pants. Come on. Veterancy now on the way. Cat hasn't supervised it, but he has got Lancers being supervised. Why is Kiljardi so far behind? Because he tried it all in, got punished, and then he reinvested in the Horseman. Like, I want you to realize that this is well over 2/3 of what it would take to go age 3. Dive comes in. Nice choke point usage there for Cat to try and get away. Now, the archers are going to end up lost here, but if Kiljardi can't find additional kills, it's going to count for very little. You see the first Lancers are already hitting the field here. Dive underneath the TC, not ideal. In fact, if anything, he needs to go after those villages to the north side, not doing it. Does have Exploratorius, which is leading to bigger questions of why not, right? Those villages, Textiles wasn't there yet, and now he waits so long that it comes in. The Horsemen can't win this fight now. Villagers with the shivs aren't going to stand their ground. Ends up losing, what, one? One worker for all that. A trade you'll willingly take. Second worker goes down as the longbows do arrive, but Lancers now to clean that up. And Kiljardi now needs to tech up, but he's going to be looking down the barrel of probably about 8 Lancers by the time he completes. Why not reduce the amount of food on Pro Scout Deer to 250 and leave Deer on 350? I think something I said would be an interesting difference is actually if Pro Scout's nerf was like Deer were all 250. That's another way you could go about it. It's like if all of them just ended up giving like 250, but you increase the amount of Deer on the map, so it's still the same amount of overall food. That's an interesting nerf for Pro Scouts. Or even like 200. Like you just make them a different form of sheep. So then that rewards people coming out to Deer more and makes Pro Scouts more of a backup plan than a default always. Dog comes in. Acrotoy got activated. No, he is actually cancelling the animation of the Lance that they're trying to attack, but I mean, it's still going to end up being worker losses here. This is harsh. Trying to survive this. It may only be 6 Lancers, but Kiljardi lacking the answers to it. Number 1 now shuffling around the back. Might find digital work the kills there. And with Undermesh 2 coming in, you can't help but feel that Cat is just going to keep diving here. The only thing that's missing is Monasteries. I'm expecting that to come in next. And in fact, it's already been built. So, how does Kiljardi get back in? I mean, we've got Cataphracts coming. It's an interesting idea. Cannons can be pretty impactful against China, but the logic's meant to be that their army isn't much bigger than yours. Because the problem you have here is, like, if you have 1 Cata for every 2 Lancers, and you don't have gold, the Lancers are just going to outraid you. I think that's the issue here for Kiljardi. It's not about how Catas can beat Lancers, it's about how Lancers smack the teeth out of the Byzantine people. Village is going down. Limitane being ignored. Kiljardi with over half his villagers idle at this stage. Cataphracts doesn't feel very affordable. Actually ram up and break the aqueduct? I don't think it's worth it. Why waste time on a 1500 HP structure? All you need to do is kill workers. That's the whole point of these Lancers. Maps like Borderland punish people if they're not ready for the race timing, right? It's very open, very exposed. Lancers, enough here to deal with the Cataphracts, but also additional to go after the gold. I mean, this is over. The moment he can't gather gold, the moment he can't spawn Cataphracts, he has nothing left. And there's just so many injured here already. Rally takes it the wrong way around, and we are talking about a 15-worker lead, which is only expanding. Old man Kiljardi is going to have to take his teeth out before they get knocked out of his mouth, put them in a jar, and go to bed. Because KPM M9 is Kitty Cat's time to shine. Oh yeah, sorry, Aqueduct instead of Cistern. It's like, it's still going to be a buff though, even if you like mitigate it. It's only level 2. This is not worth burning. So at this point, Kiljardi is just processing the loss. When you get old, processing things becomes more difficult. Your body, like, you know, your body speed goes from being like a Ryzen 9800X3D to being more like an Intel Pentium dual-core processor. It's not really what it once was. Sorry, Kiljardi. Akatoy activate again. At least gonna buy him a stay of execute for 20 seconds, but after that, he's dead. Roasting Kiljardi? No, I'd argue he's getting spit roasted here. He's getting stabbed from both sides. It's just a big chunk of meat waiting to get cooked. Akatoy defense is probably getting the best value it can here. There's no value in this game. Dog, you're 30 villages down. Alright, so 2-0 for Cat. I believe this is actually going to be Cat's deepest run in a midweek muster. I don't think he's ever made semi-finals before, so really big improvement for him to start off the year. Excited to see what he can do, but Kiljardi, our former grand finalist, apparently still feeling the sting of a 4-0 against B. Won't even be able to make it to the semis this time. Oy, oy, oy. GG's. Good job, Cat. 2-0. Drafted Ottomans, didn't even need to pick it. Flex is that hard, huh? Damn. Okay, so let me have a look here and see if we have Voldemar versus Dumu. Because we were bumping him, so there was a chance. They do need to play it today. In fact, let me message him. I think he might be warming up. Because he's in custom games now. Let me quickly update the board. So we have a 2-0 for Cat. Puts him through to the semi-finals. We have Dimi versus Vlad. And then B versus Elyon happen today. And yeah, just got confirmation in. We are going to be having Voldemar versus Dimu coming up in a second. So stay tuned. Getting into a live series next. Alright, so what we can do actually. So I think good old Myriad is facing off against Benny Boy right now. while we wait for that game to finish, because Dumu's in a game against him, we can quickly just check in on this game. And then after that, I imagine we'll be getting into the draft of Voldemar versus Dumu. So. Alright, we'll stick on the 8x speed. Like I said, because we're just checking in on this one while we wait to get to the next piece. Japanese versus Mongols is usually pretty good for Mongols, but I think Japan's looking better now that they're playing these Koka Township builds instead of the Kura Storehouse builds. Love this start from Myriad as well. He actually went to Lara, so he gets the better gathering rate on the berries, which is going to amplify his timing. Kura is a questionable choice in this matchup, though. A little bit surprised he didn't want the Koka to try and block Keshik play and also potentially raid into the enemy economy. So with the spawn, this still could be a fast castle build. He's getting rid of the berries first. Stable's opening, so we are actually getting horsemen. Yeah, and when I see this, I start to feel like Koka makes more sense, right? Like, if you don't want to do horsemen in feudal, Koka's a little bit weaker, but with it, it's really good. Even more so when your opponent went dot play. You could have denied this. We actually have Magadai from Ben. All right, this is going to be a fun one. Magadai into horseman. This is pretty good for Myriad. This is the dream. He's fast attacking as well, so we're actually going to have the Mountain Samurai coming through really soon. I don't know what you're meant to do against like vet horsemen here, actually. Wait, there's Yumi! Oh, Yumi! Me, you. Me, kill you is more appropriate for the Yumi in this situation because Magadai should struggle against this. We're still on the 8x speed. Magadai just trying to rotate on the back. Tech up has been completed here, and it is going to be a Kurotai play, but Kurotai kind of sucks for Magadai. It can't keep up. They're way too fast. Relic's now being picked up. Yumi is starting to blob up here. The Kurotai is rotating around the back. It looks like Ben is trying to get in range. We'll have to shuffle away, and she has to bail on the Kurotai entirely. The Yumi is just so damn fast, we can't even keep up with 8x speed. Magadai going to try to circumvent that by going a little bit deeper. But Myriad is just hard blobbing trash tier archers against this. So stupid. Magadai can't win this fight. There's too many. And now the Mountain Samurai getting added in as well. Just a formidable front line here. The Magadai count getting very low. And the Mountain Samurai are going to be able to start diving this. Dumu is looking pretty dead. I don't see how you meant to hold. Keshik switch is now coming through, but Keshik at its infancy is quite weak into Mass Yumi. Especially the Mountain Samurai there as well. Kurotai trying to stand his ground. Good fight coming through though. He gets the wipe. Dumu able to break through. Myriad didn't have that second wave of Mountain Samurai coming up. Relic split is going to be a 3-2 for the Japanese here, so looking pretty good. And the Yumi just cleaning up that back line. Magadai count is down to practically none. It's about to turn into a cav on cav. We'll go down to the 4x speed so you guys don't lose your brain cells too much trying to keep track of this because it is quite fast. Keshiks are starting to win out a little bit. Myriad, with the extra stables coming through, Mountain Samurai will dictate that fight, but he needs to get it beyond the Kurotai. Dumu doing a great job of leaning into this landmark, but now getting blocked. He lost the buff. This is big. He blocks it long enough. He resets the fight. He shoves him back. Crossbow transition is now coming in. The Onimusha play for Myriad is going to feel a little bit weaker. He switches back into the Yumi, forces the retreat. The Kurotai has to leave the high hills. Dumu still can't unpack it. Okay, man, this is the problem. Like, when you play Kurotai, your ideal goal is to build a big blob that doesn't have to leave, ever. The moment you have to retreat, things tend to get grim, and they always have been from that point on, right? The Magadai play, I think, just doesn't really support Kurotai very well. Hard lesson for Dumu to learn here. Now the dive coming in that should actually just be a fork put in the proverbial Dumu steak here. He's behind by 20 workers. The lead is only building. Myriad taking full, complete, dominant control of this game. Ben, with nowhere to run, will have to run on to his best-of-3 series in Midweek muster against Voldemar. As Myriad has given him a pummeling on the ladder. Okay, pretty cool game. Kind of a shame we had to do it at 4 and 8x speed to make sure we don't miss the live series about to get drafted. But well played, Myriad. This is sick. Yumi play to counter Magadai. I mean, Magadai is kind of a cool idea against Mountain Samurai. I don't know if it would have worked with the possibility of Horseman, but you have to remember Japan doesn't have pro scouts, but they did have Kura. So, you know, I think what happened here is that Ben thought he was going to be up against Koka, and Magadai would have countered that. Because, like, against Kura, there should be a lot long-term food that Myriad had options, whether it be Yumi or Horseman. All right. So, let me check. Because we should be getting a draft coming up in Les Secons. Funny how Yumi are better than against Magadai than normal Arch thanks to speed. Yeah, I'm telling you, dude. Like, people have been sleeping on Magadai. Sleeping on Yumi, rather. They're a fast-moving unit. They're a raider. They're also, like, a good blocker. They can set pace quite well. Obviously, if someone builds heavy cav, you're going to have a bad day. But, like, come on. That's the truth of, like, any archers, right? Yeah, it was quite comedial to watch him build Magadai into Kurotai. It's like when I watch someone mass Keshix. It never works well with Kurotai. You can't get the landmark there quick enough for the fight. Okay, so I think the draft should be getting set up now, as Voldemar has just finished his warm-up game. Let me check. Well, I've seen a draft between two weird names, but I don't think that's them. So we'll give him a second. Well, do, by the way, guys. Oh, I can't run ads. I'll be able to run ads in a sec. Low elo tournament, the guy just mass Magadai. I mean, it's super effective at low elo. People just don't know how to like wall efficiently or deal with it. It's much harder to wall nowadays as well. And yeah, Lombo destroy against Yumi. The whole logic about Yumi winning is that like mathematically there's a lot more of them. So actually where Yumi can beat Lombo is Lombo overkill, Yumi blob like crazy, right? It's like when you have 40 Lombos, you'd have 60 Yumi with a Yumi Bannerman. And the Lombos can't run away from you. It's impossible. So like you wait for the Lombos to come to you, and then you play across the map to kill them in return. It's pretty good. Sup, Blucker. We're just waiting on Dimu versus Voldy. If one of them would like to actually set up the bloody draft. I think probably Voldemar is just doing his jumping jacks, getting ready, getting warmed up. Oh, I don't know if we'll be able to catch B versus Alyona. We'll probably have to find something to do with our time, because B versus Alyona is scheduled for, I believe, 9 PM. So either way we're looking at it, that semi-finals is definitely happening on Thursday. There's no debating that. It has to be on Thursday. Wham versus winner of this, I'm not sure, as I know we're getting to the tail end of when Ben likes to stream. And I don't know if Wham is even here. So we might have both semis back to back on Thursday as a result of that. If that's the case, it will likely be, if it's B versus Cat, it'll be B versus Cat into Wham versus Dumu / Voldemar. If it's Alyona will need to play later, because Alyona has a full-time job. He's not a full-time streamer / pro. I think Vlad has a chance. I think Voldemar has always found it a bit tricky against Dumu. Their playstyles don't really complement him. But, you know, if he takes an aggressive line, it could be intriguing. I just think Dumu really likes it when he's up against attacky type players. He's very good at taking these blobby approaches to the early mid game. I think that's why it usually works well for Dumu. So maybe if Voldemar just takes a subtle greedy line, it would come out a little bit better for him. But let's see. Draft. Blues draft. Wow, guys, I've been offered a Grey Zone Warfare key. Aight. Nice. Just got an email through that I think is confirmation that I'm going to be getting my hands on Red Bull Monthly poggers. Big shout out to my secret contact who's been getting them sent to me occasionally. I think we're now going to be able to just get them en masse per month. Very big pogs. Alright, so let me switch over to gaming. Let me pull up... Wait, whoopsie, that's the wrong thing. Let me pull up this. Sorry for the white flashbang, so you guys can see the live draft. We just got the maps. It is going to be King of the Hill, Borderland. Wow, again, okay, King of the Hill. Interesting. I think that's a map that feels as if it plays into Dumu's favor from a playstyle perspective. And we said Borderland, right? Because, you know, like, if Dumu's not going to pick Borderland, you have to do it in honor of him, right? Those are the rules. You're now blind? Bathe in it. Melt your retina with it. How are you doing, YouTube? You having a good time? Yeah. So this is what I'm telling about, guys. I said I was willing to combine them together. We'll do a Road to Conk series when between YouTube and Twitch, we're up to 750 average viewers. And then bail on it when 2 weeks in, people were sick of watching me do it. What I'll do now, by the way, guys, I'm going to run... I guess we'll run 2 minutes ads now while they're doing the picks bans. So that lines us up quite nicely because there won't be a streamer delay, I imagine, as Ben is obviously going to stream his POV. Okay? So I'll run the 2 minutes ads now. Yeah, China ban coming through on one side but not the other. Interesting. So Dumu is banned that way. Voldy, is he going to react the same way? What's the higher value ban here? You could take Ayu from your opponent, maybe? I don't know. Dumu's got literally the Pro Scout meta here. Voldemort needs something that's Pro Scout oriented. Deli's not going to feel great. I think Dumu just rounds out his draft now with Deli. If he can get Deli picked, this is cha-ching. And you want something for HRE. Chuchi can kind of do okay against HRE. I say kind of. They do pretty damn well. Against the Holy Roman Empire, though, you could probably look at, yeah, like Malians works quite nicely here. English. Yeah, so Mali pick comes through. Delhi did get banned on both sides. That's to be expected. English is still up for grabs. Voldy could do a 1-2 puncher here and go English into French. Mongols is not a bad idea either because your opponent picked Malians, but you'd be leaving your opponent with French, which I don't like. Matt Paul doesn't make sense for Ottomans. Order the Dragon is just like, why are you even doing this? IU is also just going to feel weird. There is a play on feudal pressure. I do believe it can work against Pro Scouts, but you have to be very aggressive. I don't know, man. It's like Mongols is maybe better for your draft, but you're giving your opponent French. Goes Aber instead. That's his King on the Hill pick, right? So that's going to be... And Japanese from Nimu. Okay, so no French. But Japan feels really good against Aber, right? I don't think you want to play Japanese on King of the Hill like you played Abbasids, though. So likely opening draft is going to be either Juju or Japanese. HRE would make a lot of sense for Voldy there. But like if it's Juju, I think you have a hard time. Biz could work a little bit better, actually. Biz can be decent against Juju and Japanese, right? Yeah, so let's load that all in. We'll drag the draft across, and I'll stop white flashbanging you guys now. So, there's the draft. There's the map pool. I think opening game, we're probably looking at Juju versus HRE. And I can't help but favor Juju there. I think they're really good at dealing with the HRE in the Pro Scouts meta. And then if it turns into Fast Castle Mirror, good luck against Shalamonks. Shalamonk S. He didn't see a Basset pick. It should... I'm trying to remember the way it works on picks. Well, we've got Myriad here. I can explain. I'm pretty sure on Myriad, like, you do see the pick, right? And then you do your own. I'm trying to remember, though. Pretty sure, yeah. Well, you have to, because remember, like, only one side can pick. So, yeah, he saw the Abasa pick when he then picked Japanese. Opening game is going to be Chinese Byzantine. Okay. There's a way for Voldy. I don't know. I'm a little bit surprised people haven't been going for the Kata build. I don't think Voldemar's going to do it, but he'll likely look to open longbow plus spears here. If he does that, like, the thing you can learn from the Cat Kiljardi game is the mistake that Kiljardi made is he didn't go 1-1-1. He had longbows, he had horsemen, he didn't add spearmen, right? He had spearmen, longbow, but he didn't add horsemen. He needs to add the horsemen. So there is a line where Voldemar can beat him on this map, especially when you consider that on Rocky River, like, yeah, there are options, but all the deer are forward spawning, typically. I think the deer provides enough food to deal with the catters. I think you have to blob a lot of spears, right? It depends on the map, for sure. I think if there's a map where you spread a bit wider, like Kalago is a perfect example, then actually, like, Kata works. But I think you're right. Like, the goal, I think, for Byzantines is to send it in feudal. And then you want to extract enough value from that pressure to go castle. That's how you win. So, expect Dimu to just try and skirt around the engagement while he like gets a comp ahead. And then once like Dimu has horseman archers, Voldy just needs to add in the horseman as well. Is this live? Yes, it is. I've been live for hours though, and you only just noticed. Feudal Ascend shouldn't work in Fury. I think it comes down to how long you play the Feudal though, right? So the difference with the Cat Kiljardi map and why it made more sense for Kiljardi there when he was Byzantines is that Borderland is more exposed than Rocky Canyon or Rocky River rather. I think with Rocky River, your goal is to do just enough damage that you get away with Castle Age. That's the goal. Okay, so waiting to load in. Alright, we should be good to go in a second. Unless they forgot to do the very obvious thing. There we go. We're good to go. Alright, we're loading in. Push-ups. Okay. Fine. Oh, here you go. While we load. 1, 2, 3. I did the ones from earlier as well. 6, 7, 8, 9. Alright then. Let's get to live. Ladies and gents, welcome back to the Midweek Muster. Week number 9, and we got a fun one here. Dimu versus Voldemar to see who is going to clash with Wham in the semi-finals. Historically, a matchup that statistically favors Dimu heavily, but the kid could start off 2025 with a big statement here. Byzantines up against the Chinese. Will he take an aggressive line, or will he accept that Pro Scouts is a thing, and he hates life? Because one thing I'll say about the Pro Scouts meta, if you had to look for one positive, it's that Byzantines aren't liking it. It's like they are stuck outside of the shop, looking in, watching all the other kids eat a delicious chocolate cake. Because Byzantines do not Pro Scouts. And Rocky River is a damn good map for it. Going to be an interesting one. Actually, let me get predictions up, because you guys are gambleholics. Like, I even started prepping it before you guys started crying about it. Like, please, we need to gamble our houses. You know, guys, you do actually get more points to gamble with if you're subscribed. Just food for thought. And yes, those are my push-ups because, did you guys forget? I'm still with a broken ankle. Literally going doctors on Wednesdays to see where I'm at with that. So, Voldemar, we were talking through the way that you play this when we were in lobby. And I think for Voldemar, you want to try and apply some pressure. And if Dimu overreacts in Feudal, you can actually outplay him in Feudal by getting a comp ahead, right? So you want to be doing Limitane Lombo opening. And then when you see him react with archers, that's when you go into Horseman yourself. Then you play the Age for like 2 extra minutes and then go Castle. So, you know, while Byzantines usually look to start saving with Castle around minute 9, I think in this matchup, you can actually delay that till minute 11 and get damage done against China. Which is really important because if you don't, they inherently get towards Song, they get towards the Deer stacks with all of the Pro Scout play, and they just get too far ahead. Sheep count looks really good, actually, for Voldemar. Getting 17 sheep compared to 18 against Chinese is actually respectable. Like, this is a civ that should always dominate in the sheep department because of the extra vision. Oof. Well, that's brutal. Guys, come on. Wait. I'm seeing a lot of votes for Dimu, but I still tend to see a lot of Reddit threads about Byzantines being OP, so I don't know, guys. Have you been lying to me? Has Reddit been lying to me this whole time? I think this has been one interesting thing, actually, is like it a lump about the Pro Scouts meta. I hate the Pro Scouts meta, but the one fun thing, at least, has been, with Pro Scouts pretty much dictating the meta right now, the bans have substantially changed, right? Roots and Zhuji are getting banned a lot more. China, you know, was getting banned before. But it means that you're actually seeing, like, certain civs leak through, such as Byzantines. Even HRE occasionally is coming in. That's at least nice. I don't know. I do kind of wish we had more frequent updates, though. One tricky thing, like looking in retrospect to 2024, one tricky habit that has historically existed with AoE4 is the lull in fixes and adjustments around Christmas because of the Christmas break and the devs being off, right? They take a very big break. Maybe it's not as big as it once was, but we conceptually think it is. Like I think a lot of us still think that the devs take well over a month off at Christmas because of that memeful thing that Relic done around that time, right? So pro scouts coming through. What? No pro scouts for the Byzantines, but we are getting Limitane. Why don't Biz pro scouts? Because they have no positive side to doing pro scouts. It's actually only negatives. What do you get out of pro scouting? Like list it off in your head right now. Well, I mean, you save 50 wood on the mill because you build a grand winery instead, right? And then you could stockpile to immediately get pro scouts. That's cool. But here's the negative for you. You're gathering from deer instead of berries, right? So you build a grand winery to then ignore the olive oil. That doesn't make sense, does it? This is a problem for Byzantines. That's why they can't participate in pro scouts. Your advantage is in olive oil, not in the deer. I do think that there's potential for Byzantines to do pro scouts with fast cast cata builds, but you're still going to do pro scouts worse than other civs. China is going to take a crap on you. There's a lot of matchups where in the pro scouts meta, it more than whether you're good at pro scouts comes down to whether your opponent is better. And this is one of them where even if you were good, China and Juji are the kings. I don't think there's any civ that does pro scouts better than them. And Yoinksies begins. Voldemort does have the scout, does have Limitane on the way, but the Limitane are slow. Yeah, I think he's just going to camp his own deer. I don't know, this looks a little bit underwhelming. Oh, thank God. I was panicking for a sec there. I saw Keshik for a second. Western contract coming through. And there's the Rat's reaction. So the reason you open Limitane isn't just to block the scouts, it's because your opponent already has a stables. You can't just build Lombos here because your opponent could just build horsemen. I think that's another thing that I'm not quite liking about Pro Scouts meta, is because obviously by going Pro Scouts you have to build a stables. You already, while doing something advantageous, have built part of the triangle of counters, right? So you can react more easily. Could be worth it. Delayed olive oil start. The only way you're going to see Pro Scouts is with Dark Age berry gathering into Hippodrome. And that build hasn't been very prolific in competitive AoE4 for a while now. Say 90% of games at this stage of Grand Winery. Maybe higher. And for good reason, right? People just put so much emphasis on that 9-minute timing with Byzantines, where you can do so much damage with the double Lombo. Love this. Voldy's doing the 1-1-1. So this is what we want to see. I mean, usually you want to wait until your opponent has reacted, because we actually don't have an archer range yet. Okay, there we go. We do now. The weird part is Voldemort didn't know about the archer range by the looks of it. So he did gamble a little here. Dimmu, in the meantime, though, is going to get the Barbican. Ooh, wait. Where are we? We're not. Okay, thank. All right, I was about to say, that's a quick way of losing a game. If he's really going to try and play out into the middle of the map, it doesn't make sense for Pro Scouts anyway. But this is just to protect the gold, protects the berries if he ever needs them as well. And now, multiple advantages. You're able to start stockpiling villages, but you're also able to start stockpiling Juke. And this is where the game gets a bit weird for Byzantines, I think. Because now that the Barbican is up, your attack point is very much altered. You're going to have to, shuffle into the tree line. I think it's the only resource you can attack now. The alternative is, if Voldemort really wants to turn this into all-in, he's going to need to get double Kara Siphon. Actually, one can be okay. The problem with one, though, is while one is efficient for the Byzantines, because remember, the flames on the ground can't stack, the negative of one is you're going to use one ram to kill a 5,000 HP structure. Right? The reason why one Skyro Siphon is quite nice is when you do it against a pit mine, 1,500 HP structure. When you do it in an outpost, 750 HP structure. You know, there's a reason why you don't see many Kyro Siphon all-in feudals to kill the primary TC. Right? Of all the civs in the game that would try to feudal all-in you to kill you, with rams anyway, I think Byzantines is the lowest ranking. Actually, that's not true. French, maybe. They're more focused on the knights. But Biz is definitely the bottom 4. They'll do it to do damage. They'll never do it to end you there. So what you're looking for as Voldemort is damage into tech. all those berries, they should be pro get berry gathering, right? Like, you should be able to lasso, grab them around the roots, and then drag them, and then replant them. Let's make the entire game camping underneath your TC. I mean, the good news, actually, is, like, location-wise... Nah, he's going to get scouted. I was about to say he shouldn't be seen, but unfortunately for him, that one deer is going to reveal him here. So, Dimmu knows that he's out gathering on berries, and we already have Mash Yuging. What's the DPS of Ram versus Cairo? I can't remember the exact numbers. A Ram attacks every 5 seconds? No, it's longer than that, isn't it? 200 damage each. I can't remember the Cairo Siphon, because it's like a low DPS regular thing, right? It's like when someone attacks you with a sniper rifle in a video game versus a flamethrower. Depending on the game, of course. But like, one's meant to be, you die slowly over time. The other one is, oh my god, where did my health pool go? Well, pro farms so I can steal English farms. Now that I would buy into. Can a modder actually work on that? That would be hilarious. Punish farming by just yoinking them away. The value of Cairo Siphons is meant to be like Cairo Siphons can attack from further, Cairo Siphons can attack multiple things. Like, Rams can be really nice once you're on top of your target and you start a step going deeper, deeper, deeper to allow the other Rams in. So the whole idea is like Cairo Siphons in small numbers good and better, Rams in higher numbers better. And that's why, like, it's much better with Byzantines to just do some damage than to do an all-in. Now, we're talking about Rams as if we're even going to see him. I don't think we're going to see him now. It's too late. Voldemar's already got way too many spears for it to be logical. So instead, you're just going to see him probably now trend towards Castle Age. He's got enough troops out here. This is looking fairly good. Lombo count, Horseman count okay. And Dimmu is still very reluctant to come out of the base. This is going to be a castle off. Or you could build the Cairo Siphon I said you weren't going to build. So here you go, guys. So yeah, you have 10 damage, but you have to times that by 28, so 280. And it's 8.25 seconds. So you do more damage than a Ram, because I think Rams are about the same attack speed, slightly quicker maybe, with 200 damage. But you have to keep that attack going. Whereas like Rams are shunt, and then you can walk while waiting for the reload on the animation. For Cairo Siphon to do 208 damage, it needs to burn like that. Thank you, Voldemar. That validated all our talk for Cairo Siphons for 3 minutes. Clock Tower coming. Voldemar's tech timing is just so much worse. So you literally built a Cairo Siphon to walk away, which feels kind of sad when you realize that the cost of this was basically what he needs now to tech. This game, Dimmu went for a song, Cat didn't against Kiljardi. That's not true. Wait, is it? I'm trying to remember. I might be meshing together another Borderland game. Oh, that was the Wham game where we... Yeah. So, like, in that game, he didn't need to, though, right? Because in that game, Voldemar... Like, Voldemar versus Kiljardi, the difference is, like, Kiljardi didn't build Horsemen, Voldemar did. So what you want to do at that stage is Chuganu are very efficient with a small group of spears to defend. He's hungered down, right? Like, it's a very different type of game. Like, Dimmu didn't want to come out before Castle Age. In that Cat Kiljardi game, Cat wanted to try and get out sooner. So, Golden Tower on the way. Voldemar just needs to get away before losing anything that's important. The cool thing to begin with here is Lombos can actually wallop away at Juganu. You're both very slow moving units, but LBs have a over 2 range advantage, right? It's actually 2.5. He's being very respectful because he knows with Dimmu being castle, with him having pro scouts, it means he has a stables. So if you hang around, there might just be freelancers coming over the hill, which would force an engagement you don't want. So yeah, just showing the appropriate respect. At this stage, Dimmu can start considering going for monasteries. We don't actually have any yet. Oh, there we go, on the front side. So we'll start just pumping out monks. 3 monks makes a lot of sense here. He also has a lot of resources stockpiled he needs to invest. Palace Guard is going to be the prerogative. I like that he's got crossbows on the way. He's basically going to need someone to deal with the Lombos, though. So for China here, it's actually not a bad idea to add in like a second nest of bees. The logic being is like you might lose a lot of troops in the engagement, but as long as you're gradually killing the Lombos, the Byzantines are losing because they can't afford to replicate, right? Like Olive Grove count is at 6. The reason why we have this many Lombos, partially gone to Horn Tower, and partly because Voldemar played out onto the Ford Berries. Pure Pulse coming in. Dude, I actually like this. This is pretty sick. Yuan is really nice here because the Lombo range, right? This guy closes Vile. So he's just going to go crossbow Palace Guard, with the logic being that PG is so fast you can't keep up with them. And that means he can just like ignore Varangian. So the way the fights will happen is like if Dumu's army's here and Volda's here, the crossbow Palace Guard engage, Varangian get ignored by the PG and they just go around the flank onto the Lombo, and then the Varangian die to the crossbow. And with Yuan, you can do that. It's actually ridiculous. Like, look at the movement now. Backstab all low means that Voldemort actually can't get back home safely. We'll lose some additional units. She ends up only being one, but still. Cute little play there from Dimu. And a Relic Advantage. This is going to be 4-1. Okay, you can't tell me there is not something wrong with China when you think about the raw mathematics of all he's done in this game so far. Against a Civ that people usually complain about being too good, right? Which is Byzantines. Can we just like put it to bed that China is probably S tier now? I think that's fair. Like before Pro Scouts meta, they were solid A tier. They were S tier now. Flash coming in. Palace Guard not only have the movement speed, they have the double armor upgrade. Jeeg. I'm just going to trade out against Limitai so quickly here. Even with the shield wall, they should be able to shred through them. The Lombos are at least scaring Dumu a little bit, but shouldn't be for long. Nestabees comes in range here, and he just bait him into a tiny choke point. Reload shot's going to be in, but it's going to be a little bit of a whiff. That front line is looking thin, and Voldemar's food income looking thinner. He doesn't have mass olive groves, doesn't have pro scouts, right? Byzantines don't do that, so reblobbing a front line becomes very difficult now. Crossbow numbers now clawing upwards. Doesn't tell a pretty tale for Voldy. Which is better, China or Rus? China. Like 100% China. Like that is not even close. That's kind of like asking like which is better, Malians or Order of the Dragon, right? Like Malians is definitely not top tier, but Order of the Dragon is bottom tier. So like same logic with China Rus. Like Rus is pretty good. I'd put them A tier actually, but China is S. China feels busted. I remember talking with Wham about this the other day, and he was like, he said to me, China has always been busted. I was like, I can kind of see that. Like a lot of the mechanics are insane. Right? Like we spend so much time moaning about HRE getting their resources 40% quicker, for example. We don't spend enough time moaning about, in a game of finite resources bar food, a Civ getting 20% more for reasons that can't really be explained. Like, the guy just finds extra golden nuggets on a gold vein. And we're just keeping that pressure up. This is the way he likes to play, right? Like, we talk about being an orderly player, but he also brings a little bit of chaos in the way he pressures. I love the way that Dimu quite often doesn't just sit back and waste an opportunity. He's very much the type of player that if he feels his army's bigger, he's going to look to punish you with it. But yeah, to kind of give you guys the raw maths of how absurd the gold veins are, for example, of China. So with a gold vein, if I supervise a gold vein, it's not 4k gold, it's 4.8k. But it's actually not 4.8k. Because if I tax as well in the building, and I'm generating 1 tax per drop-off, that's 400 extra without wheelbarrow. So actually, China turns a 4,000 resource into 5,200. That's bonkers, right? And because they're getting, like, because it's not just that they're making 20% more, right? Like, it would at least sound balanced if they were making 20% more, but they were gathering it slower so it equals out the same. They're not. They're gathering it the same as a base rate of a Civ, and then just getting extra. So it's not just that they're making up 20% more in a limited resource, it's a 20% eco buff as well. Right? Now that's nuts. And the reason it's like very important to bring up, it's kind of an appropriate point for people to like wake up to, because when we talk about the current meta, Pro Scouts offers up way too much safety, right? There's way too much food safely underneath your TC. Well, China has always embellished that concept of safe resources because of supervision. They take a limited resource and they offset the risk by keeping more there. HRE may get a lot more, but that means they have to come out sooner. And this is wild. Dimu is trying to go for a very aggressive landmark here. He'll be able to get it as well. I mean, the Nest of Bees is unanswered by Voldemar. Great Wall Gatehouse now on the way up. Ben, definitely not the cleanest way to build it. It's going to shove around the other side. The Nest of Bees is holding that Lombo mass hostage here. Sniper attempts come in, but guys, the problem is the clock tower buff. 50% more health means it takes way too long to kill. He's going to go for the snipe now. Frangian count is looking thin though. Dimu is going to lose a few villagers for this, but at this stage, the build speed is just too good. And Voldemar, he's now in range of death. He needs to run the longbows right now because that first flurry, remember the Great Wall Gatehouse? Yeah, he knows it. There's no getting away from it. Dimu with a statement in game number 1. Yeah, so like he knew it was Dunzo there because while the Nest of Bees was doing, I believe it's 8 damage, right? The Great Wall Gatehouse Nest of Bees does 12 damage in multiple like instances. So you melt. Because we have to remember, like, the Nest of Bees got nerfed, right? Gunpowder got removed by default, everything else with it. But Great Wall Gatehouse never got that same nerf. So it's actually a really, really, really painful landmark to deal with. Like, Great Wall Gatehouse actually got buffed by Season 9's changes, because now, for example, in the late game as well, Elite Army Tactics doesn't buff your health anymore. So Great Wall Gatehouse kills you a lot faster when you raid with infantry. It's brutal. So, let me mark that up. That is going to be a Game 1 win for Benny Boy. Really solid performance there with his Chinese. I mean, he could just win this with full agent strat, right? Like, I think Game 2, he still has Zhuji to work with, right? And the only way Voldemar can stop that is by going for King of the Hill. No, actually, no. Dimu's going to pick Zhuji on King of the Hill. Look at his draft, guys. Like, what else do you have? I don't think Malians works very well on King of the Hill. China was the obvious one, but he picked it here. So he kind of threw a curveball there. I don't think you Japanese on King of the Hill. In theory, it's better than it was because you can't really wall KOTH quickly. It's like fast castle Japanese can be pretty impactful. But yeah, I think Voldemar could force English versus Zhuji, which in theory is good for English Lombo Rush. So if you just go feudal all in, I could see that potentially working. It's tricky. Like, you can potentially strangle the Pro Scout Zhuji build, but you have to block everything. Wow, he goes Boardland instead and picks English. English versus Malians. Interesting. So let me mark that up as a win for Dimu. We'll get predictions ready. We'll hop into game number 2. So 2 minutes, get your predictions in now. So we're hopping in. Vamos. China's definitely the highest win rate. Still in the 20, right? I'd imagine so. That wouldn't surprise me. Byzantine win rate's been going down a little. H3 still fairly strong. Funnily enough, you can actually check it on AoE4 World. All the additions are up there, so you can have a look at how it's performed per week. This is game 1? No, it's game 2. That's why the prediction says, who will win the game 2? Bit of a weird punctual way to write it, but yeah. I was so busy focusing on how weird Dimu's draft is for the 3rd game pick, which I thought was going to be 2nd. King of the Hill is still in the wins. That could still come out here, but let me mark it up correctly, folks. We just had our first, and it is a win for Benny Boy. He's on match point. Voldemar chooses to go into Boardland in an English Malian matchup. Yeah, so assessing the draft, I can maybe see where he's coming from. Like, options, Japanese, Zhuji, or Malians. I mean, realistically, I think Voldemar was expecting Zhuji. He probably won't mind Malians, though. English, historically, have done really well in this matchup in, like, the last year through the 2TC meta with Abbey of Kings. So, as long as Voldemar takes that line and doesn't just get too chill, because you do have to apply some pressure, the game can be really good for him. What I'm wondering is if one of these new Farimba builds for the Malians can actually put a dent in that. Because a pattern we've been seeing, actually, in the current meta is that Pro Scouts beats 2TC. And that holds true for about 90% of matchups. We haven't really seen English try 2TC that much against it, though. I'm wondering, actually, if Voldemar instead goes Pro Scouts himself, actually, now that I think about it. Because, guys, We've been seeing a few Pro Scouts games out of the English with Abbey of Kings play. In fact, we had a very interesting game between Gully Deku and Kazu Johan, where he done that against Malians. Sorry, that was against Delhi, wasn't it? Yeah. But nah, of course, Voldemort is going to be going for the all-inner. Classic Council Hall build. Ooh. Wait, doesn't this just favor Malians? Unless you go 2TC. Some players like to go Council Hall over Abbey of Kings, because the whole idea is that you still go 2TC. It's just you look like you're all-inning. Because the all-in forces your opponent to react anyway. Like, the goal here with 2TC play for English, either way you cut it, you need to force a reaction out of your opponent. Because if you go 2TC, but Dumu just raw rushes castle with Fulani, he's fine. You need to delay him from just Fulaniing. Cheap Hall is going to be fairly even. Slight edge for Voldemar. But yeah, no, this just looks like a classic all-in. That's an interesting choice. We're just a few seconds out from live, by the way. Let me just catch up for that. There we go. So as live as can be, because I know you guys are obsessed with getting the latest and greatest. By the way, reminder, winner of this is getting up against Wham. And honestly, I mean, if Voldemar can beat Dimu, there's a shot against Wham. Because I think actually Dimu right now is kind of on the rise. I've been impressed by some of his midweek muster performances. You have to remember, just, what was 2 weeks ago, I believe, against Puppy Paw? Wow. 2 editions of midweek muster. He was able to force a 5-game series where he had Puppy Paw on the ropes. So Mansacore coming in as is standard. We have already got the mill. I'm expecting Pro Scouts, especially with the gathering as it is. Right, he's got the gen from the pit mine, the Mansa now, so his timing's going to be pretty good here. It's slightly off, actually, so like there is the potential for him to just go for a stables first. But I think we're going to be seeing the Pro Scouts. Come on, Pro Scouts in return. Nah, if this was... I think if this was Abbey of Kings, we would have seen Pro Scouts for English. But with being Council Hall, I think it's just a classic all-in. There you go. Marlin's making their first move. Minute and 15 out from being able to pick up the deer. He needs to scout this. He sees the spear. This should be very obvious what's happening now to Dimu. We're going to likely be seeing a javelin build coming. So it's already nice. He was moving out on the wood anyway because he needed to build in the stables. So he can just stop off for an archery range as well. In fact, did he just... Okay. That is a clutch switch. Dimu canceled Pro Scouts. What? Is that even legal in the current meta? It's smart, guys, because here's the thing. Canceling Pro Scouts, you now hold a lot of gold in reserve, but you can invest it straight away to get the wood going, to build the production buildings. And now that extra gold goes into javelins. That is a clutch play. I feel like so many players would have obnoxiously held on to the idea of Pro Scouts there. But this is a pristine example of how some builds require your adjustment. And it's not a bad adjustment because now we get into the classic matchup of English all-in versus Malian all-defense. And that is a tale as old as Red Bull Wololo Legacy. And ever since then, I still feel like it's always been the same way, which is Malian's middle finger and don't care. Javelin Donzo dominates what English do here. In fact, you don't even need Donzos. So, Jab's already coming. Voldemar should have scouted what he's up against here. And this is where Dread takes over. I think he was gambling on this being Pro Scouts. He's at least going to get some damage done on the pit mine in the meantime, but if Jab's already here, that shouldn't last long. We do already have one Jab chasing away double Lombo. Good trade if he can actually stick on his target. The A-click actually is going to betray him here, so oops. Dimu, that's going to be an unnecessary loss. So nice little trade there for Voldemar. And he needs those type of trades, because otherwise you just lose. Javelin counter is already up to 2. Once it's at 4, the Lombos aren't going to feel that threatening. The issue you have here is, like, although Lombos have more range, the Javelins, the difference is negligible for the movement speed. Love that he's poking the spears as well, just understanding the range difference here. It's just free damage while he waits. Nice snipe there, Voldemar. I think Dimu, yeah, he's realizing that actually the stables is kind of a mistake. He just needed double archery range here. I'm curious why Dimu went for double stables. Probably because he was still thinking about Pro Scouts on a delay. In fairness, Warrior Scouts can tickle away at the reinforcements because they've got good base damage and they're able to easily retreat and heal, right? But Voldemar... Yeah, I think that isn't intentional, guys. That's because he killed a house. Dimu isn't waiting here. He's looking for the Lombos. Next thing's going to be Blacksmith, and yeah, it's already coming in. Undermesh is the bread and butter of how you win this now. Like, Javs will not care about Lombos once that tech is there. Voldemar needs to read this and get into Blacksmiths themselves. But we don't have a Blacksmith build. I'm a little bit shocked, actually. Like, it's key here. Maybe he's going for a very thin window where he can do damage, but I don't know where you're meant to do damage against Malians. They just gather off the cow underneath the TC. Voldemar now holding back troops in reserve. Realizes what's happening with the Warrior Scouts. Jav count of 8 should be able to break this. In fact, he's probably going to wait for the 9th just due to undermesh. Voldy's definitely done some damage here, but you've got to look for the permanence of his play, right? Like, have we got an outpost here to stop gold gathering? Have we got all gold denial? No, there's some on the back. Looks like Dimu is going to jump the gun with that trade there. That felt like an unforced error. Yeah, I mean, like, he's safe on gold, guys. He literally has a reserve. So it's not as if he needs to fight tooth and nail to get back on this in a rush. It's going to be rebuilding the pit mine now. It's 13 Lombo versus 7 Javs. Still not quite enough to get those one-hit kills, actually. I mean, Voldemar, he's doing a good job of keeping the pressure on. Dimu's trying to get cute with the micro. He was trying to snipe 2 at once there, but you have to remember Spearman, if they gap close, pretty decent damage into these units. Voldemar starting to struggle with the lack of Blacksmith techs, though. Yeah, this is my worry, man. Like, I thought he was peeling away for a castle build or something, but he just forgot about Blacksmiths. Yeah, I legit think that Voldemar forgot to even get the text. Like, this is the type of thing where in post-game review, and Voldemar is usually quite open about this. He's like, usually the retrospective guy will sit down and immediately like dissect it. He'll be like, oh yeah, I should have 100% had the Blacksmith. Because Steeled Arrow is just necessary to keep playing like that. And look at that, guys. Just your atypical 10-minute Pro Scouts build for Malians. Now, this would be a really bad, damning detail for Dimu if Voldemar was halfway to castle already. He's not. It's nowhere near. Doesn't have farm clusters set up the wazoo, right? Hasn't got 3 farm clusters, so rushing castle is very difficult. Like, Voldemar at this stage is out of sheep. All right, 1s if you think Voldemar's going to win this, 2s if you think Dimu's going to take it. Because the Lombo army doesn't really look that threatening anymore, right? You need, I'd say, at least 2 Lombos to 1 Jav to contest. And Tex. But by the time he has Tex, Dimu's going to have probably the same number. Vlad is vibing. Second farm cluster in. If Dimu takes a chill pill and doesn't rush, Voldemar will get Castle Age at least, right? So like this game isn't immediately over. It's not GG, 2-0, bye-bye Voldy. There's still a way. Like Castle Age can offer up some potential options here. You have to feel like it does favor Malians for a few different reasons though. Like Fulani obviously would amplify his food income a lot. Even if he chooses to go for Frimber instead. Frimber really good against English because they want to do either Lombos or Crossbows and you just do Freeborn. I think we're likely looking at Fulani build though. Maybe if Voldemar blobs enough men-at-arms. What's interesting is Dimu with Pro Scouts can actually build Sofa to counter that though. Yes, Sofa do count in the men-at-arms. Like you have 3 melee armor and Sofa and Field Age get 2 bonus against infantry, right? So you pretty much have no armor. Voldemar maybe Pro Scout behind aggression. He didn't, but like it would have been an option earlier. It's too late now. What's interesting actually is like looking back at the early game, the blacksmiths for Voldemar wasn't just important for Steeled Arrow. He could have potentially went siege engineering. Against the full javelin army, he would have gotten away with killing loads of extra houses, the pit mine, maybe even shunted onto the archer ranges uncontested. Right? Like that's the difference that blacksmiths makes. It just gives you the options for an English all-in. Nice snipe there. So second worker killed the game. But guess what? Dimmu doesn't care because look at all this extra food income. 150 food, that is like having almost an extra 4 villages. We've got double pit mine as well, generating 100 resources each, so that's like another 5 villages between them. And then the Manticore is worth 2. So, to break that down on like a mathematical standpoint, we're talking about like, what? 11 extra villages worth? That's wild. No, that's Malian. Voldemar, classic walls. Alright, so Voldemar has reassessed the game and has come to the conclusion that he must go to Imperial Age. It actually really feels like it now, this build. Well, the good news is, even if this is a 2-0, I think it's going to be a long series. And you guys love long games, right? Malian's about to Mega Boom. It's not entirely over, actually. If this goes late enough, Malian don't have an optimal trade route, so like hyper super duper late game isn't insane for them. But yeah, Dimmu is in a good position here, a very dominant position. We got Filani coming in a sec. Remember what we said about Dimmu? Like, Dimmu may find himself in the mid-late game a lot, but he doesn't seek it. What he seeks is blob and kill. Malian's is a perfect embodiment of exactly that. I think I remember about a year and a half ago, there was a point where I was saying Dimmu was the best Malian player because of the way he was leveraging that Zerg timing. It was just the cleanest I was seeing. So, you know, definitely a familiar sight for him. This was post King Beastie of the Malians meta, right? It was when they fell off a little bit, and Dimmu had some really sick builds. I know pro scouts from Voldemar. I just don't think it's an option with Council Hall. If this had been Abbey of Kings, it could have made sense, but Council Hall requires you to actually actively add too much to then go pro scouts. The whole idea of what Voldemar done here is his build works if his opponent doesn't cancel tech. Like, if Age of Empires 4 did not allow you to cancel a queue tech, we'd be looking at a completely different game right now. Voldemar now just trying to mirror the tech up. There's just so much food that Ben has to work with. Yes, I've never seen Voldemar do this before. You guys ever think that maybe Puppy Paw and Wham have another unknown brother, right? One that their family didn't tell them about? One that they sent away to a Danish boarding school? Voldemar's Danish, so... Oh, I guess that's just a coincidence, you know. This guy loves his walls. It's very rare that a game goes past 20 minutes with Voldemar without him basically creating the maze from Takeshi's castle on the minimap. Yeah, I feel like Voldemar wants to go for a foreign exchange student program, trade places with CSO, and maybe tutor underneath Louis MT. Dimmu is just looking for the entry point of the stage. He'll start blobbing up the scouts, actually. I would have expected Sofa here, but then again, your opponent has mass lombos. Going Warrior Scouts is just a lot more cost-efficient than Sofa. And we did get the Abbey of Kings, right? So, like, Voldemar is in a really bad position right now. Dimmu knows it. If he attacks now, he can actually kill Voldy. Because you don't have a white tower to reset things. This isn't exactly what I call a quick kill, though. Let us in! Let us in! Guys, I've got a strategy for taking down the gate. Yeah, Timmy, what are we doing today? We shove so many sticks into the big sticks on the wall that they collapse under the pressure. Timmy, you're now captain of the squad. Lead the way. Just a guy, a Fletcher in the tree line, making new javelins for them constantly. Is Dimmu going fast Imperial Age? It's going fast him. All right, this is just feeling like one of those games where Dimmu is vibing. We've seen those type of ones before. This... I think this might be a Fort the Huntress game to secure the gold. I've been a really big fan of Greer at Bar recently, but if you just Fort the Huntress here, Voldemar doesn't have much gold. It's not that English need much gold, but you strip options from them, right? Like, they can't go Gunner Comp. They can't go Mass Mangonels. It's very difficult to win in the late game without one of those two. Voldemar marching out. Unfortunately, the lack of a scout is going to hurt him there. Doesn't even get a chance to try and hit into Dimmu. The villagers are being pulled, so we're actually going to get a Fort the Huntress. Not really exactly where Dimmu was looking for. I think he was trying to aim for the south side, southwest side of the sacred site, close enough to gold. Oh my god! Voldemar is blind to it. The Lombos actually do reveal it though. Ambushed over the tree line as the javelins start attacking. Dimmu needs to hold fast here. This is starting to feel like maybe a slightly too greedy for the Huntress. Villagers now getting sniped. Lombos just need to avoid the javelin. Just go after those worker kills. This could give you the lead you need to catch up. If you can kill them, though. Villagers recommitting, but the Lombos... Wait, is the castle going up? If Voldemar targets this correctly, that's a down castle! Oh, no. Dimmu, and he's pulling more villagers! Voldemar has been presented a gift far past Christmas. It's a down castle! Can he get it up? Final tap of the hammer. Final worker. It's 99%! Oh my god! Voldemar is looking like he's gonna see a game 3. Alright, Dimmu, dude, like, come on, we got 19 more villages to go. Just one of you needs to touch it. Just one hammer. Just one little, just one little, just, come on. Oh no, he has reached the 4th age. I do not know how I will ever win this game. Wait a second. I now have a 50 villager lead. I might win this game, says Voldemar. And all that, I mean, it really felt unnecessary, right? That type of Fort the Huntress. The moment he saw the aggro was coming. Oh my god, his reluctance to just fall back and do something less greedy. What a situation to now find yourself in his bed. Dimmu has still got the Fulani, so that's going to add some worker force to his count, but even with that in mind, mathematically, Voldemar is about double the worker count, right? And also, he has mass farms, buffing him already by 25%, right? Voldemar is chilling. Realistically, the only way that Voldy should lose this is if he decides to open up Doki Doki Universe and play an hour of that while not really looking at the game. At which point, when he looks back, the game will be 50-50. Yeah, it's pretty rough. And we talked about trade not being like great on this map because the optimal option is near your opponent. So don't expect him to do that either. We've got triple TC now. No, it's not 2 TC. No. Rookie mistake there. It's got to be 3 TC. Plenty of gold coming in with the Pit Mines, Mansa, 3 relics as well, right? Dimmu's like, so by my calculations, takes about 35 worker losses to build a castle. I guess we'll just, like, get the next roster ready for when I need to drop a keep on the other sacred site. Meanwhile, Berkshire coming up, but that is an insanely defensive Berkshire. Voldemar, I think, is worried that Dimmu's going for an all-in because otherwise he's dead. Wingard could have worked quite well here, actually. I think Footmen are underrated against, like, Malians. They don't tend to Musafadi this deep into the game with Fulani, right? They want a Sofa. And Sofas suck against Footmen. That's not Warrior Scout raid. Forces a little bit of reaction here, but Voldemar's looking all caught up. I don't know, man. I think, I mean, there you go. Mira's even coming in about the Wingard. It just feels, if Voldemar goes Wingard, the opening play is sick because you just spam Wingard Raiders. You blob army up to 200 pop, and you just kill Marlians, right? The alternative is you slow roll it with Footman. That works too. Even Wingard Rangers is pretty sick here because, like, Damu's realistic play to try and get back in this game now is re-blob economy, switch into Mangoes. Wingard Rangers are pretty good against Mangoes. Alright, ones if you think Voldemar's going to win this, twos if you think Damu's going to take it. There are people right now that have just typed 2 and they're hovering on the enter key and they're like, do I really send this? I think Voldemar, the only way he loses this is if he just is too reluctant. I mean, so here's the thing. I think Voldemar is a very established and orderly player, right? And if there was one negative swing detail you would have to give that would favor Dimmu here, is for an orderly player, the last place they want to be, even if they're ahead, is an unorderly game. This is pure chaos, right? This is so chaos it might birth a 5th god, right? Zinch, Korn, Slanesh, Nurgle, no match for this. We need a 5th one in here to make sense of it. The game is so off of standard play that if Voldemar isn't comfortable in that environment, which, you know, Voldemar usually prefers it to follow the track, then he might just play this a bit too chill. And if he does that, Dimmu's back in it, right? Like, you know, he's already back up to 56. Voldemar definitely still has the lead, but it's 4 TC Marlian. He needs to attack. I think even just waiting for Elite Army Tactics and all these university techs is too slow. Wolf's going up as well, so blocks him against flank raids here. But Voldemar, I just don't like the speed at which he's playing this. There's no urgency. In fairness, who really expects 4 TC Marlians? It's the correct call by Dimmu, though. I love the fact that he's just utilizing scalps, this dirt cheap unit, to raid, because they're dirt cheap, but they're actually efficient. You only pay 90 resources for something that has a nice 11 base damage. And also heals. Villagers getting found. Nice little raid here. And afterwards, he can just back away, go through the gates of the wall that he just built, right? So he forces a reaction down here. Voldemar is now not dancing in the center. Sacred Site timer is now ticking down to 7 minutes. Decap is at least coming in, so Dimmu won't get the win condition off this, but he got extra resources. He got distractions. This is how you get back into a game, guys. We had someone in here early today asking, how often do you see comebacks in AoE4? You're going to see them a decent amount when you focus on raiding. Raiding is the way back in when you're behind. Dimmu's doing a phenomenal job of presenting how. Isn't this game timeline corners born? That's true. We have a lot of meek runners in AoE4. Actually, no. I think this is the timeline where Slanesh is born due to overindulgence, i.e. pro scouts. It's too much food. So nice quick wall there. Voldemar stops the scouts getting in deeper. They have the army marching north side, so we'll be able to block a recap attempt by Dimmu, but that villager lead is shrinking fast. Biology's coming in. I don't think we have any university techs yet from Voldemar. In fact, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think he even has a university. No. So, after all that lead he built up, after that pump and pull and push into Imperial, what does he have to show for it? Oh no, I just realized I've got like a Chaos Dwarf player in my chat. I mean, I don't want Vashtor, I'd be more up for the Tau God that was almost created. Look it up if you're a Warhammer 40k fan, how the Tau almost created a 5th Chaos God. It's a banger. They would have then become the most hated alien faction in Warhammer 40k. taking the title away from Eldar. Anyway, let's focus on Warhammer more in the game. Because Voldemar needs to bring the hammer down now. If he waits just 2 minutes, this is Dimu's game. I just think he's getting too distracted. Warrior Scout's dragging him away. Army's starting to swell up and come out, but you know, you have got biology tech there. Gunners are getting queued up here. I think this is the type of game that's going to have Voldemar facepalming. It does feel as if he slow-rolled himself. We do have Bombards coming up, though, so there's still a will, still a way. Right, Dimu still needs that extra, like, minute and a half that we're talking about, especially now that these cute gunners. Hand cannons also come from Voldemar. These should be better, especially once the Fort the Huntress is gone. The whole idea is when you remove First Strike. First Strike is giga broken on gunners because of the way it amplifies their damage so high. Right? Like, they almost just, like, one hit at men-at-arms. Feels that good. Spearman, I think, ends up with, like, 10 or 20 health left after one shot. Looks like the repair crew at least trying to make this last a bit longer. Fort the Huntress now being dove. No boiling oil means it's not really that much of a threat. We haven't got cannon placements either. This is a pretty underwhelming defensive landmark to try and stake your defense on. Bombard, not really going to help much. Dimu just needs more gunpowder units of a different kind. Now that he sees as well, Voldemar, if he just goes back to Lombo's spears should be capable of breaking what Dimu is doing here. Especially with the spell count. But right now, the military count doesn't tell a story that favors the English here. Warrior Scout's front line is buying time for the hand cannons to clear the way. Lombo's now diving in, just looking to snipe that count down. Good micro there from Voldemar. The rebuild is coming. Dimu, I feel like, is this deja vu? I'm pretty sure I've seen this with villagers on a Fort the Huntress before. I'm kidding this time. Not enough of them are going to die. In fact, if he wastes time killing the villagers, his army's going to get mopped up. Dimu is looking to make the comeback of Midweek Muster. The biggest one we would have seen here. From, what, 25 villagers versus 75. He's clawing his way back in. It's come at a cost, though. A lot of villagers going down. However, return fire on the way. Dimu, a lot of his army wasn't here. The Warrior Scouts just broke into the farms. Are you kidding me? He's about to delay the game again. Farms in a bit of a pickle. Spain does ride in. I mean, maybe spread out a little. One villager kill from all those Warrior Scouts, not ideal. Out of time, definitely adding up. Stopping Voldemar from that reboom, back into mass spears, men-at-arms, and whatnot. The Scouts are still alive in the back, so going to require more attention out of Voldemar here. So the 21 gunners and climbing. I'm a bit worried that Voldemar is overreacting to Warrior Scouts. Your opponent has got the turmeric powder. Turmeric? Wait, that's a spice. Serpentine powder. Mmm, delicious. What a spicy tech. We have got the serpentine powder, which is going to make him quite snaky here. Before the Huntress is going back up as well. I mean, we do have mangoes, but we do not have adjustable crossbars. This is not threatening. Yes, that very spicy yellow powder is coming in. Pretty effective. Basically, you're shooting your turmeric powder all over these yellow spearmen and lombos. They don't even realize they've been shot yet. Super effective. Danny Boy's going to back up for the moment. He needs to get more Warrior Scouts out here. I mean, Voldemar does have a decent number of bombards. It's just not really that scary in the grand scheme of things here. Warrior Scouts just running around the back of the base. Unbelievable game from Dimu. Farm count is only 11. That's maybe his weak point. The Fulani isn't providing enough now for mass Warrior Scouts. But it's cover fire, right? As he gets into more and more hand cannons. We finally have the right call from Voldemar. He realizes what this is turning into. Adjustable crossbars is how you win these type of games. His siege has been surviving. The mangoes are the same. So once he has adjustable crossbars, gunners die. But he needs to make sure the Fort the Huntress never goes up. Because if you do get an ambush shot in on the siege, It's an instant wipe. Oh, University blocked as well. No siege works. Just a crossbars coming. You can see what this game is turning into. 2.5k gold left down here. Voldemar, he needs to find additional. He needs this 4k up here. Has got the enclosures, but like you're against Malians. Their passive gold should just be better. Unless you go up to like 80 farms. We're only at 41. There's no way Ben wins this, right? How many times are you going to say that to make it come true? I want a game 3, but I think we can agree whether this ends up being a 2-0 or going to a game 3, it's already stacked up to be an insane set. So Musafari getting added in now by Dimmu. Makes sense to the men-at-arms coming. Voldemar does not have the infamous turmeric powder, which was more fitting actually for the English because we would have stolen those spices. No serpentine powder yet, right? Which is a little bit problematic against Mansa coming in. Or Musafari rather. TCs are getting demolished though. However, at this stage, Dimmu pretty much has all the villages he needs. He needs to get the army together. Slow build up though, especially with the switch into Musafari. Waiting for all the techs. Local knowledge has also been queued. Very handy for those gunners. Gives them a little bit more life in the fights. 4 mangoes on the way. The problem for Voldemar right now is he's not losing units. So the way this is playing out is actually very bad for him because Dimmu is getting the mangoes first. Voldemar needs a fight. If he doesn't find one, siege advantage will lay with the Malians. The real comes in. Just with crossbars in. Voldemar still not losing enough to replace with siege. Flash coming through now. Mangoes are on the way, but slowly does it. Gunners with that reveal, with the heal. No damage really been taken here. And the mango shots to the back. The adjustable crossbars. Gonna force a retreat. Villagers once again. Are you kidding me? For the 3rd time here. It's going up. I feel like every... Wait, okay, it's not going up. We don't have enough wood to get it up. He's shy. I think he just bought a bunch actually to make it happen. In the meantime, he's going to get chased down. Voldemar now with his own keep drop. It's time for a dose of irony. He has to pull away. Will not be able to complete it. The mangoes are now trickling out. But the problem is Voldemar no longer has a front line. 4 mangoes coming in. Big wallops onto the castle. He's going to have to cancel it. And I'm sorry, sir. We do not offer refunds. It's gone. Waste stone there. And a waste of 40 minutes of Voldemar's life, it feels like. Because this is looking like a Dimmu win. Mango count's at least going down a little bit, but the hand cannons are being ignored for it. He needs to turn onto them. He's not. Dimmu is going to reset. Respecting the damage that the siege can do. Villagers being pulled. Needs to be careful with those against adjustable crossbars, but this is getting ridiculous. Grease Daxel's now coming in as Voldemar is converting more and more into a mech army here. And yes, mangoes do get buffed by network of castles and citadels. Hence why they're attacking every 5.33 seconds compared to... Oh, I can't even show you. I think it's usually 8 seconds. Stone gathering from Dimmu. Just trying to get some keep drops in. His gold is all gone, right? It's all passive income now. Both of them are kind of suffering to a certain degree with that, right? As we've got the final gold gathering coming in from Voldemar. But that's only with, what, 5 workers on? A lot of this is in the passive. Remember, he's up to 54 farms now. 2 relics, 2 sacred sites. Voldemar has the gold he needs to win a siege war. What are we doing here? Dimmu's like, where can I build a keep that I'll lose 20 villagers building, and then I'll lose another 20 villagers building, and then maybe one more dose of 20 villagers. There's got to be somewhere on the map we can do that. And we do have a breakthrough coming. Oh, but we have Springald Towers on both sides, so both of them going to be hemorrhaging. Meanwhile, Mangoes need to be careful not to overextend. They've entered the concave. Dimu with the surround coming around the flank here. The Musafadi and Warrior Scouts do ride in, and it looks like they're going to be able to outpace the villagers trying to repair. This siege loss could be big. He's zerging towards it. Voldemort just doesn't have the military numbers. Siege lost. The Warrior Scout should be able to clean this up. Maybe one Mango survives, but a heavy loss there for Voldemort. Gold, not as drastic of a lead as it once was in a game now where Dimu has 4 mangonels. What a sick read. Dimu, he just laid the welcome rug there, right? The red carpet for Voldemort to walk in on. Then ambushed him from every side like a group of photographers. And the flash on this shot is a little bit stronger. Keep drop down position. Dimu will look to nibble on that 3k gold. Not easy to do what he done there as well, right? Like, it wasn't really stealth because of the outpost. It was just a surround. Understanding that Voldemort did not have enough to cover all angles. Voldemort has addressed that now, but he does so from a disadvantageous position. Mass spears against Mangoes is not good. The reason why it was good for Dimu is the movement speed. Warrior Scouts, Musafadi, these are quick-moving units. Sacred Site timer is still ticking, but really shouldn't be anymore. It should be a theoretical, very easy decap here for Ben. Castle's going to start getting seized by the bombards. Needs to be careful of the gunners. He actually took a heavy wallop from that one Mango in the north. Villagers are being pulled. The Mangoes are pulling up to defend. That's a bit overkill. A-click is not your friend. Bombard's now being targeted. Looks like he's going to wrap around the back. The castle is going to survive barely here. Villager pull just good enough. Bombard down. I'm worried for Voldemort. Like, we're starting to reach a kind of stagnant point where he's blobbing a lot of melee. And that's where Mangoes really just reap you. Right? Dodges a shot there, but all it takes is one hit and you're 20 units down in the fight to begin with. Right, we've been doing a lot of Warhammer. It's like when you play Warhammer 40k and you build, like, you know, all the siege there. You know you're going to get that opening volley that puts your opponent to half HP bars. Difference in these type of engagements to there is, like, basically being half your army siege doesn't punish you as much. Well, I guess Chaos Dwarves get away with it. Like here, because he's got the keep to assist, he can get away with having a giant chunk of his army being siege. Especially when you add in all these Warrior Scouts, these Musafadi, it's just the reproduction, they get back in the fight quicker due to movement speed. And the break-ins commence. We got crossbows for some reason. I mean, there's some reason here is that Voldemort has no gold. You don't really have a reason to be building crossbows. Actually, I'm weirded out by the fact he's not building longbows. It's just better than crossbows at this stage in the game. Because the way you have to fight. Mango shot's starting to come in. Bombards, I feel like we've been here before. What? Voldemort has been playing without elite army tactics for the last 10 minutes of Imperial Bloodfare. I can't believe this. And it's coming in too late. At this stage of the game, he's losing control. Mango count now up to 7. Well, the good news about this back Berkshire is he will use it eventually, because I have a feeling Dimu is close to the breakthrough. 8 mangonels, mass Warrior Scout rather. I mean, hell, at this rate, he could switch Sofa simply because of half the gold influx. What's the point of fighting underneath the keep? He's trying to break it to break in, right? He doesn't want to just stand here because he understands that Marlians won't run out of resources. He probably feels that he's losing the siege trades. So he's trying to force a win condition in endgame. The problem with Voldemort is he waited around too long. His endgame, his opportunity to win, his win condition, was sitting right there. It was having 50 more villagers than the Marlians. Instead of doing anything with it, though, he just padded himself for the late game. Not respecting how with Fulani, Malians can compete in Imperial. Yeah, this is spreading wide now. Keep dropping the north side. Voldemar's hemorrhaging villagers up here. He's trying to switch into Lombos, but he's not going to have the wood to do so at this rate. Scouts are knocking on the door. So Voldemar has to back away. Wild now that he sees just mass warrior scouts that he's going into Longbows, actually. It made sense before against Gunners, but against Mango warrior scouts, you need horsemen, dude. Like, at this stage, you just need horsemen. If there's one thing you can afford, it's horsemen. You've got 56 farms operating at maximum capacity. At almost maximum capacity. It's missing precision crossbreeding. Also, at this stage, just delete the wolves. These wolves actually hurt Voldemar because they're pushing his troops together. Gives more hits for the mangoes at maximum value. The boar's spotted as well. Does actually go down. Looks like he's going to be able to splinter, what was that, maybe one, possibly two mangoes, but I'm struggling to see the way for the kid. Shout out to the ball, by the way, for surviving 40 minutes into this game. That's impressive. And yes, ball disappears when Malians kill it. That's the way it works. Dimu is actually doing Voldemar a favor by clearing these walls. Like, let me just give us a straight confrontation here. Dimu activating attack on Titan mode. I mean, there are more walls here than there were protecting humanity on that island. Don't know if it's going to be enough to protect Voldemar, though. It's 11 mangoes. Oh my god. It's like, where's Wally? Where's the dead spearman? Everywhere. This neighborhood and the one the next, you just got completely discombobulated. Warrior Scouts breaking all the way in the back again. Giving Voldemar no break here. I mean, if Dimu just micros this correctly, this could be 20 worker kills. He does just keep blob A-clicking, which, with Warrior Scouts, you have the mobility to just go everywhere, right? Definitely worth doing here. But Dimu hasn't reached his final form yet, guys. Is there a possibility for trade? He has positioning for it. He can set up, like, up here, and then trade to his neutral. It's not actually the worst idea at this stage. Then again, like, Warrior Scouts is serving him well. Why switch? Villagers? Wait, what are the villagers doing? Oh no. They've been conscripted. And we are on scraping the barrel mode here with that conscription order. They do at least hold long enough to spin to clean up, but not many of them left over. Eco now neck and neck. We have got a counter raid coming in, but it's nowhere near as impactful. The mango. Okay, so Dimu does need to be a little bit careful because, like, 4 mangoes can kill all of this if you don't pay attention. Right? Because remember the adjustable crossbar shots, and you're clustered. Okay, Ben, a crazy idea here, but maybe sofas? I feel like this is very easy to win if it just goes sofas, but we're obsessed with scouts and mangoes. I feel like I'm watching a free-for-all game for the Malians. Nice peel off the scouts. It's straight onto that siege. One mango down. I mean, you can just go north side now. He's just wiping the front line. Oh my god. Well, we do have a lot of spears coming from Voldemar. Mangoes are in the choke point. There's only 1 mango for the English, though. Someone better be watching this on their TV with base set to maximum. He has reached the mangoes. Assistant shot coming in from his own siege here. Ben does have to back away, but I don't think there's enough spears to clean this all up. We'll at least get a few of the siege weapons. Maybe more. Oh, wait, hold on a sec. Hold on. There's maybe a grab opportunity here. Voldemar needs to just A-click past. Oh, he gets in. Dimu, he turns around for a shot there. So the Mancos are being just wasted here. Several going down. Voldemar, like, okay, how is this game just not over? How has someone not won this yet? Can you guys just win? Voldemar's like, I thought about GGing, but then I remembered. It's past Dimu's bedtime. If I just keep going, I can win. We do have a Musafadi switch coming in. Interestingly enough, Voldemar's gone back to Men-at-Arms instead of just switching spears into Musafadi. Which might be the right call now that we've got Dimu adding in archers. Does he actually have precision training? I don't think he did. No, he must have, right? At this stage, you should research everything. Yeah, so we have got precision training in. Dimu is now down to 75 economy. And if he keeps zerging troops like this, it's going to hurt him. But now, though, it is leading to an edge. And that really doesn't matter until you reach 200 pop. I'm going to be real with you, I don't know how this game ends. I mean, that's the way I love it, right? But there's no telling how this one's really going to play out. Like, it feels time and time again like Dimu should win, and then just something weird happens. Now, we've had games where Dimu is just playing with this food. I still remember the Lash Dimu game, which was Dimu on Juji. Lash on Byzantines. He toyed with him because he went GG. This isn't entirely that. I think at one point it was, but then it got weird. But I think we've got the win condition now. Dimu, archers are carrying. Poison arrows are doing everything they need, and we do have the occasional sofa getting added in, which is giving the Farima to charge forward. This is breakpoint, surely. Voldemar, I just don't think he has anything left here, right? He can't come to the tree line on the north side. He desperately keeps trying. Wood income can't be feeling good. He's got 44 trees, but I'm pretty sure that's the stealth forest trees around the map, if I'm not mistaken. I'm trying to find where he is, actually. I don't know. Somewhere. Wherever it is, there isn't much. I think it's down here, yeah. He basically has straggler trees and then he's out. This is over. Like, Voldemar just doesn't have the income anymore. He won't have the ability to build spears, and once that happens, Warrior Scouts will just laugh. Oh my god. Imagine being 75 villages versus 25 villages. Would you believe that even happened in this game? To then become this. I mean, the absurdity. Sacred Sight's now locked in for Dimu. Musafadi being laid in just to deal with the threat of Men-at-Arms, but this many archers can basically take on the world. We've got Voldemar queuing up 2 mangoes, but with this type of gold income, it's not really a sustainable thing to do, especially when your opponent already has such a big lead. But at this stage, like, what choice do you have? Pretty sure there isn't any. Have you guys realized how much Voldemar has walled and how little Dimu has? And oh no, that has to be GG. I mean, he's not even pulling them away at this stage. Where would he send them? Voldemar just going to lose so much economy. Textiles makes it a bit slow. He finally realizes what's happening here. But he's blocked on the retreat. He has to walk north towards the enemy. And that's it. GG comes out. It is a 2-0. A comeback that should never have happened here. This may be the biggest throw of 2025. Holy crap. No, I was thinking like game one wasn't... I don't think game one was that uploadable, right? I might just upload that one on its own. Are you kidding me? One sec. Unbelievable. Sorry, I'm just typing someone out. Man, what a freaking... what a crazy game. Just had to type out the title for that. That is going to be an insane game. Well played. GG, Mr. Voldemar and Mr. Dimmu. And what am I looking at here, Vold? Oh, I'm going to get... Is Voldemar here? Is that the income chart? Holy crap. Voldemar didn't make it to EGC, so respectfully is beating him proof of Dimmu tournament caliber. I mean, maybe if he beats him. It's like a different format, right? There's a lot of different things there, so it's like hard to just sink your teeth in generically like that. Holy crap, though, man. What a game. That was incredible. So, with that in mind, looking at the leaderboards, that was a 2-0 in the end for Dimmu. Poor Voldemar will not see a deciding game number 3. Means that he does go out in the round of 8. Means that Dimmu is going to face off against Wham. I don't think we're going to have that series today, if I'm not mistaken. Which means it will have to be on Thursday. Likely, at this rate, we might have both semi-finals on Thursday due to the timing constraints, but we'll have to see. But my God, man. Like, props to him. Let me just update the scores now. That may have been a 2-0, but that was... Like, F's in chat for Voldemar, right? Pay some respect. That was crazy. I can't believe that. I mean, like, we're going to call it biggest throw because that's what people click on. But the reality is, like, it's a lot of credit as well to Dimmu and the way that he recovered that game. Because that was not an easy one. Absolutely crazy. Well played, Mr. Benny Boy. Yeah, Dimmu sent me a chart. I'm assuming it was the income chart. Cursed in tournaments. I'm pretty sure, like, the way this works is that Voldemar is just cursed whenever I cast him. That's usually the way it works, right? Hey, there's our Benny Boy. GG's, lad. That was a bloody wild game to end the day on. Golf claps. I'm not sure if I call it biggest comeback or biggest throw. I mean, I know the YouTube thumbnail is going to look like your throw. Biggest throw of 2025. That was... 50 villages, I think it was. Close to 50 villages lost trying to build that landmark. I can't believe that game didn't end then. GG's, Dimmu. So, Dimmu, reminder, is going to be facing off against Wham. That's not going to be happening today, so we'll look to coordinate that to happen on Thursday before Grand Finals. In terms of series we've got left, just having a look. So, we've got the BL Yona one. And I'm going to check because they aren't having that one right now. We've still got some time until that. So, likely what's going to be happening at this rate is I'm carving this out. We're probably going to be like double semi-finals on Thursday. I bumped B and L Yona to see if they can play their series a little bit earlier because currently they're scheduled for their quarterfinals at 9 p.m., which is like very, very late. So 9 p.m., like right now, my time, it's 5:30. So we'd have 3.5 hours. So what we can do, we can probably cast some ladder games while we wait. I'm trying to think that there was any series. There was no series we missed, right? We've caught up on everything. Yeah, so we are just waiting on those lads. I kind of wish we had 1 or 2 players to play show matches in the chat right now. Give us a little bit of content. But we can at least look in on the ladder. I believe, let's have a look. Who's playing? Give me a sec. Have we got a high-level Smurf, maybe? Ooh. We've got a very interesting ladder matchup, actually, fellas. We can check in on a... While we wait for comp from those boys, we can check in on a Beastie versus Vortex game. Yeah, let's hop across to that. That'll be fun. All right. Look at the speed for the other game. All right, so I had to check in on this. Vortex versus Beastie here. So Vortex in the blue. Actually, this is really wild. Vortex is picking Order of the Dragon. Beastie's gone Ibex. 1-0. Welcome back to the channel. I thought we'd do 1 or 2 pub games because we're currently in the middle of Midweek Muster number 9 and we're waiting for our next series to see if we can get that started a little bit earlier. So while we wait for that, why not check in on 2 of the top players? 2 players that have qualified for the EGC tournament. 2 fun ones to watch as Vortex has been quickly on the reclimb here in Age of Empires 4. That's a bit of a break. 2 players that have been dodging my Midweek Musters, I might add, actually. Shameful display. If they don't participate at this rate, Dumu's going to beat them all. But yeah, it should be a fun one, though. Order the Dragon against Iabids is a very rare matchup, just because Order the Dragons in general are a rare matchup. I'm curious, is he going to open Desert Raiders here after the Dervish? I don't know if you really want to do Dervish into OOTD. Oh, he's going to try, though. Yeah, so the reason I was a bit reluctant is I think, actually, if Order the Dragon just open Horsemen, they kill you. Right? The base damage is high enough that you should theoretically be able to chase down the Dervish. But I think the thought process from Beastie is that although you will eventually die to Order the Dragon Horseman, it's really expensive to get enough to kill you. So we'll go to the 4x while they just scale up in the age. 7 sheep on one side. Beastie already at 13. That's expected in some ways due to Iabids just getting more. But that is quite low, actually, for OOTD at just 4 minutes into the game. So yeah, it looks like we may have had a loss on the scouts, and we did. 7 sheep to 16. Beastie just in an advantageous position here. Dervishes are coming out. We should be getting Stables follow-up here, just to apply a little bit of pressure into the map. So the B Fast Age Pro Scout build, a lot of people have been doing it. What, you mean Advancement Ibids? Yeah, I think I was seeing like MSN in particular do it a lot. And we do have Pro Scouts coming. So this is Dervish Pro Scouts. That's a little bit different. I haven't really seen much of that. Vortex is going to be mirroring Pro Scouts himself. Interesting play here. Like, Order of the Dragon can be efficient on timing because of their good gathering rate. Due to the fact that also, you know, Scouts don't take longer to produce. It's actually a very rare sight, but something you can get out quickly. And we are going to be following this up with the archer range. So it's going to be Gilded Archers on the way for Vortex. Isn't this just Fast Castle now for Ayu, though? I don't think you have to play the Age. You can add in a few scouts, but like maybe you just go for Fast Castle. Desert Raiders is a big no-no because Vortex already went for the Gilded Archers, which just kill you fast. You can at least kite around them. In theory, your opening should be good because Dervishes can fight. We're just going to switch back and forth between 2 and 4 times speed, so we're close to live. Hope you guys don't mind. Let me know if it's a problem, but I figured you guys don't mind when it's just light skirmishing at this phase. Holy crap. It's nice to actually just catch a pub game to reset after that absolutely insane quarterfinals anyway. So, Horseman coming in. Makes sense for Kiljardi already there, but I don't know. Vortex having Horseman here. I think when it was just a 1-unit comp, it's good. When it's 2-unit comp, it's bad. You probably need to just go back for Spears now. It's going to lead to 90 outposts going up. Beastie's going to have to defend himself here, but as long as he out-micros here, he should be fine. This is the interesting part. These are two very talented players when it comes to micro, right? The Dervishes are what really matters. He needs to get rid of the Gilded Archers, otherwise he can be sniped. Which is why you're also seeing him chase that down. I'm just going to try to create that space. So Vortex, very much on a collision course, but that worries me because you can see the Beastie hasn't put everything into Age 2. Castle Age just around the corner, and likely going to be a growth wing coming through here. Seriously, this... Can we just agree this is too good? I think Dervish for Ayu is just it's a bit hard to counter, too hard to counter. It reminds me in a lot of ways of like how we feel about like the Scout Pro Scouts play, where like you can't do anything about it quick enough. I think IU get away with way too much with a Dervish opening. Because the way you counter them really is archers, right? It's the only real way you can counter them. But do you really want to counter with archers when you know that your opponent could be fast casting behind? The problem that it comes down to is I think the Dervishes are just too efficient at healing and the opening units. Like 1 Desert Raider, 2 Dervishes can just heal through 4 archers easy peasy. I've said about this before, where it almost just feels like Dervishes should have a mana pool sort of resource, so that when they heal, like they have a resource that exhausts, at least on AoE healing. Torch damage coming in from Vortex though. So he's going to be able to block the value of the tech up, because although Growth Wing was almost complete, there's a very big lack of gold here for BC to compete in the H. Only 160, he has pulled across the east side. So if Vortex wants to keep this noose around his neck, he's going to have to rotate. Got 5 villages that need to pull away here. Vortex should be looking to just break a little bit deeper with the Gilded Archers so you can catch these when they come out. There we go, villagers are going to try to run. Not able to do so, not against Gilded Archers. No, they're too quick in the Growth Wing as well! Oh no! Tekka just absolutely griefed him there. The rally point off point there. Growth Wing to not even be ahead on workers. Because although he may be 4 ahead, he's not in this game. All of the Dragon Villagers more efficient. And efficiently building their way now into the 3rd age. Absolute disaster there for Beastie. 8 worker deaths. Growth Wing only giving you 7 extra, right? And now, with a lack of map presence, Vortex can look to exploit that by going for relics. Oh, he is cooking. Beastie is at risk of being overbaked here. Dervishes are rushing out to the relics, so you can at least extract 2. In fact, this is a really good play. This could be a free relic game for him. Vortex can still get 2 on a Regnitz, which is worth 4. Has positioning to do so as well. First prelate just got queued. Gilded Archers are running into their death. Vortex not paying attention here. Horseman getting an unusually good fight. Scouts are basically just absorbing the shots. Camel Lancer is being targeted, but I mean, it's just not a quick kill. No, that was a big blunder by Vortex. We'll at least have enough presence here to scare the crap out of Beastie. We do have the veterancy coming in for those Gilded Archers. Remember, they hit pretty bloody hard. They have the base damage of Lombos. So really, for Beastie, he needs to get into Undermesh now. We already see level 1 coming. Level 2 should be quick behind it. So we have had some poke damage here, so did shuffle in. That might have been 1 additional worker kill. Vortex now up to 9 in total. And, oh no. How? How? It's 4 relics. Beastie just snatched this away. That is a poor man's Regnitz right there. Only 1 relic for OOTD. Alright, you would have thought this game was over after that catastrophe of the Growth Wing spawn, but all of a sudden, game on, right? Like 4 relics versus 1, you can compete here. Question is, does he look for a 2 TC play? I think he's going to have to win a fight before he can do that. Beastie's an expert at relic grabs. That just sounds like he honked old men. He's an expert at snatching trinkets. Now he sounds like a grand thief. Maybe like, you know, Drake from Uncharted. Flash coming in here. Dervish heals kind of carrying this right now. These horsemen just aren't clearing that Lancer fast enough. They're attacking the wrong target. And the Gilded Archers have at least been able to protect themselves in the bush. That is going to reset Beastie back into his base again. Man, Gilded Archers are carrying this right now. That's crazy. If you can snipe these Dervishes, it's going to be big, because that's what's making that fight look competitive. Surprised he didn't actually go for the snipe there. Archers definitely would have got the kill. So what BC's trying to do here is muddy the fight. He's trying to use the scouts to distract so Lancers can get in. But Vortex has just been so switched on. He's been targeting down all the actual units that are threats here. Ignores the Lancer until last. He's just keeping the archers oppressed here so that the spearman follow-up can clean house. Lancer now being focus healed. At this siege, the Gilded Archers really should be going after Dervish. Just maybe the one criticism I give Vortex on this approach. I don't know why he hasn't been killing them. It's just making everything last a little bit longer. You're fighting uphill by not removing that healing. I guess you could say you're fighting uphill. Sorry, I had to do it. They also come in the outpost. Man, Beast is slowly just removing the threat here. It's expensive, and reality check is like, you know, usually you'd run out of food, but we have to remember this is a very unusual build out the Ibis. We have pro scouts. Hence why he's not behind. He can keep this going for a while still. Ah, this is getting annoying. Like, Vortex doesn't really have the numerical advantage anymore. This game is swung. And finally, he does it, but like... Okay, can we just really address the camel in the room? If he had done this originally, this Dervish healing wouldn't have been a factor for the last 4 minutes? 3-4 minutes of fighting. It's definitely made itself worth in those engagements. And it's not like it's a stretch to say Gilded Archers could kill Dervishes there, right? It would have been a very easy snipe by Vortex, but an insane oversight in this game. Now behind this, like, only one relic. Farm's getting added in. It looks like, actually, Vortex ran out of the deer earlier than his opponent. Could at least play boars, but a bit risky now that your opponent is breaking out of his base with lances. And we do just have mass Gilded Archers coming. I mean, pretty solid here, actually. The play for Beastie is just build lances, because the problem you have to remember is, like, Vortex with Gilded Knights, there's not many of them, so they can't block the lances well. So, yeah, if you just swell lances, you just dive that back line, your opponent's dead. You don't really want to be building crossbows into these guys, because there's a very unique tech for OTD that gives them free extra ranged armor on Gilded Archers specifically. Lancer raid coming in. Good timing here from Beastie. Yeah, one Gilded Knight's not going to be able to hold this back either. Oh man, this could be a lot of worker kills actually. Judge comes in. Nice formation shuffle there. Vortex, ungarrison other side. Rotates round. It does dodge the biggest problem of all. Definitely not out of the woods yet. Good Knights are going to raid in response here. With the crossbows at home, that's the fight they can win. Crossbows are going to suck in the full engagement. But as an addressing of raiders, very effective. Alright, one's if you think Vortex is going to win this, two's if you think Beastie's taking it. Kind of a scary game for Vortex, I think. I mean, Beastie just has so much map control now after you've been forced to defend like this. I don't know, dog. Deep into Castle Age, I've rarely seen Gilded Archers look good. Usually, Gilded Archers look best off of feudal play into castle opening, which we saw how good they can look for Vortex, right? But we've reached past that point in the game, right? That phase is now gone. We're getting deep castle. Still getting raiders as well. A few worker kills here or there really does add up for a guy who now needs to switch farms. Some ambitious gathering on the gold outside of his base from Vortex. He's actually going to be decent here. Gilded Archers are very good in castle. When castle goes longer, they get weird. They're very good when you go up into castle and then you upgrade a bunch and you get good armor. Like there's windows, right? But like those windows should theoretically close as the game goes on. What's scary actually is I think Beastie, when he should have played Camel Lancers, switched crossbows. Camel Lancers here would have been pretty solid against the Gilded, right? Just keep raiding. But now, like if he wants to get back to that type of comp, we're at the phase in the game where the deer ran out, right? Or close to at least. So we're gonna have to start looking at farms. Where is your Gamba payout? You can wait, sir. Chill. We'll pay out soon. We have to receive your invoice and check that you are who you say you are. 25 archers completely destroys his backline. Yeah, but the point is that he's not attacking, right? I mean, Beastie got 4 relics. Like, if this is turning into a macro game, the longer you go without the Gilded Archers doing anything, the worse they kind of get, right? Especially now that we've got Manganiques getting added in. Now, 1 Manganique, not going to be that impactful. Get 2 or 3 of these, start to become a bit of a problem. The cool thing about Manganiques is, while they were nerfed in Castle Age, I'd argue there was 1 Civ that they were buffed against. Can you guys guess what that Civ is? That's right. Order of the Dragon. Because their damage is a little bit higher than it used to be, right? But it's very small AoE. So I think like there was that weird little transference where, against small-sized armies, like the Mangoes are relatively unfazed compared to like what they used to be, right? Like Mangoes now feel really sucky against 50 archers, but you know, 50 archers for Order of the Dragon is 25. So we're going to speed up a little bit. We've still got 2 or 3 minutes to catch up to live, I believe. 2TC now coming in, so Beastie is playing the eco game. Vortex, however, needs to build more to defend with. Gilded Archers, like he's playing blind, right? Like if this is mass Camel Lancers, he's dead. So we're seeing Spears, Men at Arms getting added in. Beastie doesn't necessarily need to attack like this, but he's paranoid that Vortex is going age 4. Which is understandable, right? More Gilded Villages is never a bad thing. Ever seen the dust effect before? No one plays with higher settings? Nope. Only me. You want to know why? Because I got the most beastly PC in AoE 4, baby. Boop, boop. Exclamation mark PC. Check out those parts. Big shout out to the sponsors. This PC kicks ass. Farm's getting scudded. I love this from Beastie. It's super effective, right? Incendiary shots up against farms. It removes Vortex's scaling ability into that late game, right? Can't easily now get into mass Men at Arms. And no, this is not a KPMM game. We're catching a ladder game while I wait for confirmation on whether we can get the other quarterfinal series done a bit earlier in the day. Oh my god, he's just milking it. Now remember guys, if you set fire to a farm, you get bread. I think that's how it should work. Lancer's now jumping in. Now, admittedly, Swords Mamelukes isn't as good against Order of Dragon because you're not killing as many instances, right? So you don't get the buff as frequently. Man, this is brutal. Vortex lost a few workers in that exchange, but he also lost a lot of farms. So it's not about his ability to fight this fight, it's about his ability to remass afterwards. Behind this, Sacred Sides are locked in, and you have to remember that BC is on 2TC. So his villager lead only extending from here. If you're going to lose, you want it to look cinematic? Yeah, but like now with my PC, I could, you know, if I'm going to lose, not only does it look cinematic, but I get 144 frames. Cha-ching. While streaming. Cha-ching. And encoding multiple layers. Cha-ching. Wait. Oh, no. The Tower of Memes is about to become dreams, guys. I want you to think for a second about why this is so good. While these guys won't die fast, they're not going to kill it. They do attack quickly, admittedly. But even if you attack quickly, you still have to shoot this thing 800 times. Mass farms coming behind. I mean, Beastie's already at, what, 25? Yeah, exactly 25. He's going up to 35 soon. Tower Stomp's on the way. All right, where's my sub-train? Or I start following this thing. 4th Manganique now coming in. I mean, Vortex really needs horsemen. I'm a bit shocked after he just saw that army that we didn't get ponies out of him. Yeah, there were a few lancers, but you could kind of see that Beastie was leaning more into infantry here. Ranged infantry at that. Horseman kills everything. It kills the Tower of the Sultan, it kills the Mangos, it kills crossbows archers. So why have we got Vortex building mass spears? He's going to go for a surround from all angles. My deep scud shots coming through. He's a little bit of poke damage to begin with. Nice surround here. Vortex just trying to outplay his opponent. Trying to minimize the damage that Siege can do to him here. And those Gilded Archers They're going to get the wipe. The Tyrannosaur just got ignored. I can't believe this. Gilded Archer's carrying the fight because neither player in this game wanted to go Horseman. Unfreaking believable. Vortex now has a window of opportunity to counterattack into Beastie at a much needed time. Yeah, had he waited any longer for this, we would have been seeing mass Horseman flood coming for sure. Siege Workshop's now being built and Horsemen are on the way, but this is the thing that Beastie was missing, the mistake he made. I'm still impressed that Vortex was able to clean up like that without any Horsemen of his own. Sick micro there. He outplayed Beastie. That was, what, 180 degree surround? Or like 200 degree. Now, surely we have a death push on our hands here. Vortex marching forward. Now, Beastie does have a lot of income, but what he doesn't have is much production. He's only got 4 Archrangers, 6 Stables. It's not a lot of immediate blow. Not just that, Vortex does also have spears, so Horsemen no longer the answer, right? Even Landsneck they're getting animated by Vortex now. I love this. Like, imagine me. Now I screw your farms. Heavy torches, remember, this is the one that gives you AoE torch damage on your spears. Knife coming in here. Mango just can't do enough. The key drop coming in, but no! Against Gilded Archers, this doesn't work. Even if you get it up, it's going to cost you so much. Machine gun mode activates. Beastie pulled, what, 45 villagers to get this up? He's going to end up leaving with less than 30. Castle is definitely complete, but with the armor that these ranged units have, he doesn't care. Chases away. Beastie's entire villager lead is gone. Evaporated into dust. And the castle could now just be bypassed. That was vile, man. We do have income. Wait, what? And it's Desert Raiders against Gilded Archers. No. That Vortex is genuinely giving us a masterclass in Gilded Archers. I like how I'm eating my words because, like, yeah, Gilded Archers are just kind of fallen off the longer the game is gone in Castle Age. Because we don't have Horsemen ever. Until it's too late. They're carrying the game. Unfreaking believable. I mean, I think here, surely Advisors would have made more sense, right? Because you get the Adabegs into the stables, your Horsemen are really tanky. But now, what do you have? Farms are still at least operational, so the food income's going to be good. I think Vortex needs to dive deeper. This is a little bit slow. He's at least saving up for Imperial. Good Archers are suck in Feudal versus Feudal, but they're strong in Castle. I think they're strong in Castle, but like they have a window like we were talking about, right? Because the whole idea is you build them at the beginning of Feudal, and then you level up, right? It's kind of like the Yumi effect in some ways, where, oh, that veterancy changes everything. And then the Gilded Armor changes everything again. But then the idea is meant to be that if you don't end in the mid-castle, your opponent has farms set up, he has mass horsemen, you die. Because the thing you have to remember about Gilded Archers is they suck when they have to move. Right? Because you're losing a DPS when you're moving. More so than any other form of archers. Right? So if you have to start a step, it's bad. And if you're being jumped by horsemen, you can't stand still. You just die. At least this game getting a bit sloppy, a bit messy here. Hand Cannoneer production is now coming in. The Palace of Swabri is on the way for Vortex. Do have keep drops on the flank, so Ivids are going to have the goal to play with. We are going deep into this game. AK Vayne also now for Vortex, but no keep drop to secure it, so still a bit of a worrisome gathering point coming out of the Spaniard. Farms are wide open. We've been here before, and we are here again. Vortex has got the elite tech coming through for the archers, 50 seconds out. Meanwhile, Horseman looking for some easy worker kills, but with 98 health on each villager, Textiles makes it difficult. As long as you're moving anyway. We have some Smithman coming out, so that should clean up the raid. Meanwhile, other side of this, I can't help but feel that Vortex slow played this. He had what felt like the winning push, and then instead of diving into the farms, He's circumventing to the west. Now, yes, I get that there's a keep drop here, but if you just go here, then go in, you still hit the farms. I don't know, man. I think Vortex prolonged this game unnecessarily. Maybe for the second time here. And credit to Beastie for doing what he's done to get at this team. But it's felt like twice Vortex has had his hands around Beastie's throat. And twice, as he starts to see the life leave Beastie's eyes, Beastie pulls a puppy dog face and Vortex loosens his grip. That was oddly specific. Vortex. That massive gilded archer is just gone now. No, this game is literally live right now. We caught a good one. Gilded crossbow's now coming, so Vortex is transitioning. Yeah, gilded crossbow's pretty good against hand cannoneers. Because the HCs, like, they don't have the ability to reach you, right? Range difference. Gilded crossbows attack quite quick. They have the extra range, right? 6 was 4.5. It's actually not the worst of ideas. Hand cannoneers are now getting laid in as well. These things are Giga machine gunners. Starting to feel like more and more of a game where Atterbegs would have been good for Beastie. He can still go back for it though, remember. You can always get an extra wing. Who do I think is going to win this banger? Order the Dragon very rarely look hyper good in the ultra late game, especially when they've only got one relic. I don't feel like Vortex has secured enough gold yet to end the game. And hand cannoneers, like back when we used to see Order the Dragon hand cannoneers win games when you had 75% of the gold, right? But that was also back when the gunpowder tech was very powerful for them. With Season 9, Horsemen just got kind of stacked against them now. I think once Beastie is able to get his Imperial Plus by going into Biology Plus Atterbegs, these hand cannoneers can't carry the game. And that's when I'd favor IU. So like Vortex, if he pushes correctly around 37-38, has some siege behind it, he can actually win this game. If he waits to 40 plus, I'm Beastie favored all the way. Push now coming in from Beast. You need to be careful, remember these spearmen hit for 76 damage each. They basically two-hit horsemen. Shoves her right through. Tell me you hate ponies without saying you hate ponies, boys. That is a terrible fight for Beastie. Desert Razor trying to start step away at the end, but you know, against Gilded Hand Cannoneer Spears, it's not a good time. Yeah, I don't really know what Beastie was expecting to happen there. Probably wasn't maybe expecting that many hand cannoneers already. Plus the spears. It's a good fight from Vortex, but really needs to push from here. This keep drop should unshackle him from guarding this location. Once again, to emphasize, Vortex very much on the clock here. Needs that kill point. And we do have siege coming out. So Mango's being built into. Remember, like against hand cannoneers, the Order of the Dragon are less effective because the health pool. The interesting dynamic is actually how having a bigger health pool actually hurts you on the push. Because when everything's half HP, like the other army will be dead, replenish, replace sort of thing, right? So like where that becomes a problem is if your opponent's very smart about it and they scud you down with Mangoes to like quarter HP and then wait to remass, they can just run you through. And your production rates as Order of the Dragon fail you at that point. Like it's actually been a very big issue with OTD. Kind of feels like this poor little Civ are the ones that really need like an AoE heal option in Imperial. Right? Basically get like the Dervish effect on your prelates at this point in the game. Some small stone walls coming in, by the way. Just protecting against absolute flank raids. You should always be thinking about these type of plays against horsemen. Stonewalling the entire length of the map is much harder with the recent changes that came at the end of 2024. Walls just take way too long now. So the more efficient play is just make it so that infantry can react. And it's absolutely necessary when you're playing OTD, because your army's always going to be, from a statistical count, smaller than your opponent. Tango count just not really impressing here. We have adjustable crossbars for a single man Janine. Feels like 2 more would really go a long way. Instead, he's focusing on the coverings. Dive comes in, though, and the Spearmen, they got disintegrated there. They split off a little bit too soon. Hand Cannon is now in trouble. Desert Raiders, we've got scenarios coming in. Okay, so here's another interesting detail for this hyper late game. It's not just the lack of gold long-term for Vortex. It is actually Desert Raiders. I don't know if I still agree with the choice to go Desert Raider wing over, say, Adabegs. But the sick thing that can come in here, Adabegs can get you even more health. Biology plus Adabegs is nuts. Add in the fact that Incendiary Arrows also does buff your damage. You've got a very unique situation where a unit is getting buffed by multiple techs. A unit that already has insane effective HP. Remember, these units have 7 base armor, and then you can get the infantry support to give additional melee armor to these units. Meaning although spears will still kill them fast, it's not as quick. Kind of nutty. I think the nuttier thing is the infantry support works on ranged armor as well. I don't know, I feel like that can go and it would still be good, right? Because like Gilded Archers isn't a good answer now. Like even for elite Gilded Archers, half your damage is offset. Just coming in here. Culverin's knocking at the door. Cannon placement on the way, but I don't see how this castle ever survives long enough here. Vortex goes through the repair, the torches are out. Horsemen are rippling around onto that worker force. The castle is not going to be able to get the cannon emplacements in time. Feels like it's just getting kited to his death here as well. The Spearmen ending up on the hand cannoneers, and the count doesn't really lie here. Vortex just doesn't have enough. He's keeping the castle alive, but it's coming at a high cost. In fact, I say he's keeping it alive temporarily, but it's now dead. So castle crumbles. Villagers have to retreat. Now, this is awkward. Vortex is out of gold. He's got the 4K over here, which BC is now snatching away. And over here, BC's already taken this. So, like, this is the only access Vortex had, really. He's got what? Like, okay, 2K left here. But for mass hand cannoneering, that's not good enough. We even now have the Serpentine powder coming in. That's going to give the chase, right? He can now kite the Spearman very well. With hand cannoneers getting that buff on movement speed after attacking the spears, means that both Desert Raiders and hand cannoneers, horsemen as well, can all just run. You won't be able to overreach them. It's going to make you wish you had marching drills. Triple Culverin now. Vortex did have plenty of stone to build more keeps, but keeping the castle is a different matter. Villagers being pulled into flank. Desert Raiders. Well, start to poke here. Commons are going to have to pull back. Horsemen do lead the way. The villagers are diving really deep here. Vortex. He won't. Will he even get the second Culverin? No. They ran around the sacred site. Culverin is going to go down, but the worker losses are stacking up here. The odds are stacking against him. BC just has way too much resource pull here. He's doing a classic BC, right? The 140 pop, where a lot of players have moved over to staying closer to 100 to win the fights. BC is just turning this into what feels like an Ember exchange. Desert Raiders can do no wrong. These units are ridiculous. And so's this Civ in this matchup. Dragons leave with a loss, but can you believe how often Vortex looked like he was on the verge of winning this? What do you guys think? Could Vortex have just GG'd out with an earlier push? It felt like the Gilded Archers were ready to carry this game, but he wasn't ready to accept it. Let me know what you think in the comments, and I'll catch you all in the next chapter. Okay. So, really cool game. Let me have a look here. Do we have an answer from BL Yona? I don't want to have a situation where I don't cast the quarterfinals. But the predicament is we've got 3 hours as it currently stands until that matchup. Which is a long time. What does Elyona do that makes him only available at 10 p.m. actually? I just thought. Maybe he's an extracurricular boy. Has some activities he likes to partake in. Because, yeah, guys, basically what we're doing is we're seeing if we're able to catch BL Yona. If we're going to be able to, they basically would need to zoom speed up a bit. So, looking at our options. While we wait, I'll give it like another game to see if we can actually get it done. We're going to catch another Vortex versus Beastie game. We'll speed up to live. Alright, we're scraping the trash here. This is quite funny. Blimey. Oh, we're on Hill and Dale as well. Well, according to my stream the other day, you guys secretly love this map. It's Hill and Dale. Ladies and gents, welcome back to the channel. Vortex on the Ottomans. Beastie, aka exclamation mark, on Order of the Dragon. Interesting. So instead of just playing high echelon tier civs that are like top of the game, we've basically chosen trash civs that are going to play late into the game. Alright, this is going to be a fun one. Let me get predictions paid out on the previous. We'll go ahead and we will... I guess we can do like a 2-minute prediction here. So I'm curious actually what you guys think. Order of the Dragon versus Ottoman's kind of intriguing. I think Ottos have some potential, but as we saw in the last game, Order of the Dragon aren't necessarily a pushover either. So curious to see how this one's going to play out because, I don't know, I felt a little bit robbed recently. We just never seem to get OTD in competitive. Ottomans has, interestingly enough, been creeping in. We have got a little bit of spin pressure opening. It's going to be Sultani Trade Network versus Arkan. I know that these guys were about 8 or 9 minutes in the game, so we'll just keep speeding up as we get in here. Archery range plus these horsemen are coming out. We are going to get Pro Scouts play. Yeah, Vortex can't really Pro Scouts by comparison. Oh, he can. All right, guys, you pretty much seen it all now. Like, what Civ hasn't done Pro Scouts at this point? There's not really many. Like, pretty much every Civ in the game we've now witnessed doing Pro Scouts. I'm trying to think if there's any left. ABBA? I think I was saying, yeah, ABBA's still the remainder. I've seen Biz Pro Scouts. I've seen Biz Pro. Like, Crackety done that long before the Pro Scouts meta. Thank you. Clearly, you're not tuning into the stream enough. No, so we've already seen that. But, like, we'll go down 2 times speed now as we're catching up. I think the only Civ that is left to do it is ABBA, but I legitimately think Abbasids are going to find their way to a Pro Scouts meta before it gets nerfed. And the build will be Culture Wing 2TC. But let's focus on this game. We've got Reignitz coming in the Fast Castle build. Vortex didn't mirror. He's going Sapahi to block the Pro Scouts. Interesting. I think the thing that kind of surprises me about Pro Scouts on this map is you have to remember that one of the deer stacks is almost just granted because you get the deer shove in, right? So like that shouldn't really be up for grabs. That means there's only 3 deer to contest compared to most maps where like Pro Scouts, you know, if you don't mirror Pro Scouts, it's 4 stacks of deer. 4 stacks of deer is basically 10,000 food. It's going to be a race here. Oh no. That was a little bit awkward. The scout that was meant to pick up the deer wasn't the one closest there for Vortex. He's going to force the drop off though, because he has numerical advantage. Beastie didn't respect it. So Vortex will win the exchange there. We do have pressure coming to the base. First Gilded Knight is being queued up here by Beastie. A bit of an awkward predicament here. This game is not as free as you think, and we are now fully live in co-op for these two. Why is it Killer Pigeon and not Killer Mallard? Because ducks suck at flying. There you go. Sorry, ducks. Well, looks like we actually got some denial coming in. So deer close to home, but losing scouts doesn't feel good here. Just means you have to go replace them or you're going to lose out on more. Wait, is he going to be down to like 1 scout? Nah, it looks like there was a little bit of misaggro there. Okay, so Vortex is still an age behind. I really like Beastie's position here, actually. And Vortex, it's a little bit weird the way this has been played. I'm hoping we're going to be seeing the Vizier Council Point option with the Imperial Palace. I don't really see the point in Mehmed. No one has yet to really convince me it's absolutely necessary. Okay, we're just doing it again. Wow, look at that. Mehmed Imperial Armory. Woohoo! And Certified Animal, you need to learn how stream delays work, mate. Games have built-in stream delays. But perks of watching here is obviously you get the full picture instead of just half of it. Archer's showing up as well. Nicely done. Blocks the wall up. Okay, this is awkward, right? Like, you've got 3 prelates, but you can't get out of the base. If Vortex goes for the Imam point, he can block you. Oh, this is pretty sick, actually, from Vortex. It's not easy to just dive onto the high ground like this. So Hill and Dale, one of the most defensive maps in rotation, probably the most defensive map. Dive comes in now from the Sipahi. Archers are getting mopped up. Will be another worker pick there, though. Prelate not able to change that. And the Sipahi are going to keep him on the defensive. So great plays by Vortex. Tech up now to complete. And after that, I wouldn't be surprised if we get a Moss drop. Yeah, there we go. Wow, that was sick. The efficiency there. You heard the horn. Vizier Council point came in immediately as you tapped. So, double Imam on the move. He'll be looking for these 2 relics first. These are the contested ones. And then this one's a bit too far away for BC to run towards. And obviously, you got the closest for Vortex. So, I think we're getting a 4-1 split in favor of Vortex. All right, 1's if you think Vortex is going to win this. 2's if you think BC is going to take it. Because I'm thinking in the late game, and I don't know, man. I'm kind of like Almond's odds. Almond's one of those civs that has a premium type of unit that doesn't take up more population space, unlike OTD's options, right? Sipahi scale really well into the late game. Janissaries shouldn't be as valuable. I don't feel like OTD wants to go cavalry that often. Doesn't feel like that comp has paid off well. Wallow very late here from Vortex though. So nice snipe with the Gilded Knight. Prelate's going to have to run away. There is actually an opportunity to just pull this away from him. And we do actually have a Prelate blocking over here. So Sipahi, we're going to stop this. Wallow's going to come out. Vortex is going to just walk out and come back in. But surely Beastie doesn't get these home. Well, this one's going to get denied. In the center, the Sipahi has bypass. The Gilded Knight is low, so he can't contest either. He's actually going to try, but if you just turn here. Nice fortitude. That's sick. He gets the kill. Okay, so Beastie is still stuck 1 relic. Man, this is a spicy clash over relics. Beastie, remember, doesn't have many prelates left in the chamber. Has to start reproducing. Has gone for the far relic. We'll play that into the mid. So more of a contested territory area. But we have Palace of Swabia now on the way. Yeah, you can see how Beastie's just tried to budget cut his way through Castle Age as quickly as possible. Vortex, however, is adding in a lot of troops. Needs to find value for them. If he can't make this a 4-relic game, this prolonged castle play wasn't worth. Then again, like, what's your alternative options? I don't think you want to fast Imp here as the ultimate ever. It'll always be slower than the alternative. Right? Like, OOTD just a bit too competitive in that department. Come from min 15, game still going on. Wow. Time predictor. And no, just to reiterate for people, this is a ladder game. We are waiting for our next Midweek Muster series. Guess I better update the title for you guys so you don't get confused. Right, push coming in here. I mean, he needs to do damage now. Like, there's no way you can rush Imperial Age and your opponent has built a Palace of Swabia. So you need to dive. But what you need to do and what you can do, 2 very different things here. This is going to be tough. I mean, the break-in point is just not fast with how many crossbows you built, right? Behind this, we have got Spear Defense being prepped. Cannon placement in as well. And remember, that is a relic buff one. If he targets the crossbows... Okay. So that is enough to force him back. Vortex is going to have to get the siege ready, but ramming down those towers is difficult, remember. E-repairs. On top of that, killing a few workers isn't good enough against Palace of Swabia to replace the losses. Relic drop-off does come in. Be a dive by as it goes a little bit deeper here. Vortex using a very ambitious position to stand, right? Considering that there's a Spreel emplacement in that tower. Why is the Spreel trying to kill a Mango? Okay, I'm glad he switched targets. You can't kill a Mango like this, guys. Remember, these towers, they all the types do range damage, right? The Spreel does range damage, the cannon does range damage. Ever since the percentile change, it's not an option to snipe anymore. Like it used to be, if you had a relic inside of a tower, the Spreel would hit hard enough that you could kind of kill a Mango. Not with the percentile system, though. It just doesn't work. Alright, triple ram coming. I guess Vortex just doesn't feel like he can go up into Imperial, which I get, right? It's very difficult now. Because if you think about it, like he's going to have to pay 3,600 resources. By that point, BC will have at least a 10 villager lead. BC already has 3 relics home. Like, Vortex has already failed 1 win condition, which is to block relics. He can't afford to fail a second, which is allowing Pulse Swabio to build. Why is Vortex not taking the Sacred Sites? He's now moving. It's just a slow process. Been a little bit distracted. And this just looks so budgeted from Beastie. He has actually snuck out on the west side, so has got the berry gathering to keep him going. Would benefit from some actual troops here. Instead, it's going to be Culverins. E-repair's still available here, folks. Rams. I don't feel like they're doing this anywhere near quick enough. Spin and take out 1. Warlord's going to come in. Wait, he tries to hide the Prelate inside the spears. Didn't work, though. Great micro there by Vortex. Immediately removes the threat. I'm not convinced, man. I don't know how BC survives this. He needed like 2 more minutes. Props to Vortex. You know, he may not be killing mass amounts of workers here, right? The Pulse Swab is mostly unharassed. But what you have is a problem of BC not being able to do anything worthwhile with these villages. Expo's better than Jan's? Yes. Because if you went for Janissaries, like, what's the reason? Your opponent is just going to build into archers. On top of that, like, crossbows, Janissaries have the same health, but Janissaries cost substantially more, right? So, like, Culverins are even more value there, because they'll snipe out Janis really easily with the wonderful bonus damage against infantry. Then coming through here. Fortifications, like maybe a little bit too late. Especially the ram coming through. Yeah, that is a waste of stone. He repairs. Beast, maybe not a waste of stone. He gets it off just in time there. Vortex needs more damage. It looked like this was his game to win, but the problem you're now running into is instead of just diving simply this area, he's rotating all the way around, right? He's crescent mooning it. And that's where you're just seeing the TC fire adding up a little bit. The reproduction rate is actually helping Beastie to stabilize. Farms aren't looking pretty right now, though. Beastie needs about another 10 to start dumping out these units and defend him. So for the time being, Vortex is still in a favorable position here. The problem is he's stuck in the position of Castle Age, right? He can't go Imperial. Because if you go Imperial, you're going to allow Beastie to realize what he's doing here, like to reach his full potential. Smite. Ooh, yeah, no. This is getting expensive. What is with these two in very long games? All right, get your predictions in. How long do you think this game is going to be? Put a number on it. I'm going to go with 41 minutes. I think Vortex is going to have to go Imperial. Like, that was his window. He done some damage, but nowhere near enough. If he goes Imperial, he can still compete. If he plays longer Feudal, I think he's just going to lose this game before 30. Corvus now just forcing the Mangoes back. Or rather killing them. Prelate is going to yoink the goodies back. Will be sniped before he can return it inside the fragments. Culverins are a problem, right? Like, Vortex has been trying to address them as party, but the Spearmen are just way too effective, even when vetted. I mean, this is pre-elite, right? If that ever comes in, these guys are going to hit like a truck. And yeah, no, like, I mean, you hit the nail on the head there. Janissaries are not hand cannoneers. They're hand cannoneer light. There are decent situations, but like, there's some big differences. And most people think the damage is the big difference. It's actually not, it's the health. For what you invest in a Janissary, it dies substantially easier than a hand cannoneer, right? Like, if I build a Culverin, it takes me 2 hits to kill your hand cannoneer, right? But if you build a Culverin against a Janissary, it only takes 1 hit. So I'm killing double the Janissary that opened hand cannons, right? And the difference isn't double the cost, right? Like, if you want to build Janissaries, they're not really that cheap. 160 resources compared to 240. So you're paying more than half the price, but you're dying half the time. It's alright. Feel free to ask questions if people ever have them. Always happy to answer. Clean up on the regnets now. This is where the Culverins are a little bit sad. It's only 35 base, so you don't really kill a ram quickly. It takes you, I believe, exactly 20 shots to kill. Wait, no, one minute, not 20 shots. Exactly 20 shots. Exactly 11 shots to kill. Not quick. I do feel like Vortex is giving away way too much free C's though. Another Mango goes down. We are seeing him save up for Imperial now. At least starting to. Now, the Sacred Site timer is still ticking. And Beastie may have survived his encounter with death. But what he hasn't done is proven that he can come out of his base yet. So far, he's been that kid who yells at you and then hides behind his big brother. And then you're like, well, I can't be that guy. That guy's 8 years older than me. Right? Being the cannons and the TC and everything. Well, now it's time for Beastie to be caught on the playground without his big bro. His big bro has graduated, gone off to high school. So, son, are you ready to fight at playtime? Because that is what Vortex is now asking of him. I don't know about you guys, but if I am like a 12-year-old kid and I encounter a bald kid on the playground, I ain't messing with that. People don't just shave their head bald unless they want to fight. Not at that age. No, no. They do it on purpose. You want to know why they do it? So that when they headbutt you, there is no soft padding from hair. There's no pillow for the blow. It's just raw egg power. So, just be aware of that. Always important in life. When you get into a fight, don't get Zinedine Zidane. So march out now. He has blocked mass spears, but we do have archery reaction for Vortex. Spring Oars would not be good here. Although, built for free, they'd be kind of worth it. What is missing? Vortex forgot to get a meta. That's actually a really big problem. There's an attempt to decap here, and wait, wait, he got it! Oh, Beastie! He denied the win condition! Vortex, I can't believe that! He never set anything up here. It was gathering in the neighborhood, but not close enough. Distracted on the east side. Mops up the villagers there, sure, but we're now talking about a 20 villager lead. An army that's getting quite scary now that the elite status is in. I mean, Vortex needs to get Imperial Age now. There's no more arguing with it. It's do or die. Cheeky kid. Solid play coming in from Beastie. And this feels sad to watch. I feel like one Spearman, how hard is it to kill? Quite hard. And the crazy part is also Vortex had plenty of stone ready to drop a keep on the flank. Stonewall as well would have been insane here. I guess it was impossible. Maybe he was out here and this outpost snuck in on him because it was a cannon placement. Like, people saying that this is a mistake from Vortex. I think it's more credit to Beastie, dude. Like, look at this. Who expects a cannon emplacement outpost out here when you're diving the enemy's base? It's kind of crazy. Great foresight there from Beastie. And CGQ is slowly activating. Goran's able to get those one-hit killers against the archers. Villagers being pulled to the front side. Vortex, wait. This isn't all in. Wait, what? No, you can't! You can't! There's no room for a keep! Oh no! Vortex, out of all the ways to lose! He's going to try for a second attempt, but it's way too late. There's no villager left, right? He's just been wiped. 6 left on the front line here. And that's going to be a win for Beast. That is 2-0 for him now. Vortex can't win with the Order Dragon. He can't win against the Order Dragon. Maybe hope for a game that doesn't feature the dragon. Oi, oi, oi. Oh, wrong save. Oh, man. Crazy set of pub games out of those two. So... Dude, I can't believe we already cast all the Midweek Muster games available. My brain is like, sure, there's one more, but there isn't. I haven't had a response out of B and Eliona, so I don't think we'll be able to cast that series earlier, unfortunately. So, like, basically, we have options. One of those options is we go and eat, leave a game up, come back, cast some ladders. We get into that series, right? Because for those wondering, basically Eliona B is 2.5 hours away. It's quite a long way. Or we maybe just stream for like another hour, do some pub games. Which has so far been constant Beastie versus Vortex. It's gonna be them. Okay, I have to. Dude, it's literally just order the dragon, order the dragon, order the dragon. Alright, we'll watch at least one more. Alright, so we've got 3 minutes. Guys, what I'll do is I'll run 3 minutes ads now, so then you don't have to worry about them in-game at all, because these guys can have long ones, okay? Oh, man. Feel like I'm just watching the same people over and over again, but, like, you know. You put the fans wrong? What are you on about? I'm confused. That doesn't even make sense. Wait, what? What are you talking about, Willis? Oh, yeah, let me get your Predicky set up. I think that's the right noise. Oh, have I got anything I can snack on out here? I've got some more of those protein bars. Maybe ride the hunger. Oh, actually. Got one of those vegan bars, and I was meant to eat these. Expiration date, December 2024. Like, that's going to stop me. Put a little bit of music on for a minute or two. All right, people trusting more in OTD than Japanese. God damn, on Himiyama? Really? Freaking love this song. Have we got any other Avatar fans? Some good old Agni Kai. Oh, wait. Yeah, I just realized. You guys can't hear music because there's not audio capturing game. Oops. Sorry. It's just been awkwardly silent that whole time. All right. Let's get to it, though. Oh, no. Crumbs all over my desk now. Oops. Man, you don't know how tempted I was to crack open my salted caramel peanut butter and just start dipping the protein bar into that. I feel like we're just becoming Vortex versus Beastie Watch here. The third time in the row these two have matched up on ladder. Kind of crazy as well. Like, historically, this was more of a more rare matchup. Not the civs, but the players, because Vortex usually played early in the day, right? But we've got 3 games in a row now. 3 games that have featured Order of the Dragon. Ladies and gents, welcome back to the channel. This time, Vortex will once again be on the receiving end of the Dragon's Roar. But you'll be doing so with the Japanese. A really good map for Japan as well. Going to be on Himiyama. So pond opening coming in. Already got the fishing boats being played into. Is there any potential for mine work? Nah. I mean, Arkan does have less value on a map like Himiyama because you haven't got that factory line. But I imagine he's thinking about like Arkan dropping here. 2TC is kind of intriguing against Japan. Because you could basically 2TC into Spearman Blob to defend against Mount Samurai, which isn't a bad idea, right? Gilded Spearmen are actually quite scary, even for the Samurai. The tricky part, though, is with 2TC, you run a risk that you get outnumbered. And that's what's really scary in this matchup, is like, Gilded Spearmen in theory feel really good until you realize that like French Knights, Mount Samurai, like if there's enough of them, you just don't have the ability to take the fight because the way that Spearman bracing works is you basically stun yourself as well as one opponent. So what I'm saying is, we need a Spearman that carries 3 spears. Right? A trident that is capable of bracing against 3 cavalry. Yeah, that sounds broken. Arkan coming in. It's just going to be on the tree lines and the berries. Sheep count, like what we're looking at, 13, 14 actually to 11. So slightly better for Vortex. Going to get even better as well in his own corner. And he has fishing. This is a really good start for Japan. And this should be Fast Castle. Now, the problem I have here is, like, how do you stop Fast Castle as OTD? Because I don't really rate Order of the Dragon highly in Fast Castle matchups against civs that use Fast Castle quickly, such as Japan, such as, like, Ayabids. The reason, basically, is because you need to attack. If you don't attack, you don't really benefit from FC the way you think. What people discovered really quickly, when Order of the Dragon first came out, they played it like old school HRE, where you just rushed age 3, and then you started getting relics. But what people very quickly realized is, unlike HRE, getting the relics is much more difficult because A, your initial units and cast stage take way too long to come out, and B, unlike HRE, you can't have prelates produced ahead of time to go get those relics. So you kind of end up in this catch-22 where you need to have units to protect to get relics, and then you also still need to get the prelates as well. So that delayed timing in mind, you know, a civ like Japan that has very good production rates in Castle, and then also just so happens to get a Yorishiro dropping relic gathering guy for free, feels pretty good. We have Coca. Really? I think Vortex is suspicious of Horseman opening. Oh, no. He actually might be thinking Pro Scouts, which is pretty crafty. I think this is really good against Horseman opening, which you should get with Pro Scouts anyway, right? You open Scout, 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 and then you go for a pony. So, like, for OTD, you have to play Gilded Archers here, which then opens the floodgate for Japanese to go Coca Township, double stables, Uma Bannerman. Yeah, we could get a long feudal here. All right, what was your predictions in the end, guys? 58% for Beastie, 42% for Vortex. So pretty tight, actually. I respect that. Let's at least give me a sniffer here. There's no way we see Japanese Pro Scouts. Like, we're actually talking about civs we haven't seen do Pro Scouts yet. This is the other top one alongside Abbasids. I don't think we've had any Japanese Pro Scout games yet. It's not about to change, right? Because like that is a lot of golden wood and not much food. There's no way. Pro Scout. No, there we go. That's more believable. That's the Vortex we know and love. So Trouble Shinobi opening. Really solid as well. Like 3 Shinobi is actually the magic number against Scouts, because that allows you to 2-hit kill, right? So you go in, you do 23 damage times 3. That's going to be 69. Nice. Then, obviously this unit has 110 health. How are you going to catch it? Blink on top of it, right? So you blink beyond it, stab again, dead. Really, really effective kind of loop behavior there to get kills. You can make it even easier, actually, if he starts off with the Scout harassing. Shinobi's going to move in. That's going to force a drop. You can't run this home. BC's going to try to min-max it and get as close as possible, but yeah, he realized not even worth it. So we have at least got one snatched away. Surprised the Scout didn't try to harass, but it's always tricky. Like, you've got one Scout, your opponent has multiples, you know what he's going to do there, right? So Vortex, I wonder if he actually could have went up to 5 Shinobi here. I think it's worth it for how much you delay your opponent. We have got Horsemen coming in, and we speculate the idea of just playing Blob Horseman Shinobi. Not going to be happening. Vortex is just sending it to castle. Stable's already been prepped, so we know exactly what he's going to be building. Mounted Samurai, baby. I may have still some way off, but you're going to be getting Mounted Samurai opening into eventual Umo. I think PC needs to be prepping some spears right now. And there's the Shunshin play we talked about. So easy yoink. He's going to split up. Yeah, so he's just going to end up losing Shinobi for this. He might be able to retreat towards the second one, but doesn't seem interested. And this is why I was expecting like 5 Shinobi, right? Like 5 Shinobi would allow you to easily just contest this. Like these horsemen would die. Oh, this is the first time we haven't had a fast-forward option through the other game, right? What a peaceful and calmingly slow-approaching mid-game. Floating gate now on the way. I don't know, I kind of like that we were able to skip by that first 7 or 8 minutes. Does keep it fresh. I imagine this has to be Burgrave from Beastie, right? Usually the reason why you go Burgrave is because you just don't have enough units on the field otherwise. Like, Ringnets kind of loses flavor when you can't actually pick anything up. So Burgrave would definitely be very respectable here. Gives you the spin flood you probably need. And then you can slow roll Gilded Knights alongside it. That being said, I know Beastie likes to play his greed. He likes to play that late game when he can get away with it. With it being double stable already, I've got a funny feeling we're looking at Regnit's play. Could easily disadvantage Beastie. Has plenty of food, right? But it's just the ability to get an army out on the map that matters sometimes even more. You have the first Mounted Samurai now hitting the field here. Relic should be being targeted. A little bit of safe play here from Vortex. A bit surprised he didn't go for something a bit more greedy, like the Relic here, or the ones to the south. There you go, yeah, confirmed. Regnit's on the way. No Raxes, though. I guess he's just going to try to contest Gilded Knight into Mounted Samurai. I'm not crazy about that particular strategy, just because Mounted Samurai can just kite you out, right? As long as Vortex is paying attention to microing, and let's be totally honest, like Vortex is still one of the best micros we have in AoE4. He can just pretty much play you like a fiddle. Like right here, he could actually have done the same, but Shunshin got used. I would have loved to have seen that to blink behind. Horseman will at least get the pick. We'll have to run away though. There's no way you fight Samurai. I mean, of course not. Look, that guy's got a sword. Yo, what's up, Teach J? Thank you very much for the resub, mate. Welcome back to Swarm. Look at that glorious bird. A toast to him, literally and figuratively. We didn't just push Bagisha. Why would you ever want to push Bagisha against Gilded Knights, though, right? That's your thought process. Is like you've seen Pro Scouts opening. It's going to probably be Gilded Knights. You will not have a good time with Bagisha here. Mounted Samurai better bang for buck, especially at the beginning of the age anyway. Like it is very rare that you will not open with mass Samurai mounted. The reason is because each individual one is capable of so much more than each individual Yumi, each individual spearman, each individual samurai, each individual on a Bigusha, right? I always see Bugisha as more of a secondary transition. And interestingly enough, we're actually getting Spearman. Yeah, so he has to worry about the Knights. Now, considering that we are seeing more crossbows getting added, that's when Bugisha could become an interesting play. The other issue you run into with Bugisha here, though, is that it's very expensive on food. And we're talking about a Coca Township game. I feel like it's very rare that I see people go Mass Bugisha when you have Coca. Because it's just too expensive. Like, the whole idea with Bugisha is it's kind of like playing Malians. Your goal isn't to efficiently trade. Your goal is to body people. Which is weird, actually, now that I think about it. Because most gamers don't know what to do when one lady appears, let alone many. So you think they're more of a quality approach. Good crossbows coming in. Villagers, what are you guys doing? Wrong place, wrong time. Uh-oh, we've got shivs out. What? He's trying to buy time for the Guild of Crossbows. But more Mad Samurai coming. This is a disaster. Exactly what Beastie didn't need to happen right now. Crossbowman ain't going to be able to carry this one. There's only one in the field and not many villagers left in the field alongside it. It's 8 worker kills in climbing. And that, folks, is why Mad Samurai is just the easy clapper. Man, no textiles either just makes this so much more painful to watch. It took 3 games to do it, but Vortex has beaten Beastie. 3 games, 2 of them being with Beastie and Order of the Dragon. But he done it, guys. He just had to switch off of trashy Ottomans onto, I don't want to say cheesy Japanese, but fairly straightforward execution Japanese. Dude, I love the voice lines for Japan so much. Alright, what's your favorite civs, guys? Like, favorite civs for voice lines in the game? I mean, I feel like Japanese win for the hand cannon alone, actually. Let alone everything else. Dive coming in again. Yeah, the Guild of Crossbow switch is pretty sick there. Notice what he's doing is garrison switching. If he had 5 Guild of Crossbows, he could actually defend this. It's just too little. Great interception point from Vortex, man. Just extra bodies in with the spears as well. Just makes it even harder. Won't make it out of the gate in time either. This one is over. What, I'm weeb alert because I like Japan? What? How's that track? You can like Japan for many reasons other than anime. The hell? Like, did you see how amazing they were in the Warhammer Fantasy setting? Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Looks amazing in this game. Get out of here, stupid dragon pick. Nah, okay, I feel bad actually calling that. Like, Dragon's a weird civ, man. I've said about this like earlier today. This is a civ that is in a weird stuck place where I don't think anyone knows exactly what to do to make them make sense because they're so unique in AoE4. Oh dear, oh dear. Well, that was a fairly quick one. God, I'm trying to weigh up whether we just stay live all the way through to do BL Yona. We'd be live very late. They play in 2 hours. The fans again? What about the fans? The fans are great. I don't get why you keep bringing the fans up. Those fans are sick. Go offline and then come back? No, that's dumb. Sorry, the reason it's silly is like, basically, yeah, I have so many fans. Some of my biggest fans. Like, it doesn't make sense to go offline and then come back because, like, The whole point is you want to do a stream like if you think of like how streams proceed from a standpoint, it's like this. So like doing this doesn't make sense, right? Because like you won't get this effect, and then you come back online, you're here. You'll be here again. So you build again. Does that make sense? Like, you know, YouTube versus Twitch kind of like dynamics. So the boys are searching. We're keeping an eye out. We're going to see who we can check in on. In fact, we can quickly have a look at the leaderboards. Well, leaderboards, pubs. Lose view momentum, exactly. And like, to be successful in streaming, for those who don't know, it is a statistical gain game. You get sponsorships, sponsor opportunities, on a shallow metric of like, what is your average viewership, right? And your average viewership is going to be higher if your viewership is higher, right? It's not really a, yo, I'm live for this many hours or whatever. That's not how stream works. Like, being live for more hours theoretically helps for sure, but yeah. So, what we'll likely end up doing is if we go for a break to eat, it would be, I'd put a replay up for you guys to watch. We come back, we watch L B. Would be the way we'd theoretically play that out. So let's have a look here. Let's see if we've got any high-level players. Been a while since we've cast like this. We're usually always just doing the weeklies, right? Don't have time for this. Kind of mixes it up a little though, right? Wait, is that... No, different than the duck. Wait, I thought the duck was Kiljardi. I think it was. Let's have a look. Emma, what we got for dinner today? Hum diddly thinking those things. What is food today? Actually, I guess that's like another... I was about to say that. I don't think anyone cares. I was about to say, like, another thought is we could check out some of the EG series that didn't get cast. I don't think people care about that. People want the latest and greatest. Okay, so this is just a stomp matchup. Not so fun. I think this is just a stomp matchup. Ranked 104th from China. Don't know who that is. Maybe worth watching? Just don't think there's anyone else really live right now. I don't know if I got pro players in chat. Maybe an impromptu show match. Any good FFA? No. Never good pub FFAs. One thing I was wondering is like if we got some pro players in chat. Maybe throw a few bucks in for an impromptu show match. I don't think we do. Just haven't lit now. Nah. How about you play a ladder game? How about no? That was promised to you guys when we start averaging 750 views. There's no... What is the point in giving you a reward for a milestone hit. If we then just do it without the milestone being hit, that defeats the point. That is completely defeats the point. What are you thinking? What are you doing? Is FFA still a thing? I don't know, man. I feel like FFA hype has died down pretty aggressively, if I'm not mistaken. Is that the infamous Mareka playing on the ladder? I don't know, man. I'm trying to weigh it up in my brain whether we just... Because I do feel bad about quarterfinals just not getting cast. It's just... Alyona has very weird availability. I've noticed this. For those who don't know, basically, Alyona's previous round series was also at 9 p.m., which I thought was partially due to the fact that Mia Maika is in Vietnam. But now that I think about it, that's like... That's 5 a.m. for Mia Maika. I can't imagine he wanted to do 5 a.m. That's a little bit weird, right? Yeah. I mean, Elio must have a bloody awkwardly busy job, is what I'll say. Is it bad if we literally have like a quarterfinals that doesn't get cast? The other problem is like trying to find players to play a last minute like show match is usually challenging. I just think like they're probably not going to want to right now because the EGC main event starts on the weekend, right? So everyone's got to hide their secret strategies, you know? Oof. Oh, I just remembered as well. I've still got to do the YouTube video about the PC. I've been holding off on doing it because my throat has been screwed. Play one ladder game? Why would you play one ladder game? If you're like rusty and everything. Can't you cast tomorrow? I don't stream on Wednesdays. It's my one day off. Sorry, but literally I choose one day of the week to be off. You what, Clutchy? I mean, whoever's really that word, would be the one that wouldn't still be speaking. I'm just pointing that out, Clutchy. Nah, dude, like, I haven't played ladder games in years. Why would I hop on for a single ladder game? It would be kind of redundant. You either get like a very stompy matchup against bronze, or you just end up being completely rusty and lose. Yeah. If I was going to do that, that would be like you slap it down for a sesh and you play it out, you know? Oh, blimey. Sorry, I'm just double checking someone. Did I miss an event? Didn't miss a dono, did I? Oh, I missed someone sign up on the Patreon. Welcome, welcome. So I reckon we could... Let's have a look at the ladder again. There's got to be someone around. Our game can't be so dead that no one exists. Chill FFA? Could be interesting. Do we actually have enough people that would want to play FFAs? One's in chat if people want to play in an FFA. I don't know. I'm dropping crumbs everywhere. Oops. Can in 1 hour? That's quite a long wait. We need one now. Is that the Wolo? Low? I know, Clutch. I was messing with you, dude. Hence the Giga Chad flex of, I've muted you, and now I'm like, what? Speak up. But yeah, it's just like I just if I was gonna start playing, it would be more of a committed series thing. Not let's just casually do this, because I just don't do it. Like for those, like literally here, I'll show you. The last time I played a game was close to 2023. There you go. I don't play. Last time we played, though, we just like kept winning in 2v2s. Pretty sure we were undefeated. We do an FFA if we have enough people, Dragon Man. How many people we got? Do we do the poll? Do the poll. Two mins. There you go. Also, Emma rudely didn't even answer me. What's for? Oh, wait. No, she did. Sorry. No, you're right. You did. Chicken and chips. Sorry. My brain is weird. When she says chicken and chips, by the way, she only means the most elegantly high quality of chicken nuggets. And we really have devolved into eating what we would give little kids, you know, when we have little kids. It really does something to you, you know? Is that the blood? I don't know who clinches, though. I get this feeling that most players just are secretly scrimming right now, so you're just not going to re-catch anyone on the ladder, bar the content creator ones like Beastie and Vortex. You could play a campaign. We could probably do that when the next expansion comes out. I feel like we're a little bit late to the play through the campaign thing for Sultan's Ascent, you know? I was thinking about this before, about like interesting content avenues and how a play through the campaign like without losing a single unit thing could be pretty cool. Then I thought about it a little bit more. In AoE 4, that literally means just building outposts. Right? A challenge run? What, in the campaign? You can only win building villages. Yeah, I'm just going to outpost rush. I think I even tested it at one point off stream on the English mission, the one after the tutorial one, because you have to lose units there, right? And I was like, this feels a bit boring, because all I ended up doing is it was the one where you have to, I think, take York, and you have like the Danes that you can recruit and whatever. All I ended up doing was building outposts, a lot of outposts, a lot of outposts. Can you win without building buildings? That could be intriguing. So you could basically, well, that'd be very slow. So you're basically going to just build villages. That's the thing. You want like interesting ones. So like, for example, the way that StarCraft really allows a lot of micro expression. For example, Giant Grant Games series where he has to win without losing a single unit is a perfect example of a very interesting one. For God's sake. Bugger off. It's because, obviously, new PC install, so we haven't done anything in the single player or whatever on this one. What can we do? What would be interesting, guys, for a free-for-all? World map? Is it world map time? I mean, world map could be a vibe. We'll do large and in charge. Do you guys want to play world map? Alright, one's in chat if you want to play world map. I saw 5 votes to play, so I expect to see willing participants. Let's do European temperate. Everyone knows the world revolves around Europe. Alright, we'll see if we can get a full lobby. Community. God, it's been a hot second since we did these. Hill on Elim. 12 Villager Nomad. I'm trying to remember what was what now. I haven't made a freaking custom lobby in a long time. Do Nomad, and I think you won 12 Villager Nomad, right? Make it quick, maybe? Make it... Wait, do you guys want 12 Villager start really slow, or would you want to play, like, the Make It Quick mod? That basically means the simulation is, like, 1.25 or 1.5 faster. Just means you get to meaningful points in the game quicker. That works. Let's try 1.25x speed. I guess it like makes up the difference in villages anyway. Alright, so reveal on Elim. Yeah, everything seems correct. I could give you guys kings. Alright, lobby is open. Get your asses in. Go, 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 go. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Let's get this done ASAP. Probably end up doing like 1 or 2 of these into me into B versus Elyona at this rate, I think will be the plan. Look at that. The man, the myth, the legend. It's Kazi Johan himself. Ooh. Dragvan's on his way. Who else we got? So we had 5 yeses, so we still need 3 additional people, but once you've got about 5 people in, the rest just appear. Lab observers. No delay. Thank you very much. And this music sucks. Sorry, it does. We got better music. Where's Agni Kai? There you go. You guys can hear it now. Anybody join? Sure. Just want people. It's a free-for-all. Who cares about rank? Oh, did you guys want... Do you guys actually want, like, the Dominion on? Dominion adds the 50... Like, or do we need to select Regicide for that? I forget. Wasn't there a Regicide game mode, or am I imagining that? When is B versus Elyona? 2 hours. Hence, we have some time to kill. I can't see Regicide on my blind. We have Exploding Kings. Or is Regicide a tuning pack? I don't think it was. Where's Regicide? I feel like I'm going crazy here. Chat, help me. Am I blind? What am I missing here? Is it just enable Dominion, right? Does that give the 50 pop effect and everything? I'm assuming so. If someone on YouTube's helping. No one knows. Dominion? I'm assuming it's Dominion. I just don't... Like, it gives you the king, I just don't know if it gives the 50 pop by having that on there. That's what I'm not sure of. Because I'm feeling blind here. Was it Royal Rumble? Wait, Royal Rumble was the one, right? I think Royal Rumble was the one. Is that correct? I think Royal Rumble is the one, yeah. But yeah, but then it wouldn't be random start. Yeah, so Nomad, Regicide, Dominion should work. Got it, got it. Okay, we're good. You clap all, prove it. Get your ass in here. What are you waiting for? Damn. Dude, someone has aim assist. You all are dead. Got Xbox gamers in here? He's a killer as well. He forgot the 6 before the 9. There's Roland's room for 3 more guys. Quick. Pauses are not going to be allowed. Screw that. FFA. Yep. We've got some time to burn until the next series. Lose glasses? Dude, that's just rude. Oh god, that feels really weird. Wait, does what kill lag? I'm confused. Rogan? This song is a vibe. Have we really got no one? Dude, is custom games really that dead and airy cool? Yeah, get your asses in. Come on. Wait, what happened there? There we go. Alright, nice. So. Alright. Yo, the return of Gold Genius Pog. So. I don't have a start game option. How do I force people to download this crap? It used to be start game would force people to download. Why is it not working? Why are you not working? Okay, let's get you guys with the mod to begin with. Download my crap. Why 1.25x? Why not? It's literally a large map free-for-all. Would you rather have 20 minutes of resident sleeperage? You guys downloading it? What's going on? Should have offered it up. Download the mod? No, when you're literally when you're in. Actually, I don't know. Oh wait, because you're on console, right? I don't think it'll. Do mods work on console? I've never tested that because I don't have an Xbox. There we go. Alright, so everyone who's in's got it. We need 3 more people. Does the game work on console? Yeah, dude. Aim assist is OP. You need him in this lobby, Johan. So when you lose, you can blame on aim assist. It's very important. Alright, let's find out. We've got Blastzilla. Oh, he's gone. Got room for 2 more. Ding, 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 ding. Room for 2 more. Who wants a piece of this? Well, that's Town Killer. I think... Yeah, we can force mods down your throat. We're doing random civ. If you're conk, yes. If you're lower, pick what you want. They will honor it. Alright, guys. I'm going to leave. 1 more person can get in, so get your asses in quick. And then we'll get into it. So yeah, random civs for absolute high level players, and then people with lower rank can just pick what they want. Like that? Oh, for God's sake. I'm starting to remember what I hate about setting up custom games. It's a lot of waiting around. Because AoE4's custom lobby system isn't exactly clean and simple. Well, quickly go, guys, because like I said, if this takes too long, I'll just GG peace out. So let's get actually rolling. Get the people in. Do many people still play custom games, actually? Like, I feel... I don't know, when we done this like a year ago, that lobby would have filled up instantly, regardless of what it said. People are like, oh my god, there's so many people in here, let's just get in. Right? I don't know. Maybe people did get bored of free-for-alls. I'll be telling if people want to hang around and watch or not. But this is what I said about modding. Like, I actually warned about this with free-for-alls and all of it. If there's not regular modding, the modding's just going to die because no one will care, right? People will just go back to 1v1s. Oh, that's true. You can queue it now. That makes sense, Johan. I totally forgot about that. You're right. Yeah, but normal sucks. Right? Poo-poo. Is it nomads? What's the mode? I forget what it's called. I don't know. We need 6 players? Are we really that out of people? I mean, yikes. If so, whatever, go. If so, it's a good thing we went with 1.25x. Oh no, I just realized I'm going to have to switch my scenes, aren't I? Let me have a look here. So, for this scene, basically going to need... Oh, nice. The clock might even just be blocked by default. Kaiser adding AI? Alright, that's going to be hilarious on Nomad. Alright, go, 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 boys. And we're in game. I can see what I need to do with my UI. Pretty sure I need this trim gone. The trim minimap will be gone. Team trim will be in. And I'm probably going to have to make that sponsor box a bit bigger. Or I just do something ultra chalked, which would be... Oh wait, no, the team trim blocker will be in the top corner now. Yeah, yeah. There we go. Alright, we rolling, we're ready to go. Oh nice, I get to put my glasses back on now. Alright, nice. We have launch, we have liftoff. We're going to be playing world map. No? What do you mean no? It's such a in game. What is this scam? The game wouldn't start. Uh-oh. Someone missing the mods? Oh, I forgot. What do you mean? Wait, do I need to remake the lobby? I will flush myself down a toilet if I need to remake the lobby. Too much quitting? True. Dude, I forgot the lobbies had that stupidity. Which series did you miss? We cast some pub games. The last series we would have been Dimu versus Voldy, which is a bloody entertaining game. Wait, so is the lobby gone? Do I need to remake it? Maybe you need me in there? Yeah, sure. Big cap. Do I have to play a free-for-all? I don't think anyone's going to want to watch me play free-for-all. Literally, people tune in to watch me cast. And I'll play like trash. Alright. KillerPigeon's game. I'm not going to change name. Public. Go, 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 go. Vamos, muchachas. Pause can suck. Midweek. It's not going to be on. Who can kill KP first? Oh, no. I have to say how many of what you play. Yeah. Like, when you're chasing sponsors... I mean, you can say you can take risks to, like, the inflation of more people, but I don't know. Testing crafting maps? Nah, dude. We're doing a known awesome map. It's the world map. Well-generated map, by the way. Not the crafted one we done before. It's a well-gen. 2,000 for his head. Monka. Pretty sure last time I played in like a custom game we set up, I had Voldemort wiping my ass for me for 20 minutes. He's like, I'll protect you. And then I still died. I'm like, okay, thanks. Alright, nice. We've even got a bubbly dwarf this time. Wowie. Will you look at that? Forced download. What's up, Mammoth? 300 viewers, not bad. Hell yeah, channel growing. Whoop whoop. Got a long journey ahead of us. I really need to find someone on the YouTube side badly. That's the really big hurdle next. Alright guys, only lobby. Go, go, go. I did put the make it quick mod on, right? Boys, it's still on in that lobby, I'm pretty sure it was. Alright, 1 slot available, folks. So if you want in, go, go, go. And then we'll get that started. Yeah, make it quick on. So for those that don't know, make it quick is if the game played at 1.25x simulation. It's not absolutely perfect. I think some things such as ranged projectiles were hard to manipulate, but most things in the game will play at 1.25x speed. I think especially for free-for-alls, it's a good mod to have, especially when you've got a map like the world map, because otherwise the first 20 minutes of gameplay is like mostly pointless. What's up, Mikado? How's it going, buddy? What was my elo? I am technically the highest and lowest ranked person in the game simultaneously. That's right, unranked, baby. Didn't bother. Didn't care. It's probably a quick match elo on me, I don't know. I played a handful of games, so that was it. So my quick match elo is 1262. But it's a quick match. The recount. And then I did have 1 team ranked, and that was of season 6, and it came out gold because screw team ranked solo. It's so stupidly bad. It is. No comment. Queuing into 2v2 and then just watching someone just like GG out at 2 minutes in is oof. No, no, no. Alright, we good? We launching, boys? Are we missing the 8th? I mean, if we're missing an 8th, just send it. It's not worth waiting around for 20 minutes for the lobby to bug. We started? Poogers. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Imagine getting Juji. They're right, like you randomed it. Juji on a freaking world map where there's water? Huh? You got worse Civ? What are you on about? Oh, you don't like the Civ? I mean, you might not like the Civ, but it's like like your Civ's the strongest on this map. It's water, dude. It's Bao Chuan's, baby. Holy crap, this is hanging. Alright, there we go. Good, good. No, wait. Hold on a sec. Ladies and gents, let me just rotate that map slightly and oh, will you look at that? Wanna know? It is the return of free-for-alls, but not just any free-for-alls. That's the world map. We're back. Oh, this is cool. I'm so glad we got to do this again. So we had to settle on 7 because ever since they added the quick queue into the pool, no one bothers to look for custom games anymore, which is a crying shame considering they are just so much better. We are going to be having some familiar faces, though. We've actually got 2 pro-level players in here. We've got Kaiser Johan and Dragovan, and then a mixture of golds, you know, diamonds, plats, whatever. Their goal should be to work together to murder the faces of the pros here. We are going to have a mixture of starting locations. Dragovan has settled on trying to get as close to his home country as possible, but Norway doesn't really fully exist. It didn't spawn in properly. We are going to be having Kaiser Johan right next to him. All right, so this is already going to be heated between the two. So while the lower ranked players are going to be like leveling up and trying to just pad themselves the best they can, we're going to have the 2 highest ranked players killing each other. We are, by the way, playing with a 1.25 modifier, which is why you're going to see people moving and building quicker than is apparent. And I agree. The map lighting is gorgeous on this one. So yeah. Basically, we needed something to do while we wait for the next Midweek Muster series, so I thought I'd give this a shot and see if people like it. I mean, we haven't done community games and custom games for about a year, so I thought it's worth a revisit. Oh, that's a brutal start, though. Roland's he goes for the shivs. You cheeky git, but he's outnumbered here. Yeah, so he's going to possibly lose a villager first. He does pull away. It's going to be stab. But we have got more here for Bubbly Dwarf. So remember, it's no man starts. You start all over the place. However, what? No. I mean, there's no way. There's no way you lose your king like this. Like that, no, because there's a Q button, and that Q button saves you. It's a get out of jail free card. Like you would not die like this, right? Oh, Dwarf, what the? Just run! Wait, Rolans, what? Why ain't you running? Guys, Rolans is English. He can legit just move in. He could kill this right now. He can legit just kill this right now. Okay, so Rolans has gone from like Giga Brain Bully to, oh, I forgot how English worked. Because he legit could have just killed him, right? I don't know if the Regicide game mode disables the attacks in Dark Age before TC. I mean, he's got TC now anyway. Well, luckily, Bubbly Dwarf forgot to garrison straight away there. I think he did get a worker kill on the other side, though. That was a little bit buggy. Okay, what is going on between these two? Can someone double-check the rank of these two players? This has now got me really curious. So, Roland's is gold. And Bubbly is not telling us what his rank is at all. Pretty much what I would have expected, yeah. Meanwhile, Africa, apparently the French have set up a colony there. We've got Shadow over here. Pink is going to be Tan Killer. He's playing as English. Man, I really do like this biome effect. This is sick. And these are the two that we're going to be keeping a very big eye on. Kaiser Johan, Dragavan, neighbors. Japanese plus UG. So both of them with the potential to go fishing here. Dragavan was already set up to the west coast. Meanwhile, a bit more contested over here. Kaiser Johan pretty much right next to Gold Genius. The good part for him is that Gold Genius is probably gold, so doesn't want to do water. I've got bad news if you're gold rank, hate water, and you've signed up for this custom game, because we are on a world map. And I'm going to let you guys in on a secret. You want to come a little bit closer? Let's get close to the camera. Yeah, don't be shy. Yeah, right up. There's a lot of water on a world map. Yes, believe it or not, the world we live in features quite a lot of water. What's going on over here? Well, for some reason, Bubbly Dwarf is building spearmen. Huh? I mean, he could gather gold, right? I think he can gather on the edge here, or he can gather here. And he's playing French. But Bubbly Dwarf now has, like, what? No food? No. Like, he's on a TC with no food. Oh, no. Yeah, so basically this was made by, I think it's Hunter AOX a while ago. He actually updated it after we played a bunch of custom games on it to try and make it better. But it's still not perfect on the way that the generation spawns work, unfortunately. Like, you guys are complaining that, like, Africa's not big enough. But, like, at least your country exists. Have you guys not, like, noticed something's missing from the map? Right? Like, we literally have 2 English picks, but they don't actually exist in the game. So my country looked pretty sad right now. By the way, considering that we got the Regicide on, remember that you do have the pop gap bloat opportunity. So I'm expecting Kazi Johan and Dragonman to try and get active quite quick here. And 1.25x? I don't know, man. I should have went 1.5. I felt like if I went 1.5x speed for the lower rank players, it would be really polarizing. It would already be kind of wacky for the high ranks, but for the lower ranks in particular, you wouldn't know ass from elbow, right? Like the speed pacing would be so different. I still think the best free-for-alls we ever done were the everyone, like every X minutes, lowest kill player dies. That was fun. That was an absolute blast. So Dragonman has decided to scour the entire map here to find out what the hell's happening. He has sailed straight through Canada and Iceland to the other side. Miracle, really. Just goes to show that 1.25x would be super accessible as a general setting, right? Like, I mean, this is a very fast fishing boat at 1.95, right? These villages are default 1.12, right? So they get quite speedy. I don't know, I like it. I think it is a better way of playing MB4. Like, I just want modders to have the options to truly test this. Like, Hussein made this mod, but he was very freely admitting that, like, even with what he'd done with this mod, there's limitations. Like, there's only so many things you can do, so many things you can change. You can't make everything 1.25 or 1.5x speed. Look at this scout! Look at him go, man. He actually looks like he's riding with urgency. Like, the more I think about default AoE 4 speed, like, this is a pristine example. Default Age of Empires 4 speed, the scout doesn't look like he's running with urgency to scout. Here! It's like a bow of hell. It also just things like arrow fights from TCs look a lot more entertaining. It's kind of crazy. So we are getting racks added in. I'm kind of curious why from Roland's. There's no sign of knights coming. If he just builds longbows, he kills his opponent. Oh, wait, that's why. Roland's is still only in age 1. Oops. Some people are having a good time. Some most definitely not. Africa is rising up. The Wakandans have discovered Royal Knights much earlier than everyone else. Meditation Garden looks maybe a little bit busted here. That is 50 gold, 20 wood, and about, what, 12 food? Channel Monastery coming through as well. So yeah, we just have a fast castle rush from both players. It's hilarious that they're both next to each other, but they're not murdering each other yet. I think this is going to serve Dragovan a lot better. If Kazuyohan doesn't start killing Dragovan, he's dead. Right? Because you're going fast castle and you just don't have any relics. They're all hidden behind your arch nemesis. Oh my god, the amount of fish he puts in. He has 25! Meanwhile, Kazuyohan has 6. What? Jesus. These fishing boats are so fast as well. Holy crap. Alright, we have Council Hall coming in a very dodgy location. Oh, is that good old Beastie? What is up, Beastie? Hello, one and all. Perfect time to tune in. Did anyone ever wish that they could play a world map? Have a look at that mini-map. We got you covered. We've been cooking. We used to run this one a few times. It's a generated world map, so admittedly not perfect. We don't talk about how England disconnected from Europe and then floated off into Iceland. But we have got a mixture of pro-level players and golders. You can probably guess who's gold based on some of these players. I just realized, have we got... There we go. Preston Sir. Okay, so Bubbly Dwarf is going to be riding in. Oh, I forgot about this. This is my bad. I should have told the low rankers. I think Dragovan and Johan remembered. You have to mash all these improved buttons on your TC. So we're running a very interesting mod here, guys, where the way it works, it's a 1.25x simulation speed. But to unlock the full 1.25x simulation speed, you need to select your TC and press all of these buttons to unlock it. I know it's weird, but it's modding limitations. Big shout out to Hussein for creating this. But that's why, for example, Dragovan is just so much bigger than everyone else. Kazuyohan as well. Trip's coming out, though. I totally forgot to tell him about that. That was my bad. It's because we haven't used this mod in a while, so I had completely blanked on it. Oh, wow. Bubbly Dwarf is out. He kind of expected this to happen. He built French TC on the edge with nothing. Like, I mean, he didn't even try to kill the boar. I'm surprised he survived this long. So first hour is going to be teal. Dragovan is just trying to get rid of the biggest threat because then it turns into a snowball. They need to add this sunset to normal games for real. Like, between Hussein, Caillou, and actually I think this map was Hunter AOX, if I remember correctly. Like, the stuff these guys do for the community is so underappreciated. I think Dev should give him a lot more praise. Seaton of the season coming in. Daimyo is going to make it a little bit more tanky, but I mean, like, Kazuyohan is sniping out the village in response. We do have a quicker attack speed on the Trebs, right? No, it's 11.38. No, yeah, I feel like that should be like the simulation should have that higher. Maybe Dragavan forgot to click attack speed? Quite possibly. By the way, I think this type of lighting is a reminder why we should start using different biomes in maps. Instead of just European Temperate. I don't know, I might try and actually like make biome features per week for the KPMM to keep it fresh. What was the benefit that Dragavan got? So you can't see it here. I can pull down the UI to show you temporarily, because it'll look a bit ugly. So, oh my god, you guys are in the way as well. So these buttons here, when you build your TC, you need to click on here and click all these buttons to unlock your attack speed, your movement speed, all the things. If you don't do that, you won't get the full effect of 1.25x speed simulation. It's sadly a limitation. The same was looking at this originally, and he couldn't find a way that he could just force that onto the entire game. So we've got... Oh my god, look at the speed of this! Alright, that is not 1.25 speed simulation. They're saying we may need to update this mod. Because that is definitely quicker than 1.25! Oh my god! 2.11? Actually, I guess like mathematically that is, right? 1.62 plus 25%. Like, that is correct. Yeah, there is a scalar issue with this, I guess. Poor Gold Genius is trying to go all in on him, by the way, with the backstab, but he forgot to get the tech, so he doesn't have marching drills. Oh, man. Oh, Green is thriving now. Greenland is at risk of taking over the entire world. Dragavan just has way too much food here. We've got mass archership coming. And yo! I think Tankiller remembered. Not just that, he also got Admiralty. So his Gunner Boy is going to be pretty effective. 1.5 attack speed on those bad boys. Oh my god, look at that movement speed as well. 1.54. By the way, this is Castle Age. This isn't even Imperial, like, Zuma boys, right? He's getting sniped. Mad Samurai also will have a better attack speed if you buff them up correctly. Shallow Monks also will have a better attack speed if you buff them up correctly. Dragavan has 15 Bulls Boys right now. And I think that might be a problem for the Trebuchets. I don't know, I kind of like the speed of this. I want to run a mini tournament on this. I'm going to have to work with Hossein to maybe alter some of the details, but this could be sick. Kings are going to get sniped so quickly, by the way. Like, if he just waits here, Final Siege hits are coming in. Gold Genius actually might beat him to the punchline. I'm surprised Dragavan's showing that much respect. The Nest of Bees move at 1.06 speed. They're basically as quick as War Elephants. Shots coming in. Gold Genius. Ooh, no. King's out. Kazuhan is like hands off keyboard moment. He's like, I'm dead. Who's getting me? Oh, he's definitely dead. There's no getting away from this. It looks like Drag's going to get the kill. There's way too many Shallow Monks. Nesta B shots coming in. Oh, the sheep just dead there. Love me some kebab. Okay, so Dragavan is going to get the first king kill, right? Oh, no, okay. Rolands did kill the king of Teal. Wait, why is he not just kill the king? Just kill the king. Why don't you like winning? Yeah, I've got a backstab coming in as well. Yo, the knights are here. And he's got the 2.11 as well. So archers move at 1.62 with a 1.25 multiplier, by the way. Like I said, this really is a speed simulation booster. Gameplay is a lot quicker with this. Oh, you told Dragavan he can't kill kings as a challenge? That's interesting. He almost killed a king. And he also ignored you. He's going to kill the... Wait, ooh. 1.25 speed setting would be the better Empire Wars. Agreed. Like, it gets you through the pointless early game quicker. It also just, like, tests whether people want a more micro-intensive, like full-on engaging thing. I talked about this idea that Empire Wars is meant to be turbo mode, but it just, like, I don't know. I'd rather we have something that drastically changes the feeling of the game than just, like, fake duplicates a later phase of the game, if that makes sense. This is ridiculous, though. Has he wiped out all of Dragoman's food income? He has. There's no fishing left, so Dragoman's now locked on land. He has got a decent amount of relics at home, at least. We are getting multi-TC now. Where is... Wait, is he transpoed? Yeah, so Kaiser Johann has decided to retire from the wars in Russia between the oligarchs, and he's just going to move offshore and live officially on his yacht. So you won't hear from him anymore. He's gone. And landmarks are dead. So wait, where's the king? Doesn't it do that thing where it pushes the king back onto land somewhere? I can't see him anywhere though. Alright, the king has just gone into the ether. So yeah, I hate to call him out on it, but Kaiser Johann was out-survived by gold and silver level players. Take from that what you will. Dragoman might also be in trouble here, guys. Like, this is about to be a 3v1. Wait, I saw him in the island? Oh, I'm blind, aren't I? Here? Here? Wait, am I blind? That's a boar. Wait, this one? Oh, yeah. Wait, oh, yeah, I am blind. I'm so busy squinting on the boar. All right, so that king's up for grabs. I was just testing you guys. Yeah. It's a good thing I see your eyes work very well. Okay, so knights. I mean, if you get enough of them here, you can actually just immediately kill the king. Wait, actually, look at the TC. I mean, you can play shenanigans, right? But this is basically 3 TCs with 2,500 HP each. He does have enough knights to try and maybe contest that. Like, look at the count. Shadow's at what? Oh, okay, maybe not. 13 knights total. Yeah, I actually think Shadow's best play here would have been an all-in. Alright, 1s if you think Dragoman's going to win this, or 2s if it's the Gold Rebellion. Because red is starting to swell up a bit. Gold Genius is still not going H3, are you kidding me? Pink is going to begin to Normandy this. Tan Killer, I think, was the one that we said has no games played. Or was that Bubbly Dwarf? I think Bubbly Dwarf is the one with no games played. Tan Killer clearly has an idea of what he's doing here. He's already imped up. Serralan's still not really a threat yet. I can't help but feel that Dragoman is going to get murdered here. Red Palace is coming in. It was very different when he had fish. Like, when Dragoman had fish, there was no beating him. He was just going to win this entire game. But now? Now it kind of looks like poop on a stick, you know? Rip out in Shadow. Should just start pumping Mass Knights. He did go Guildhall to get here, right? Yeah, that's why it looks so good. Jesus is coming in! I can't believe he's feudal all-inning him. Like, just go castle. It's so easy from here. He's like, no, need more units. More units, smash! Didn't go for the nest of bees. And Dragoman not paying attention. The repair just in time there. But this has cleared the way, guys. Dragoman could just easily now die to the French Knight Dive. I don't know if they're colluding, but if they are, this is the perfect moment to just let him know that Dragoman has no army. Like, actually, I think Shadow somewhat should have an idea of that. He has got an outpost coming up. His outpost going to build fast. What do you guys think about the 1.25x so far? Like, it's weird because it's noticeable, but I think also, because it's not like a 1.5 speed multiplier, it's simultaneously not noticeable, if that makes sense, right? It's weirdly complementary, you know? Like, I rate this. I kind of want to do a small tournament on this. Because apparently, like, the devs don't want to test unique game modes to an extreme, so we have to do it for them, right? Like this is pretty cool. Also, is it me, or does blue look really vibrantly blue in this lighting? It's not just me, right? Like, the blue color is popping really weird. And I kind of dig it. I think that's the same for every color, though. Purple looks very vibrant. Green looks very vibrant. Whatever the skylight is in this map is sick. Like, I actually like this. Pink looks a little bit weird because it's got, like, the whole weird different color going on. 650 viewers. I told you viewers love FFAs. I mean, yeah, I think the beastie raid of 800 definitely helps. Looks like I have digital vibrance. I don't. It's like whatever the map saying has done this. I mean, Dragonman's dead, guys. Like, there's no getting away from this. He can't even escape the mainland. Wait. Oh! Oh, yes! Dragonman's making his escape. But Dragoman, we may have left landmark victories on. And I kind of regret it now because I love the idea of the recovery story here. But if Dragoman can't build a new landmark, which I don't see him doing quick enough here, he's dead. Yeah, he needs to buy time with the repair. How much resources has he got? Dragoman doesn't have enough food. Villagers are going to go for the repair. That's going to burn through a lot of his wood, but who cares? Like, you're not going to need wood for what you're doing here. And it looks like... Wait, correct me if I'm wrong here. He's not quite where Germany would be, but he's close enough that there's a deep sense of irony that he's retreated to South America. I think this is a little bit too close to historical rumors. Dragoman has made his escape. He's bribed his way in, got new passports. He needs to sell right now, though. So he needs to buy. He actually might be able to survive this. It's going to be tight, though. He built this Yangnan is the problem. Build a mine camp, build a mine camp, build a mine camp, build a mine camp. Go. Be all you can be. He didn't build the Mount Lulu Academy. He can do this. So he lost in Europe, retreated to South America, sold all of his valuable belongings so that he could subtly and secretly live a new life. Yeah, no, guys, this is literally World War II history. Mount Lulu Academy now coming in. He's going to do it. This filthy goddamn cockroach is going to survive. Oh my god. Now the question is this like an alternative history like the was it Jew Hunter it was called, the TV show with Al Pacino? Are we going down that like avenue here? Now, last time I checked, that World War II didn't end with like the Chinese moving from Europe, but we'll overlook that small indiscrepancy in the history. All right, so red and purple have done it. Hoorah. But right now they're questioning, why is he not dead yet? Where is the king? What is happening? He does have new neighbors, but they're fighting amongst them because this is very much reminiscent of history as well in North America. We have England fighting England. I know you Americans like to believe that you were, but you technically were. And if Pink wins, this is actually not historically accurate. Because, like, remember, English still had the Canadians. So we have a lot of alternate history here. Because green, like, this is the timeline where America's uprising got put down. Because they definitely ain't surviving this. Tan Killer is living up to their name. Tanned by this vibrancy and getting them kills. Dragoman, in the meantime, is going to scout all his neighbors. There's very limited room to rebuild down here, though. Yeah, I think this is going to get a little bit claustrophobic, you know? Just a tiny bit claustrophobic. Oh, this is bloody brilliant. I'm glad we done this. I was a bit worried it wasn't going to be worth it for the amount of time it took to set up the lobby, but nah, this is paying off, man. And, uh-oh. Wait. Shadow's trying to chase after Dragoman here. We've got the knights. Wait, the king? Does he know? He doesn't see it yet. He's going for the landmark. What? Okay, like, you could just look for the king But he's not even trying. Dragonman is hiding in the tree lines. All right, guys. We searched South America. We couldn't find the infamous dictator from Europe there. The reason we couldn't find the infamous dictator from Europe there, it is because he was actually living with the penguins. I think he's heading for the Antarctic. How'd they find him so fast? You don't need to stream snipe. You can literally, I'm going to give a little tip when you play this mode, select your king and click treason. Do that, you can see where everyone's kings are. And yes, the conch level players had to pick a random civ. Ironically enough, Dragovan, he says he hates playing Juji, but he basically got the best civ in the lobby for a free-for-all. Especially with so much fish. Oh, Roland's. Wait a second, I don't remember America having this big of a fleet in the Civil War. Wait, is Pink secretly the American? Nah, he's got a fleet too. So the king is he actually just hiding here? Okay, what the hell is this last stand? He looks out to sea, pondering how he could have changed his fate if he'd just been a different man. Oh my god. Hey, this is like some Viking burn your wives and bury them with you moments right there. All his belongings go down with him. Roland's now dead. Dragofan's still just hiding at the very tip here. Wait, I'm trying to remember. Is it Chile that's down at the bottom? Oh, no. Argentina's like here. But there's the weird split, isn't there, between two countries? Is it Chile? I'm trying to remember. Just trying to let the authorities know where to look for the dictators that fled Europe in real life, you know. It is Chile. Yeah, I was right. Because you have Chile like around here, and I think like Chile cuts here, right? And then Argentina is up here to like here. So basically, Dragovan could go visit Starflag, you know. We do have war still in the mainland. It turns out the people living in the gulags rebelled and broke out and have now decided to try and blitzkrieg their way across Europe. But the Wakandans cannot be stopped with their unique French technology from the south. I thought the Wakandan storyline was much nicer than just pointing out that French colonists are carrying off Africa here. The biggest impressive part to me is how the Inuit people have risen up to really just take over everything from Greenland. He's moving in. Looks like Dragovan is dead now. He's going to try for a dock play out of him. We got the transport ship coming. He built a stone just in time. This cockroach won't die. But I got bad news, buddy. You don't have a choice in the matter anymore. Wait. Why didn't you kill it? Are you kidding me right now? Okay, so now I was correct. We need to look for the dictator amongst the penguins. How's nobody in Antarctica? They are. Just look at him go. Dragovan living his best life, freezing his tits off. This is like some ultra super villain revenge scheme playing out over centuries before our very eyes. Dragovan right now is basically cameoing in Pinky in the Brain. The same thing we try to do every night, KP. Take over the world. Just keep the map rotated north. Sadly, I don't think that works with the UI. Yeah, for those who don't know, we are playing on a world map, Gen. What do you guys think? It's not perfect, but quite decent, actually, for map gen. If he somehow comes back and wins this now. I mean, it's hard to see, right? Like, to me, it looks like Pink is going to win everything. And we do have a chase. Oh, no! He's not going to let him go. Will there be more KPMM? There will indeed. We've still got B versus Avali, which will be happening in about an hour's time. All right, the hunt is on. Oh no! Dragoman knows he's being chased as well. So landing comes in. I don't really think you can call it Normandy when you reach Antarctica. They are going to have to run away fast here, Dragoman. Well, you know how this ends, guys. The place where he's trying to resist ever having to go. The last place where a Norwegian with a pale complexion would want to end up. Australia. Oh, God. The hilarity is if at any point red or purple decide they just want to kill this one tiny landmark, Dragoman will be dead. I'm starting to think I shouldn't have even enabled landmark snipes. This is so much funnier. And also, like, once again, the 1.25x speed makes this very not boring. Like, in 1.25x, the build-up to chase, the build-up to rebuild would be so tediously slow. Look at Shadow, he's still chasing. Joke's on you, mate. You didn't bring villagers. You're going to need to build a dock to chase on here. So transport ship's been queued up. Dragoman, got to keep running. Bad time to gather. Bad time to gather. Bad time to gather. Dragoman, no! Wait, he can escape. He can actually escape. He can get out of this right now. Run, son, run! Oh no! Shadow with the reaction speed of a 30 hertz monitor there. Just let the golden opportunity go. And in the meantime, Pink has found his target. Shadow got cleared up chasing here because Tan Killer went for a kill. God damn. Alright guys, you want to know what the more comedial part is? Tan Killer hasn't even taken all of the speed upgrades. His troops aren't moving quicker. I believe the German Juji people have now acclimated to the penguin weather. They're ready to live here forever. This game. Dragon can make a comeback. He's got a lot of res. And he's got a decent amount of res. He's got 2 4K veins. He's got the stone. He could also smuggle across onto Australia. Maybe even invite himself over to what is meant to be the unsunk part of India. Do you see the villager pop out the TC after it's made? That, my friend, is the Jiangnan Tower. Wait, actually, yeah, but the villager should have popped out here. That's a bit weird. Wait, did the villagers pop out here? I forget. I mean, Dragoman is simply alive because Red hasn't killed him. I don't know how long he can get away with that. At this stage, you've got to just hope Dragoman's got the memory of a goldfish and he helps you take on Pink. Because, like, right now, I don't know how Pink loses. Especially considering that Gold Genius is still age-free after all this time. I mean, he's just not saving up for it. Oh, don't mind me just coughing my guts up. Dragon needs a ship trade boom. Does he have options, though? Yeah, imagine if he just ego trades into North America. There's not really any other options here, guys. You either trade ship there or, like, you can't even do that, right? Like, your opponent's going to see you. He could, technically... Does he have any villagers up here? Oh, wait, no. Kind sir, please, no, sir. No, can you please, can you stop doing that right now? Can you just, can you stop? Maybe just wait a minute. Yeah, okay, there. Thank you. Very kind of you. Wait, no. Well, that was an anticlimactic end. Dragoman has frozen in the Antarctica. And then there were 2. And it's very difficult to see how the winner is not going to be tan killed here. If he sorts his wood, he can literally just go for a wonder. Yeah, F's in chat for Dragavan. Almost the miracle recovery there. See, guys, if I was playing in this free-for-all, we wouldn't have seen that. What's up, Moldy Kiwi? Thank you very much, mate. Tan Killer, at this stage, just needs to build up an army here. Yep, and we Normandy this piece. Actually, it's villages. It's not really the Normandy I'm looking for, but he could actually just build racks infrastructure and go. This is where he's targeting. It should be pretty easy to win, considering a certain someone never got their upgrades still. Oops. You almost had the America landmark up. Do you mean the... Dragon, sorry, I just want to clarify. Where is America on this to you? Wait, were you building up here? Oh, you were repairing. Oh, damn. Yeah, well, in fairness, how were you repairing? What? I can't believe that was... For a moment, I had to really double check that Dragavan understood that this was the Antarctic. I'm like, you should know all the cold places. You're Norwegian. Oh my god. What's up the lighting here? I don't know, but it's beautiful, man. I think Hunter AOX got some help from Karyu on how to do lighting on this. Because this has got Kivayu lighting written all over it. Europe's messed up? Nah, it's fine. It's just it's the world you all secretly want. One where the England doesn't exist. Pepper hands. Okay, so we do have the villager drop off here. Wait, how much? Oh, that's right. He can't even get cannon placements even if he had the resources. So we've got arrow slits to stop the villagers here. Keep drops coming. Considering that one player got his speed up techs and one didn't, this could work. Lance does need to be sniped though. Yes, so keep drops. The English have returned to Europe after we basically got Atlantis because we don't exist. Are we doing another one off this? Not sure. Maybe? We've got less than an hour is the problem. And this one was 40 minutes long. At least 40, right? God genius. Just gonna keep poking in here. I mean, the castle's up though, right? Like, he needs to delete it fast. He's got Ram shenanigans coming in, just kind of bloody blocking him from getting on top of things. We do have a network of citadels, weirdly enough, being researched here of all places for reasons. So Gold Genius will get the clear up on the beachhead. In Tan Killer, why are we making our own life hard is what I'm not sure of. He has 300 pop cap. All you need to do is load transport ships, 4 full of men-at-arms, and then head all the way around to Siberia and just land literally here. But that's not cinematic as doing this. Oh my god, what are we doing? Oh, here come the men-at-arms. Now, if Gold Genius knew to press all those buttons on his TC, he'd stand a chance. He doesn't know. He never pushed them. So his units are just not better. Then again, like, Tan Killer didn't press all the buttons. Even without that in mind, what he did do was click the kings. It's 300 pop versus 2. I mean, credit to him, this fight at least looks decent. The problem now is, like, Gold Genius's income. I don't like the look of this. England clearly got flooded by rising sea levels caused by all the ice in the Antarctica melting. This is the future. And this is why it's really important that you all subscribe to my channel. Because with your help, I can raise enough money that I can move out of England and not have to worry about the penguins failing to solve for the Antarctica melting, killing me. So your assistance is appreciated. All right, we just have a wonder play, right? Yeah. Wait, how is this game about to be 15 minutes longer? No, come on. I mean, if Gold Genius wins this, though, is he still a gold genius? Yeah, of course he is. He's gold, but he's a genius. He's a Giga Gold Genius. So, Tankiller, why haven't we built it yet? Did you miss math? You missed math. Yep, you very much missed math. Where is your gold? Wait, where is his gold? What? I mean, then what? Wait, why did he build? Like, why did he delete all these then? I guess maybe he just wanted more farms. All right, this is getting weird. Now, you know what time it is. It's time to ask the most important question to you guys. Are you ready? Will Gold Genius be Imperial Age before this game is over? Yeah, you thought I was going to ask who's going to win. I don't care about that. I actually care whether Red is going to literally still be in Imperial Age when this game ends. Literally going to still cast for Age rather when this game ends. Like, surely he's got to age up before that, right? Support ping. Red kick Dragavan out of the game. And deserves a perma returning to the chat. Wow. Camion's taking this personally. This is, by the way, why I wish I could be in, like, lobby. Because when players chicken out like this, I just want to be able to type do something in the chat. We do have another landing attempt on the way for Tankiller. Like, okay, Tankiller just needs to put men-at-arms. Like, you have 100... Yeah, come on. Yeah, Q. Wait, is he actually... Is he getting carpal tunnel? I'm pretty sure I just watched him one by one queue up men-at-arms. He didn't even shift queue. Where's the game time? I don't know why it's not showing. It's very weird. Cook meat grinder? We might have time for a meat grinder. It's a bit hard to say, possibly. Alright, here we go, guys. Tankiller's making his move. Normandy Mark II. Electric Boogaloo. What could go wrong? Don't think you want me to answer that. And wait, whoa, hold on a sec. Hell is frozen over. Gold Genius has gone Imperial Age. He finally learned to count to 4. He's like, oh, that's where the Imperial Age button was. The same place as the Feudal and Castle Age button. Who would expect this? I mean, it's difficult to navigate. Mathematically, Gold should not win this. And the Rams agree. But in our hearts, in our souls, holy crap, that formation shuffle's quick. All he has to do is go straight for the king. And all Gold Genius has to do, the genius that he is blow them all the duck up. We do have demos coming around to pretend to be fishing boats, I think. Wait, what is he doing here? I think he's got all buildings rallied to one location. Yep. Okay, down here. Transport sneak's coming from Tankiller, though. He knows where that king is. Remember, he scouted it. If Gold keeps pumping demos, he could stop this. But Gold, where are the demos? Oh, no. But one sees it. He needs more now. He needs to delete and build. Delete and build right now. This is your moment to be a true genius. Do not fail us. Wait, why have you queued up a transmission? No, the panic. Demos are coming. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, that was really underwhelming. He's dead. Like, this is the problem, right? It's just transport ships don't care. Let the harvesting commence. You are screwed. F's in chat for Gold Genius, who's about to become Tankiller's gold guinea pig. Wait, Tan, just go for the king. Just go for the king. Why isn't he going for the king? Here we go. Torches out. Wait, is he listening to me right now? Don't go for the king. Go for the L's back. Okay, he's not listening to us. Okay, so this is over. An admirable attempt for Gold Genius. Trying to do the unthinkable. Slaying conks and ruin the world. But unexpectedly, it is the Inuit people who rule over all. Let me know what you thought about this, guys. Do you actually enjoy seeing these? It's been a while since we've done community games, free-for-alls. Is this something people want to actually see more of? Let me know down in the comments. I'll catch you on the next one. All right, so. I can either put a video up of a 1v1 pro game, or we can set up one more free-for-all and I just starve, and then we do B versus Elyona after the free-for-all. Can't believe you won that. GG Xbox controller. So, we'll do make it quick still. Do we do world map again? So we can do make it quick tuning pack. But game mode. Actually, I don't think we can do make it quick with the people die one. Actually, no, we can, because I think it was game mode. So, the one we want is meat grinder mod. Yeah, so meat grinder, for those who don't know, is that every X minutes, the person who's killed the least dies. So we recycle the lobby. Do a 10 mini. Doubleville start. We'll use the make it quick tuning pack still. So that should let you guys blob pretty quickly. And then if we have a full lobby, 10 minutes, and then 6 more have to be eliminated. So 3 times 6 equals 18, right? So that'd be a 28-minute game. Probably stretch it to 4 minutes if people are quick to get in. So we reveal on Elim. We'll do Nomad start. Double Villy start. Actually, let's do 12 minutes and then 3 minutes. Yeah, so that'll be a 30-minute game. And that'll probably line us up to be done like 5 minutes or so before B versus Elyona. Okay? So hard to micro on that Xbox controller. Okay, we get it. You beat them with an Xbox controller. Way to rub it in. All right, so for those who don't know, the way that this mod set works, we've got the 1.25x multiplier on speed. What you need to do is when you build your TC, you need to press all the buttons that appear in that UI to get your speed modifiers, or you won't have them. And then the way that Meat Grinder works is every X minutes, the person who's killed the least things in terms of their unit cost value dies, right? So you can't just camp and do nothing. You guys don't want world map though, right? I'm assuming you probably want one of the slightly forced smaller maps. So we have got the mini Dry Arabia, mini Baltic, mini Chaos, mini Mountain Clearing. I think we do those, right? We'll do mini Chaos. All right, I think that's all set up correctly. And yeah, additional time gets added if someone forcibly surrenders. We'll reset points at each kill, so you can't just kill a bit and then do nothing. Yeah, that works. Okay, so, that in mind, I'm going to open the lobby now. Get your asses in ASAP. Go, 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 go. It's open. So we'll call it KillerPigeon's Meat Grinder Meta grinder, meat grinder. A reminder, folks, after this, we will be hopping back into Pro Tournament 1v1s because we've got Elona versus B happening immediately after the series, okay? So, if you were here for the 1v1s, don't worry, we're going to have you covered on that too. God, I'm dying. The cough is not fun. Dude, I hate the dry cough phase because it's just really wheezy and awkward. No matter what you do, you're just going to have to occasionally cough. Right, so come on, guys. We got 4 slots. Get. I've KPMM that this is a throwback to the early ages of the channel. Yeah, I mean, it's like the goal is to build AoE 4 into bigger than what it is, so that there's like a captivatable audience for this type of content. I think we're very small right now, which is tough. Does it auto DL? No, I can do this. And now you have it. Because you don't have a choice. Alright. So, room for 4 more. Get your asses in ASAP. Just double checking my maths here. So first elim will be 12 minutes. I don't think it needs to be 12 minutes 1.25x modifier. It's 12 minutes, and then obviously you need to eliminate 6 more. So that means 30-minute maximum game length. I think that's okay. Other thing I want to check is I think the reason why we couldn't see the thing in game is because obviously this is a fresh install because we're on our new PC. Exclamation mark PC if you want to check out the sponsors of that PC build. This thing is sick. I'm so freaking happy with this PC. But I'm pretty sure by default, time isn't on, if I remember correctly. And I've forgotten where it is. Can you guys remember where time is in this? I've forgotten. Oh, do we have full lobby? Nice. All right, so force download. All right, get the lads in. I'm going to leave. There'll be room for 1 more person. So do hop in ASAP. All right, fantastic. I'm leaving the lobby now. Good hunting. I'm trying to remember. There is an option to turn in-game time on and off, isn't there? I'm not imagining that. You'd think it would be under game if it exists, though. But it's not here. Or UI. Maybe UI? Ah, there we go. Show game duration. I'm blind. Nice. We got it. Whoop, whoop. Have I got all settings absolute highest? I should do. Dude, I need to get a new PC monitor so I can do HDR. Everything is absolutely peaked. I think that our video uploads from today are going to be high quality as well because I made some changes on my OBS settings, so I'm now recording locally in 1440p, which might be making the files very big. I'm not sure though. Not too bad. Like maybe about 1 gig per minute. That's why we have 8 terabytes of Gen 5 SSD. What is Meat Grinder? So, rundown on Meat Grinder. There's 2 things you need to know for this mode. First of all, we've got the 1.25x speed modifier, which means the game is faster. But for you to be faster, when you've built your TC, you're going to have extra options on them. You need to press all those options. Now to Meat Grinder. The way Meat Grinder works is that every X minutes, the person who's killed the least things dies. There'll be a little UI thing on your screen that will show what you've killed and what other people have killed. So you'll know who's going to be eliminated. So if you see that you're on the chopping block, there's an urgency to go kill someone's units. That's how you survive Meat Grinder. And so it'll be, I believe we set it up to be first elimination at minute 12, and then an elimination every 4 minutes afterwards. I believe we went for 3 minutes, it might have been. You can see in the lobby, it'll say the sentence. So I think we went 3 minutes, right? Which means the maximum game length is going to be 30 minutes for this one. It can't actually be longer. 8 terabytes of SSD. Yep. I've still got another backup one. So my advice, by the way, J2 Shots, if you want to make a PC like this, I've got these. They're the T705s. These are incredible. They're like basically the best Gen 5 SSD on the market. But for gaming, you don't really need Gen 5 as much. I'd recommend doing Gen 4s, in which case, Crucial also has you covered. These are the T500s. They'll be about half the price. The performance will be lower, but the real life performance gains is minimal, Gen 5 versus Gen 4. Because although Gen 5s have double the read-write speed, what really matters for a lot of your gaming activities is random read-write, which is most of the same between Gen 4 and Gen 5. So like there are certain tasks that you want to do where very specific tasks where Gen 5 is definitely worth it right now. And if you just are one of those people that's enthusiast and want Gen 5 anyway, you should be going for the Crucial. They're literally the best performing Gen 5 SSD on the market. But if you just want good performance and good price, Crucial T500s. Can we start? Yeah, why haven't you guys not started yet? Is there not an 8th person? Who cares? Is there 6 people? Okay, if there's 6 people, whatever, go for it. Like, we're approaching the threshold. What is Gen 5? There's different generations of SSDs. These are the NVMe ones, the ones that you put directly on your motherboard. And Gen 4, Gen 5, it's just newer gens are higher speeds. Still need 2? You guys, wait, what? Someone left then. Why did someone leave? Give it 1 more minute. If people don't get in, then just start it. And no, DDR3 is something completely different. We're talking NVMe SSDs. That's your hard drive. DDR3, you're referring probably to RAM. This is DDR5 that you put in these. And then you've got GDDR, which is what you get in your graphics card, which we have GDDR6 there. That is the 7900 XTX. It is a beast of a graphics card. Rasterization performance is through the roof. It's actually competing with like the 48 Super, just much cheaper. But yeah, this is obviously like we've got Aorus Gigabyte for our motherboard plus our GPU. We're running a 9950X CPU, which means we can basically tackle any challenge. We've got 16 physical cores, and they all have phenomenal performance. So yeah, this is a killer setup. Maybe a bit overkill for some people at home, but if you want top end, this is like chef's kiss. There's maybe like 1 or 2 upgrades on certain components you could do, but mathematically they just don't make sense for most people. Oh, it wasn't public. There we go. KB's rich. I actually just have incredible brands we get to work with. For those who don't know, like basically we've done this PC build courtesy of us working with and let me just actually wipe that stuff there. By working with the wonderful people down below. So really big shout out to AMD, Micron Crucial, Corsair, Gigabyte, Kingston Technology, and Haven Global. They're the people we got sent components to make this really cool PC. There you go. Leave it down a bit more. Oh. AoE 4 needs more good GIFs. Love to stick the GIFs on there, actually. That the best PC in AoE streaming? Probably. I doubt any of the other streamers have even upgraded to the newest Ryzen. And then, like, what? Crackety went for his fancy 4090. He's probably going to be more CPU bound at that point. We start big porg. Wait, why am I getting join match instead of observe? Uh-oh. Why am I getting join match still? It's a bit weird. That's probably because it's like counting down but hasn't started yet. But yeah, my goal now is I'm looking for a contact at a monitor company, because what I really want to try now with this new PC is the new OLED monitors. Because people keep raving about them, so I want to check in on them next. By the way, guys, if you haven't yet, I recommend bare minimum following across on the YouTube, the Twitch, and whatever. Because we are now approaching the live for, well, technically 7 hours, but it's actually, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, we've been live for close to 8 hours. So yeah, definitely make sure you're following, subscribe if you like the content. We're live Mondays, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays every single week. So plenty of fun to be had here. If I can afford them on it, haha, that's the whole point of working with a brand. Get me to send me one. And I can tell you guys whether it's worth buying. Like, you know, with the AMD stuff, I got sent it. Because I've never tried AMD GPUs before, but I've been pretty impressed. All right. So here's the UI I was talking about. You guys can see it. It's the bloodiest custom game you can find, and it is back. Ladies and gents, welcome back to the channel. We are doing Meat Grinder. For those that may recall this, it's featured on the channel about a year ago when we done a lot of community games. Meat Grinder mod is a mode where a player dies every X minutes. In this case, it's 12-minute mark, and then every, I believe, went 3 minutes afterwards. So really cool game mode. Still one of my favorite custom games we've been able to create. Really big shout out to Kai who worked on this one. So this is a really fun one. The way it works is basically you need to kill units. You need to kill other people's units. If you fail to kill their units, if you're the person with the lowest value, when this clock hits 0, you die. Just disappear in the ether. And these players will be able to see this value, by the way. So they understand if they're safe or not. Things get wild when you get close to an elimination. Fun one as well, because on top of that, we also are using the 1.25x speed modifier to give people a little bit more wiggle room to set up their economy and then attack. So the way that one works is when you create your TC, I'm just going to actually disable the UI temporarily so you guys can see. What you'll have is these little buttons. Wait, whoopsie, wrong thing. You have these little buttons down here that you need to press, and you can already see that Anacondas has done it. So there'll be 4 buttons you want to press, every one available, and that'll get you a speed increases. Like, for example, Wheelbarrow isn't researched, but the villagers are already 1.29 move speed. I really, really hope the devs start listening and consider adding in a mutator game mode that does this simulation speed behavior by default. Because we just played a free-for-all on the global map with the speed modifier, and it made it hella fun. So, look at the spawns, though. We are playing the random spawn of the micro map series created by Caillou. These are basically micro maps because what he's done is he's built intentional cliffs around the edge to force what's usually a big map spawn to be smaller for 8 players. In this case, we were 1 short. I think someone dropped, so we're sitting with 7. Dragoman has taken the most ratty approach to this possible. He's hiding in the corner like a coward. That might come back to bite him, but we'll have to see. Then again, with the 1.25x movement speed and everything else simulated, he might have enough time to build up an army. Nearby, it's going to be Lucy. If people want to check the elos of these players, because I'm not sure of many of them, when we do community games, we welcome anyone in. Like, the reality is actually we've had plenty of examples where it's not the Concord Diamond player winning. For a start, when you're Concord Diamond and everyone knows your name, everyone targets you. But also, there's just so many variables when you go into a free-for-all environment that you can never just guarantee that the top-ranked player is going to be the winner. Well, the engine didn't allow for speeding up the entirety of the game. It doesn't allow its absolute entirety, which is why Hossein's mod, which increased the movement speed, has modified most things, but not every single iota of AoE4. To do that, it is actually possible to increase everything about AoE Age of Empires 4, but it requires access to something called the state tree, which is a specific set of tools to modify things drastically with AoE4. And despite promises made by the devs like 2+ years ago, they never actually gave that access to modders, sadly. All right, so we are just 8 minutes away. I believe, like, if I'm not mistaken, wait, does the clock move quicker? Okay, yeah, so if I'm not mistaken, the simulation is actually faster. So it's 1.25x speed. So I thought this would give people more time. It actually hasn't. You're seeing kills coming through, by the way. Yabu was able to snatch a scout kill. Deviance has killed a villager. So by the current math, they are safe. These players need to get a move on and at least find some sort of free kill. You don't want to be that Sado with 0 kill value because you will go out. If you are drawn as the lowest person, multiple people will get eliminated. I do think that this would make a great mutator quick match queue game mode, by the way. And the reason is quite simple. The problem you usually have with an experience like AoE 4, if you have a limited amount of time in the day to like do something, right? You're not going to start an Age of Empires game, right? Like if you say you've got 20 minutes to sit down and play something, if you are both an AoE and a Call of Duty game, you play Call of Duty because you know a Call of Duty game can be under 20 minutes, right? Like, if you're an AoE gamer, but also European Universalis gamer, or Total War Warhammer gamer, you're going to play a session of that and then save and leave. You can't really do that in AoE 4. You get that unfulfilled feeling if you have to just GG leave. The cool thing about Meat Grinder mod is that based on the metrics set in the lobby, you know the absolute maximum length a game can be. So if you've only got 30 minutes, you can set the first kill point at 12 and then a kill afterwards every 3 minutes, right? That means that basically you will be done exactly at 30 minutes. I find that really cool. That's something that we don't have in AoE4 right now. There isn't like a mode that's a specific cutoff, right? And you can argue like, you know, even in a game like Counter-Strike where there should be a theoretical obvious cutoff maximum, it can technically go on forever, but like that is very rare. Whereas the idea that like AoE4 can vary between 20 minutes and 2 hours in length isn't a rare thing. It's a regularity. So Wolf's coming up here. Looks like Defiance is going to be trying to hunker down. We're 6 minutes away from the first elimination. Spartan Trade Network coming in for Dragoman, and he actually has been actively adding additional traders here. So I did just see an Anatolian Hill spawn coming through. Yeah, he needs to start moving. It would be pretty embarrassing to be the highest ranked player in the game and die first, right? That'd be a little bit awkward. Alright, get your gets in. Who do you think is going to be eliminated first? Say the color. Because I'm like, looking at this right now. Red needs to make a move. Longbows are coming. I actually have quite a lot of them. And Velif went for really loose TCs here. Purple is not connected at all. It should be fairly easy for Red to survive. She needs to get one worker kill at this rate. Needs to be careful not to dive too hard because otherwise your dive is basically going to let Purple survive instead. I love these effects. I wasn't sure how I was going to feel about the fog, but it's not as much fog as it is moving clouds. Like, guys, come on. This is cool. Okay, is this the point where we have to all go ask the devs officially why we can't have dynamic weather effects if it can be done in custom maps? Because that's a dynamic weather effect right now. He's got clouds rendering and moving. I mean, it's a bit different the way skyboxes operate, but it's interesting possibilities that he's got moving shadows. Flash coming in, Velif. Nice jump forward. The Lombos try to run away, but it looks like Velif is more than safe. He mops the floor with Anacondas. Let's get some return kills here. So both of them are okay. Dragovan has started to strike in. Found a few worker kills by the looks of it. So right now, blue and orange are the most at risk here. Pink's dive's not really going to give any hope to orange. Blue taking a bit more of a chill pill approach. Has got some Lombos. He built Vanguard and Men at Arms. Wait, what? Why? In what world? Whatever world, he is actually now safe. Castle Age coming in the meantime for Yabu. Yabu needs to get a move on though. And he will. This is Burgrave. Okay, that's cool. I like that. You know, he's not much time to work with, but with Burgrave, you'll definitely be able to find kills here. Men at Arms already upgraded. It's going to be March in the base. He's going to catch Defiance as he's trying to tech up. Dragovan just vibing. He's like, I'm safe. There's no way everyone else in the lobby could kill 2 units and I face eliminate. Dragovan, come on. You might want to murder a teensy bit more. So there is a lot of modifiers you can apply here, by the way. Like, you can make it so that if you kill early, you keep the points. We've set it to reset. So once someone's eliminated, you still have to keep killing. That's where Burgrave feels pretty good in this type of composition, right? Because you have to keep that rapid pace going. Rax drops now coming in off the tech up. Norishiro, where'd he go? I'm not... Wait, oh, yeah, he's just standing there. A bit of a problem there for Defiance. Hasn't moved across yet. Dragovan is raiding big. Check this. He goes across to Velif. Feeds quite a lot of value, but finds enough to protect himself here. So not just waiting around to see if everyone else doesn't do anything. And Yabo, look at the movement speed! 1.61, baby. We're zooming. So Yabo now looking safe. In the meantime, we're actually going to have blue diving into yellow's base. Tan Killer is in a race now to dodge elimination at the bottom here. However, those are early men up. That's a TC and that's an output. Yeah, this is not a good dive. Blue is actually killing himself right now. Almost getting mopped up as well. I mean, yellow went looking for orange, but blue just fed him, and now blue's likely to be eliminated. And that also gives a knock-on effect where Yabo can get back-to-back kills, right? Blue, and then you farm orange. Anaconda's also in trouble, though. 310 is not safe. I mean, that's a sneeze, right? Like, if someone loses one horseman, like, if someone loses one horseman tan killer, Anaconda's is out by 10 points. This is what I mean. Like, you know, the number might look big at 100, but its raw resources is not big at all. Yabo going in again. It's like a dog with a bone, man. I mean, he could just chill at this stage. He doesn't need to keep going like this. In some ways, it's disadvantageous to keep going like this because you could farm this person immediately afterwards to build enough value to be safe again for 3 minutes, right? And that means instead of spending 3 minutes just pumping units to attack, you could have some coming to attack, but then you could also have some economy focused on scaling. Tan kill. He's got 30 seconds left. Oh, this is a depressing way to die. Knocking at the door, scratching at the door, screaming, "Let me in, let me in." Defiance, wait, what? Wait. Could this work? This might work. This could work. No, just hit the villager! Just hit the villager! Not like this. He didn't press the movement speed button. 4 seconds left. He's gonna die like this. He's out. Blue, with just 10 points needed to be secure. Any kill would have done it. And now the follow-up comes in. Yabu, trying to get the space, is going to go for a kill on orange. Dragoman knows it's rotation time again. Master Party rocking it. 2.27 movement speed. They are Zoomers. Village's Seek Shelter is going to work against him here. Knight's trying to react. Abu's Trinity was being built, but Lucy's going to have to take a break off of that. Both of these players should feel relatively safe now with that little skirmish. I'll tell you who's not feeling safe, though, is Orange. Defiance, the primary TC is dead. Villagers aren't going to be able to escape this. He has moved for berries in the center of the map, but the reality check here is that if Defiance kills these landmarks, that will force a sub-reset. So the way it works is, like, instead of it just going back up to 3 minutes full, it'll be half the duration. So what Yabu can do here, which is really cheeky, is he can force back-to-back elims. However, that's a really, really bad idea when you haven't killed anything. Oh, Yabu, no. Guys, I'm pretty sure Yellow's killing himself here. This is exactly how you don't do this strategy. Oh my god. Wait, wasn't there meant to be a building toggle? I mean, even if there was a building toggle, guys, like, landmarks aren't worth resources. Buildings can be made worth resources, which I think we do have on, but landmarks are not. So yeah, congrats, golf clappers. You've eliminated Defiance, but you need to kill something now, and you're going to want to be quick about it. Purple and red in the meantime have farmed each other up. Dragoman and Lucy really need to fight again. And actually, it's best to do so. Yeah, Dragoman, that doesn't work. He's being a cheeky git. So this was discovered very early on that you could actually get points by killing dead players. It got fixed. So that doesn't work anymore. He will not get any points for doing that. He just discovered it. Big problem for Yabu. This is why it's worth keeping a player close to you alive. Barely, right? You're almost like a vampire looking for a blood bag on drip. Yabu doesn't know where to look because, well, he has scouted, but not recently. Looks like there's going to be a move coming in here. Dragoman fighting against Lucy, but actually feeding over more than he's gaining here. The important part is he's gaining enough. So actually the most threatening player on the map, which is most definitely Yabu in my eyes here, he's going to die. No, don't go. No, not the Kremlin. Not. Villagers. Just anything. Kill things. Kill things. Okay, KP. We'll kill things. Let's burn the... Yeah, screw you, Krem. No. Yabu. No. Hopefully the 43rd of your kind will figure it out better. Because you're dead. I like to imagine right now he's just breaking the keyboard like, what was that? What's this stupid game mode? Just gotta pay attention to the numbers. Dragavan and Lucy now fighting in the base of Dragavan here. I mean, he has numbers though, right? I love this. He's playing melee armor, so the Sipahi are actually pretty good at trading into the knights. Funny thing, by the way, in terms of like ages, Dragavan's still in H2, right? Yeah, like most of our present players, like half of them are still H2. Pink and Red both now reaching the third age. However, Red is dead. So this was meant to buy us enough time for our Eliona B series. But these guys did not wait around. Good lord. We needed that 8th person. Anacondas looks pretty drained. I was worried that 3 minutes wouldn't be enough to get across and attack something, but I think we're fine because of the simulation speed, actually. Landmarks at risk here. Looks like that one should be going down. Weirdly enough, Vilif isn't just finishing. Rams are going to fix that, though. So here we go. Anaconda's going to be taken out. Watch what happens to the clock. Wait, it didn't reset. Did they toggle that off by mistake? They might have. Well, that's an oopsie. So we have 3 left and only a minute and a half to go. So you can play this in different formats. Like, I don't mind the temporary half reset if you kill someone. Because there's a very cheesy strategy if you're really far ahead, where when you see the timer go down to like 20 seconds, you can finish off a player to bump out the player above them. It's really cheeky. Will this speed we can cast another? Nah, we won't be able to. I don't think. We'll just have to find some way of entertaining ourselves for like 10 minutes. I think Dragavan's got this, guys. He's just waiting. The snaky little git. The best thing these two can do is if they kill each other right now, Dragavan's dead. Like, it's all about just timing this right, where you intentionally kind of feed each other. Which is what they should be looking to do. Dragavan is the scariest player in the lobby. He's the highest rank by far. Flash coming in now. There you go. This is where Dragavan needs to panic a little. He's on the move. I don't know if he's going to be able to find targets good enough, though. Especially with a clash this big. Just commit. Commit right now! Lucy is dead. He backed away. He couldn't afford to there. So Dragavan coming in behind will survive. And now we're just 2 left over, considering just how many Sipahi we're looking at here. Dragavan looks like the boogeyman. 32 Sipahi. We have got Janissaries, 14 of them queued up. He's going to have to rush for the fight. Dragavan has scouted the location of purple. I believe he did originally see the primary TC. Really big tip I give to people when they play Meat Grinder mod. You need to scout the entire map because you never know which player is going to be left. Last thing you want is 4 minutes to kill someone, but 3 minutes spent finding them. We've seen games decided like that. I remember I had one game we played on Haywire where the strongest player lost because he literally hadn't scouted anything. Didn't know where his opponent was. Well, Velith is going to need one hell of a fight. Mangoes isn't a bad idea, seeing as there are Sipahi. Tricky part is he just ran troop over. If Dragavan wants to be really, really mean about this, he can just walk away. Because this is the tricky thing. It turns cat and mouse at this stage. If you screw up on the fight, your opponent just walks off. I've seen it happen before. But Dragavan, no balls, no glory, apparently. He wants that fight. Wait, you pussy! He's like, no, you go. Chickening out right here. Denying us our glorious final showdown? I think not. Belif. Well, that's a bad start. Mango's going to start coming in. No, no. He's just going to cut you. He's going to engage, though. And Dragavan has to fight. Look at that. Look at He can't run away. If he runs away, he loses. And mean, he's trying, but that means Janissaries get left behind here. Spearman catch up. He's losing to the mass spear. Nah, there's no way. The Great Bombard? No, he didn't get enough. Oh, Velov is like, well, I mean, I don't need to come to you anymore. Why don't you shoot me on over here? This is tight. This is fantastic. He keeps getting pinched when he tries to stab like that. The problem supply are good, but they're really expensive as well. And that's turned into an A-click now. At this point, they've just let go of the keyboard. What's the point? Dragoman, he can't make it work for him, though. He's just losing too much. Oh, my God. Fella, he found the perfect balance here. Dragoman was trying to be too cheeky. And it means the highest ranked player will not be the victor. Welcome to free-for-alls. You never know what you're going to be served in the end. GG, big win for Purple. What do you guys think? You like this? I think these are fun, man. I wouldn't mind being able to do more of these. I wouldn't just mind this type of thing being in the game by default. I think this type of game mode is really fun, and there is a market for it within AoE 4 and beyond. There's plenty of people that just don't have the time needed for a classic RTS. Love to see a mutator like this in the game. What about you? All right, let me check in with the lads. B's online, Elio's online. So, we might be able to start a few minutes early. Is there a Juggernaut game mode? What do you mean by that? You have to define what Juggernaut game mode would be to you. So, let me update tile, because we should have series starting soon. That's why Abba's best for that. Think about that for a second. Do you think Abba would have won if they ran into the Holy Roman Empire player? Or do you think Abba would have lost? That's the thing. It's not just that simple. We don't make it that simple. So let me get the details set up. So for those that have been waiting, it is time. In a few minutes, we'll be hopping into our final quarterfinals, which is going to be B versus Elyona. And likely what we'll be then having is semi-finals. Both of them should be happening on Thursday before the grand finals. So Wham versus Dimu and Cat versus either B or Elio. So yeah, should have a fun, busy day on Thursday for that reason. Oh, right, like a 1v7. We'd done our own version of that. There's an interesting map for that where we basically had 3 pros versus 5 not. And it was quite entertaining. Actually, it might have been 2 pros versus 6 not. And it was quite entertaining. Okay. Let me check. Is B Elio online? Eliona's online. B's showing red AFK. Let me check if they're both ready. 2 versus 6 gold? It was something like that. We just weren't that high ranked, and I think we played against Wham and someone else. It was quite funny. It's a very interesting crafted map that was designed for it. Yeah, it got quite wacky when they were just kind of funneling mass mangoes, nest of bees, crap like that. Oh, those are some fun times. 1 sec, just checking something. Yeah, I think we're good. Fact. Wait, I think ads just ran. Okay. What I'll do is I'm going to put some gameplay up on your screens, guys, just so you have something to look at while I wait for the response for Elio and B. They are scheduled to start in T-minus 9 minutes. So, you guys can watch Mally Libby and Starflux for a few minutes while we wait. And then afterwards, we can get in game. Boop, boop. Oh, wait, I need to switch over to the thingy now, don't I? Oh, wait, we have to wait that long? All right, we definitely aren't going to be checking in on them then. Team trim, blocker, fantastic. Find that one to watch for 2 or 3 minutes. Who's Otneg? Who's this? No one I know. Are all the gamers out partying on this fine Tuesday evening? It might be. Yeah, I'm not seeing any of the high-level players other than Starfluck. I mean, it's just filler content anyway, right? While we wait for the series to start, so I guess we'll switch it on for the sec. Would have been nice to have had enough time for another free-for-all, but mathematically we won't have time. Oh! We definitely won't have time, because yes, they are drafting. Alright, screw this. We're good to go. In fact, yeah, King of the Hill, Borderland, pretty much there with the lads. Big Pugarus, thank you very much. So, what did I say? King of the Hill and Borderland. That might be the first time we've had that combo this week. Interesting. And final pick now coming through for B. Got Mongols, so I can load the draft in for you guys now. Okay. Let's have a look at what we're cooking with here. So, P got Roos when King of the Hill got... Ooh, Elio's draft has a big gap in it. And it might be King of the Hill. That worries me. Borderland, he has options, but not the best breadth here. Probably going to be French there. What B can do is he can basically like surprise pick Borderland Roos, potentially. He still has HRE to fall back on for King of the Hill, which is like a reasonable civ. But that would mean opening either Mongol or Jean on Rocky River, which would make sense. The logic behind Jean is you're expecting Delhi to come out on Rocky River. So Eliona needs to read that for what it is, and I think you go French. And then that saves Delhi for Borderland, and probably some sort of weird IU pick for King of the Hill, or you have IU Marlians for Borderland, and Delhi still there for King of the Hill. Right, so he has some flex, but really comes down to not being tricked on this first pick. Delhi seems like they're really good in that game mode. In that game mode, I'm not sure. Trying to think what the best was. There was a stage where Order the Dragon was OP because there's a few different kill metrics you can have for Meat Grinder mod. And one of them is units killed. So you can already see why Order the Dragon would be really busted for that. Right? Because you just literally don't have units that die easily. You have half the unit count. So that was the original version where it didn't really think of Order the Dragon, and then it got revamped to be unit value, which was much better. Alright guys, I'm going to run 3 minutes ads now, by the way, while the lads get ready in lobby, so that should protect you guys from having to watch ads in-game. So I'd recommend go get yourself some food now. I don't get to eat. We have literally been going for 8+ hours now, and I still haven't had proper sustenance. Basically powered myself in a protein bar. So I hope you appreciate it. 3 minutes ads now. Hey, no one can accuse us of not doing the grind. Good lord. 30-something-year-old putting this many hours on stream. What am I doing to my body? I do get my R&R day tomorrow, though. Sorry, I just laughed out loud in the... Guys, you want to see something brilliant? The... Voldemort didn't take the loss earlier well. Have you guys seen Dimu's tweet? You ready? Oh wait, this is a quote repost. Best comeback of 2025. Also, at least half the man. Wait, what was Voldemort's? Does Voldemort have Twitter? I don't think he does. I mean, dude, that doesn't look like Voldemort unless he got a six-pack. Alright, no Voldemort. GG. Yeah, I don't think he took the loss well, guys. For those that didn't see it, I recommend going and checking the VODs. It'll definitely eventually end up on the YouTube side. Probably the most absurd game we've had in maybe the entirety of Midweek Muster. It's up there. It's like a top 5. Crazy. One sec. Sorry, I just got a message behind the scenes. Oh, I love a day though. So yeah, I'll coordinate with Tune tomorrow on this. I need to figure out the map pool for next week as well. Yeah, we'll have a look at what we got. Hey, what's up, Lucy? GG. Yeah, that was a fun one to watch. We had a good time with that. Hope you enjoyed yourself. Never finished Last Gamba? Oh, didn't we? That one was the Vortex win, right? That was the Japanese game. There we go. I'll get the predictions set up, ready to pull the trigger on for B versus Elio. Oh, man. Been a good stream, though. Oh, I'm just thinking of all the things I got to catch up on behind the scenes tomorrow. I never really get a true relaxation day. I spend as much of the day with my fam as I can, but there's always work that comes up in some form. We're a busy bee. Alright, they're in game. Should be able to hop in a sec. Oh, blimey. Yeah, I'm trying to keep my eye out for some games that we can maybe like diversify the content with. Maybe have a day where we check out new strategy games this year. I haven't seen too many strat announcements at the start of the year, though. I was contemplating checking out Frostpunk 2's DLC when it comes out. That could be kind of cool. Alright, so loading game now. Delhi HRE. Yeah, I thought that Elio would try to like... Well, not Elio, sorry. I thought that B would try to get creative with this selection. That's a bit surprising. I'll start the predictions now. So remember, Rocky River opening, it's going to be Delhi versus HRE. We're 4 minutes from in-game. So you should have enough time to squeeze in some bets. You just got to be ready to pull the trigger. So I'll also update that because we've got time. What's up, Johan? How's it going, buddy? Poogers. Yes, Yabo. So, yeah, well, the problem that you can kill buildings. Buildings can give value, but you're killing landmarks. Landmarks, and I think, Kava, you kind of hit into it from a more technical standpoint. When you kill a landmark, you technically don't kill it. It doesn't get properly erased. So, like, it's worth nothing because it remains with 1 HP. That's undeniable. That's why you died. Because you technically didn't actually kill anything. Oh, man. Yeah, I reckon my speculation is we'll probably be live on Thursday by about 2 to 3 p.m. CET. And what's up, Cammy? And thank you very much for the gifted sub, mate. Appreciate you. But like, I'll let you guys know. !mark Discord. Make sure you're there because I do say there. I also post on Reddit. Be sure to be upvoting those on when Thursdays start because we try to have a little bit of flex, of course, because you know, the players basically, we need to coordinate with them because the goal is going to be to have both semi-finals before grand finals on Thursday. So a fairly long stream because this series was way too late for us to do the cat series afterwards. And what is up? Pencil to the D to the I to the C to the K. Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate the resub. Welcome back, buddy. Yeah, we'll see about having both semis. Then the only other option is if Cat is available right after this, but I wouldn't bank on that considering it's. I want to say in Russia it's either 11 p.m. or 12 already. I think it's 12. It's midnight. So B really just burning the midnight candle. Very smart play here. You know, why go to sleep to just have your kids wake you up when instead you can just stay awake? And when your partner's like, honey, I need you to feed the kids, you're like, can't, dear. I'm busy competing. Sorry. Never do that. Definitely haven't done that before. Let's move on. Let's focus on the game. Oh man, I just realized I need to go through all the videos and like figure out which ones we're gonna upload because I didn't do that yesterday either. Oops. Actually, I did. I done with some. Yeah, so not as cray-cray. I do need to delete some of the older videos though. Whoops, I've got one still on here from like end of December. So would anyone like to guess how many gigabytes worth of video I've got sitting in this folder right now? Take a guess. I mean, it's one folder, right? How much could be in there? It won't even count. That's usually not a good sign if it won't count. Okay, so I'm a really bad boy. She slapped my ass as I say that. Because I've got about 1.3 terabytes. Oh, 1.3 terabytes of AoE 4 games sitting in there. Told you, man. We record at high quality. Good lord. Yeah, 1.3 terabytes of recorded video games from just like 2 weeks of Midweek Masters. Don't tell me we don't go high quality with these uploads. What is up? Ladies and gents, welcome back to Midweek Muster number 9. It is quarterfinals time to see who's going to be clashing with Cat. Is it going to be his teammate, B? Or is the Frenchman Elyona going to be able to slay Delhi versus HRE to kick the series off? Interesting matchup, actually, for the HRE. And especially with the way that B plays it. Now, at the moment, HRE, I think, are clawing back a few win rate percentages against Delhi here with the Pro Scouts meta. Because you get it so quickly, you're able to then blob a lot of men at arms plus spears in Feudal Age to the point that Delhi can't keep up. I would like to propose a different angle. Have you all ever considered mine work? Because B has. B is one of the players that does mine work. And this is a really good matchup for it. Reason being, you still Pro Scouts, you'll have all the safe food. Your opponent will not have safe food, have to come out sooner. And then on top of that, in the meantime, your Horsemen hit as hard as Ghazi. And your Spearmen definitely hit harder than Delhi. So unless Elyona wants to play Tower of Victory, mine work just kind of rolls you over. Scout rotation opening is at least looking fairly decent for B, actually, considering how much longer Elyona is meant to be out on the map. And on top of that, actually, there's just so much left on B side that you can pick up. So this should end up being probably about a 60% split in favor of B. Moment of truth is approaching. What do you guys reckon? We getting mine work? Marine Lord, look at that. Turns up to cheer on his fellow Frenchman. Marine Lord needs Elio to keep his finger on the pulse so he can be their official fanboy for Gentlemates casting all the games. Dice. Oh, come on! He's definitely good. Mine works on the way. He's gonna die. Like, this is rough. I think this is actually the way you just screw over Delhi. So for Elio, playing along Feudal doesn't work now, right? Elio dies as fast as Puppy in any Red Bull playoff. Oof. Wait, is that quicker or slower than you against Magic in a LAN? I never know. So the question is whether we're going to get Pro Scouts here. Way quicker. Wait, how, like, what was the series score on Puppy Ball's elimination at Legacy? Was it 2-1? Yeah, because you and Magic went 3 games. And technically, your fight with Magic was actually, like, over a day long because you began that fight at the dinner party beforehand. Oh, 3-on quarterfinals. Oh, yeah, he got... Dude, he gave a fast track.
What?
And Don't Faith coming the other side. Yeah, this is rough. I don't think Elyona can play aggressively at all. Which is, like, the whole point of Gazi opening, right? But what you're going to be seeing here from B, he'll open Spears and then look for a Horseman switch. So Spears into Pro Scouts makes a lot of sense. Horseman follow-up just secures the deal. What do you think of this build, Marino? Do you like the Mindwork build? B is one of the few players I've seen frequently do it. He does it a lot. But I quite like it in this matchup. I think you can play Arkin. It just gives more opportunities for Elio to play the edge. Is good enough. Right? That's not my point, right? It's like, we're just saying you can do Arkin and just Pro Scout. This is more like all in. I think this is the thing I've said about Mindwork. It's not that Mindwork is bad. I just think Arkin, and it makes sense as like a percentile gamer, like why you'd value it that way as well. Arkin is better for like the longevity. Mindwork is more aggressively all in. It's like doing a Ram Rush when you could just play Cast Lage instead. So, oh yeah, gonna complete the tech up. We should be seeing an opening in Gazi almost always here. Where's Pro Scouts? Okay, well we have Stables coming. Probably feels like he needs to build Horseman beforehand. And there's the mill. So yeah, we are going to get that timing. You already see the gold wood being gathered. Cool thing as well is how aggressive your blacksmith timings are. This is the other thing I like about Mindwork against Delhi, is just the speed at which you unlock and the efficiency. It's just something they can't match, right? Like the reason why Delhi have been just finding a few chips in their win rate is with the Pro Scout meta taking over, this is just a civ that can't compete. Look at this timing. Wow, 3.5 minutes. I'm glad. Finally something Delhi can suck at in the current like metas of Season 9, right? Now, once Pro Scouts gets gutted, which it has to be getting gutted, once that happens, yeah, Delhi are just going to be kings again. We do have double stables, but it's a bit crafty from B. He's hiding it a little bit further back. Not that Elyona would know, because... What is this scouting? He doesn't see anything. That's pretty ballsy against a player like B to not have a clue what you're up against here. And very dangerous, in fact. So Pro Scouts is on the way. Would love to see B just starting to queue Bloomery once he has like 4 horsemen out. And final sheep haul was 24 for Elyona. Only 13 left for B, but with Pro Scouts coming, he doesn't care. They'll only become better once the Pro Scout meta gets patched. Yeah, that's what I just said. Like, mathematically think about, like, why would they suck in a Pro Scouts meta? It takes 4 minutes, that's why. Right? China's usually get it in 30 seconds. HRE, all these other civs that are like the second tier, Rus, they're able to get it in 1 minute and 15. Right? So they get it 3 times quicker than you. And we've already talked about how hard it is to block all Pro Scout grabs. They'll always get something. So Clash coming in. Numbers aren't really with Elyona, but B was a little bit off of the initial micro there. Just gonna have to peel away here. Yeah, B needs to rush into Bloomery now. Actually has the rats coming. Ooh, we might see a bypass. So usually you just go Bloomery here to trade out, but if you think about the cost of all pikes, yeah, there it is. It's actually better. It's just a +2 booster. The reason why you do this is, like, while Bloomery is half the price of all pikes, you're getting a +2 in 40 seconds or a +1 in 40 seconds, right? If you can afford it, just take the +2. It's all about timing. Yeah, I'm not inspired with confidence for Game 1 for Elyona. And we already talked about the issue of his draft when we go later into the series, right? Like, some of the picks just don't really align here. He's got Ibis, Malians, French. Meanwhile, it's going to be, like, what, Rus, Jean, Mongols? One of the maps is King of the Hill. I don't really think that Elyona can afford a loss in Game 1 here, because all I'm seeing is Rus has been picked for King of the Hill. And if Rus comes out on King of the Hill, Elyona now without Delhi doesn't even have a remote semblance of an answer. What's the best strat for Delhi in this matchup? I wonder if you do Tower Victory. Or you just try to bypass the fast castle, but like racing HRE to fast castle is not great. They're way too fast. This fight is definitely not great. Oh man, it's the all pikes. He's hitting as hard. Spimmin in there as well, which are also being buffed up. Bloomery as well. Like the damage difference here is noteworthy. Gazi that are meant to have the better attack damage, trade off attack speed, they're behind by 1. And in fact, if he's quick about this, it's going to be behind by 2. Because for God knows whatever reason, Elyona went under mesh. And this is where we really need to re-emphasize the fact that Elyona did not scout the mine work. This was a huge blunder on his behalf. There's no reason not to have looked at this. Had he known that it was mine work, he could have at least better adjusted to this build. But now, you're going to be, what, +2 damage behind the exchange? That makes up for the extra health you've got. Archer switch now coming, but B can just as quickly get into undermesh here. And also, you're building archers into horsemen, right? So Pro Scouts play is paying off. What B can now do in about 1 to 2 minutes is switch men-at-arms. You just start bulking men-at-arms in feudal, you keep pressing, and then you look for your conversion into castle. It's the old school HRE build, basically. And yeah, wait, B going for prelates. Wait, what? This is a bit overkill. You buff 9, right? So at this point, he should only really have 3. Is it 8? I thought it was 9. Because it used to be 7. And that went up to by 2. This one was 9. But either way, like, right, that basically means that he should only have 4 prelates when this 30-second villager comes out. So I guess he didn't want to get distracted on microing the prelates. Also, it's pretty nice for the healing, right? So he's kind of just mirroring what the Delhi do here. Pan the head's better. That's actually pretty cool. I haven't really seen a player leverage it that way yet, because you feel bad doing this because every time you heal, you're just not buffing economy. But if the logic is, you know, you're saving yourself 120 resource loss, it's not a bad idea. Yeah, Pro Scouts 9 from Elyona, but the worst possible time. There's just already so horsemen here. So many horsemen that just immediately get the grab. Goes for the villager kill as well. Just so easy with 12 damage. Man, imagine like playing HRE, discovering mine work now, never having played Delhi in life. Like, wow. 12 damage on horsemen is pretty OP. I know, right? It's 9.5? Yeah, but 9 basically, right? Because the weird thing's like, I think before it was 7.5, but like, basically you just kind of rounded it. It used to be 8? I'm pretty sure it used to be 7.5. Yeah, the prelate buff, like, they made the change, was it 6 months ago? Basically, they made the prelate change just before they made the marching drill change, I think it was. And it was a completely unnecessary buff that laid the path for absurdity afterwards. It's really freaking good. Because remember, like, basically it came in just before the marching drill buff that the devs like, oh, this won't change much. And then all of a sudden, marching drills just changed everything about HRE. Made them the most disgusting civ overnight. Alyona's missed 2 villages? No. Actually, did he get textiles? Okay, well, actually, he's missed quite a lot. Because remember, B has built 4 prelates, so he should be at 40, right? And there's been one worker kill, so good eyes there, yes. I thought he would have got textiles after that raid. I'm a little bit shocked. I guess he realizes he can't afford it. Well, yeah, so to kind of dissect why marching drill change completely flipped it for HREs, you have to remember that while marching drills was a cheap tech, I think maybe 125 or 175 resources, there's the time you had to wait, and then there's the cost to get it. So you'd have to build a blacksmith for 150 wood, then you'd have to wait was it 30 seconds to research it? Right? Like, that's actually a big difference. Instead, when they introduced the blacksmiths not being needed anymore, marching drills being default, that first 150 went into a production building. And I'm already like 2+ units up compared to where I was with the old marching drill build. That's coming in. This is over. How do you even win this? If B maybe had his child thrown at him and had to catch them so he can hold the keyboard, I can see Elyono winning. But you know, I'm pretty sure that B and his wife are good parents. So they're probably not chucking the baby at each other. Elyono might be about to chuck the keyboard at the screen though, because he's going to be feeling this. This opening draft choice into Delhi has now left a ginormous GG-shaped question mark over King of the Hill. So likely he'll try to skirt around to Borderlands. I'm expecting that's where we're going to be going next. But make no mistake about it, folks. Game number 1 is done. And yeah, like people are starting to realize, wow, wait, the pros got buffed here, and then the Mindwalk got changed. Yeah, it's not just one buff, right? The meaningful comparison I always like to make to Dota 2 is we've had heroes in Dota 2 that have received 1 armor buff, and people have laughed at it, and then they received another 1 armor buff, right? Remember, I think Shadow Fiend at one stage got like 4 armor buffs of +1. That's a lot. That's a lot in Dota 2 for the early game, and it just broke him overnight all of a sudden. Because people are like, oh wow, actually, yeah, this is a problem. It's the same when you have all these little nitpicky details around to see if they get changed. Everything seems small on its own, but, you know, multiple small pieces make a whole, right? If I get one pizza slice, it looks tiny. If I put the 6 together, damn. That's a whole goddamn pizza. You can tell I haven't eaten in over 8 hours. So at this point, Elyono is just waiting for B to kill him. Which sounds really depressing, but that's like the state of the game. He's now forced to wait and see if B makes a big mistake. Problem is, like, at this stage, if B doesn't feel like he can win the fight, he will just go castle mass men arms. But why would you think you can't win the fight? You've got all pikes and a lot more men. Oh yeah, last stand coming in. Greenlaw's prophecy is trending true here, as it looks like we're going to be seeing a 2-0. Why you got to do him like that, Edlord? I don't know, man. I'm being impressed by B in the last few months. He's really starting to pick up these crafty strats again. I feel like it's impressive after how much the metas have developed, how quickly he's still finding these kind of cool niche builds. Where it's going to allow him to go the long way is what we're going to find out in this series and obviously in the upcoming EGC. But game 1, a very dominant sign for B. SF babies have always been try-hard crybabies, wanting to make them shut their yapper just once. Yeah, but like, you know who the real hardcore people is? Us SF boss fours. We work our ass off. Oh dear. Alright, so game 1, gonna be a win for B. So, Elyo, I think, goes Borderland game 2. And that will be, I think you pick... Can you do Malians? No, because B has Mongols. And actually, B picks Mongols quite a lot on Borderland. I think you have to go French. Isn't going to feel great, because if B is just full-on gotcha'd and pick Rus, you're going to have a hard time, but... The most logical approach here is French. Goes Ibids. Wait, but... Okay, I feel like Elyono has just been bamboozled. If you're going to pick Ibids, what do you think is the worst Civ you'd see on the other side? Like, what is the one you're like, ah, crap, he's got me? Just like, blurt out loud, right? Because remember, B's got Rus, Jean, or Mongols. Like, if you're Ibids, what is that Civ you don't want to face out of those 3? Mongol? Mongol, like, has a little bit more resurgence against IA, but, like, historically, like, they have to outplay. Mongol is, like, really, oh, crap, what do I do here? Because I can't build Keshiks against camels. So you have to basically get a step ahead. You need some crux, some catch. It's Jean. B's just read him. So B still has Rus for King of the Hill. Elyo will basically have French or Malians. That's weird. Malians wouldn't make sense on that map, I don't think. So if he gets a game 3, it's going to be French versus Rus on a really good map for Rus. Desert Ray is pretty good against Jean. Not if she goes range form. I think B is probably going to try to bypass the castle. Because, like, the issue you do have here is if you pump French Knights against Desert Raiders, you'll lose, right? Interesting part about that is, like, French over time can win that just by having more villagers, but Jean can't, right? Saharan Trade Network in the middle of King of the Hill. Congratulations! You've done that thing that used to work on King of the Hill, but isn't that good in the new meta. Have a Twinkie. Look at this. Mahodo goes ahead and qualifies for a main event, and now he's like, oh, I've got all the solutions to King of the Hill. I'm a genius. All right, let's start predickies. Congrats on that, by the way, buddy. Oh, man. Oh, I'll do a minute of ads now for you guys so you don't have to worry about them. Seriously, why not Molly trade on King of the Hill? That's a good joke, bud. That reminds me of a Bronze League Legends game where we had a French player build Chamber of Commerce on Mountain Clearing. That was a banger. Wait, you're serious? So the reason why you don't want to do Malian trade on King of the Hill is because there is no trade. Unless you just mean the landmark. In which case it's like you clutch the center, but you're clutching pearls, right? Like trebuchets are much better at clearing out landmarks on the high ground than they were pre-season 9. I'm hoping you don't mean literal trade, because I hate to break your heart here, but King of the Hill literally doesn't have a trade post option unless you trade to your opponent's marketplace. Which, if you're able to do that, there is bigger issues in that game than trading on King of the Hill. Like, why were you able to trade on King of the Hill? All right, let's kick into it. And let's flip that score. I had a feeling it was going to bait me like that. Didn't get any ads. Say what? Duraz not even subbed. That goes against all the logic. We should ban him. All right. B is just in Elyona's head. Game number 2, and he picked probably the best option into the Ibex here with Jean for Boldland in the second game. So, yeah, Elyona, he had French. I thought he'd go for that. French versus Jean is really good as well because you can just really outmass your opponent with your better economy. Ibex still has potential to take out Jean, but not when she does this. We've got a Dark Age Rax opening. Oh, this is freaking crafty. So yeah, the problem for B is he loses if Elyona is able to get Desert Raiders. Because Desert Raiders will make Knight's life a living hell. French Knights just won't be able to really compete over longevity. I do think the healing allows them to contest somewhat, but it becomes a micro battle, basically. Take away the Desert Raiders, and you are just in every way a worse Abbasid. I got to give it to him. It's pretty smart. First Spearman's already on the way. Not many people would expect a Dark Age Rax Rush opening here. Not from French/Jean. Sheep count. Good enough to keep it pumping, right? We're talking about 15 sheep for Elyo, but 9 for B. And the gold is going to be forward spawning here, so easily punishable. Elyo needs to gather a lot quicker than this. Yeah, he's going to cycle villages. This is not great. And it's going to snowball. You're probably going to see B go up to 4 Spearmen. At which stage getting out here for any gold is going to be impossible. Like, actually, Elyona legitimately, no memes at all, might be forced to advance and wing. Which is just the worst possible thing to have to do here. More villagers being pulled. This is not good. This is going to open the way for range Jean, guys. Because everything is one hit. Oh, no. Alright, guys. This actually might be the quickest game of Midweek Muster number 9. Oh, this is painful. Alyona needs to touch gold like I need to touch food, man. Eating over 8 hours. This guy isn't going to touch gold for 2 hours. Advancement wing coming in. Alright, well, we've got disaster alert because if Jean now just rushes up an outpost, that's quicker than advancement comes through. And that'll pretty much be curtains. He is a little bit slow on the wood gathering. He did have to chop down the tree, but I think he has enough quick enough here. But like advancement doesn't really do anything for Alyona. He can build into a ram. He's going to need to. So he's going to have to add in an archer range as well, which means he needs to come to the trees. Like actually, the win for B here is you build an outpost here between the gold and the tree, and then you just pivot around. Because I got a brutal detail for you about this map. Look at the protection. You only get protection on the very first trees here. It's not much. So if an outpost goes down here, you block those trees, your opponent can't gather without being harassed. Oh my god. Alyo's like, you make me play at midnight? He's got no chill. He's like, I've got a kid now. I don't get many hours of sleep. And Alyona's trying to take my vital sleep time? Gonna make him sleep perma. There's the outpost. Not as deep as I thought it would be, but I think it's the House of Wisdom placement. He wants to be close enough to block the entirety of the gold. Lumber camp on the backside for Elio. If you're B, you should be rotating. I mean, I guess actually this isn't bad what he's doing here, guys. Even though it's fire armor, because it's Dark Age, look at the damage. So when the tech up completes, look at the health bar afterwards. We've already done 1,000. Holy crap, B. This guy's got no chill. Archer range is coming in, so it looks like Alyona is going to get his safety net out of the problem. He is obviously going to have to rush up his tech at home. He's going to do the walk of shame with Jean. I think he is, right? Like, you don't really want to keep her out here. Unless... Maybe I do. I don't know. Your gold kind of tastes better than mine. Archer out. We have got Desert Raider on the way. Remember, you can only really get one. School of Cavalry is being rushed up by 6. Man, this is dirty build. Yeah, I agreed. It's definitely better than running. And also, the cool thing here is B's opening School of Cavalry. If he thinks he needs archers, she can add the archer range here. Right? She can eventually build the blacksmiths here if she's not aged up at that point, right? So I actually prefer this. It's not like she's going to insta-die. She's got 150 HP. And to be honest, guys, even if she dies, the walk distance versus just buying her back, it's just buy her back. You gain, you don't lose. Right? Because now she's actively getting XP. If she was walking home, she wouldn't be getting active extra XP. It would only be passive. And you'd probably miss out on, I want to say, about 50 resources of gathering at least. Elio says, I'm not dead yet. Ram is now coming. B would benefit more from actually just torching the House of Wisdom instead of actually shooting arrows, but I think he just wants to focus on other things. I'm not sure really what he's got to focus on. We're just teching up, but that's probably the thought process. Because remember, you can do 1 damage, or you can do, I think it's going to be 3, right? Because he has 8 torch damage in Dark Age. Pro Scout's coming, so B's like, okay, no, we don't need to kill you fast. I mean, we waited all day for this series. We've got to give KP some entertainment. So Pro Scouts is coming in already for Jean. Really good map for it as well. Borderland is pretty much dictated by Pro Scouts play. Elyon is not going to be able to do the same. He's got a lot of food gathering, so his logic here is he wants to break the tower and then rush onto the gold. It is going to arrive on the other side. So he went for the double horseman opening. Outpost in the meantime, he's going to get a good trade there. Alyona definitely shouldn't have been in range of that. Spearman wouldn't be able to break the ram quick enough here. So it's like B is going to end up having to do the walk of shame, whether he likes it or lumps it. So he's going to get cleared up. Okay, so game not over yet. But it's really freaking weird for Alyona. Gets range on. Oh, the timing on that just kind of baited him in for the freebie. And now just able to run off like a criminal. Horseman also on the way is really rough for Elio. B's transition now should be into archer range. And then it's pretty easy peasy. But he might just simply stick knights because he's got pro scouts coming, right? And you have plenty of food to blow it with. It's so annoying when you've got small numbers of archers against Jean like this. Because she can kite you pretty well. We have got another Divine Arrow charge coming up soon, in about 20 seconds. Which means you can basically just get a double kill here. Yeah, you can see he's actually squaring up for it right now. Horsemen are circling from the side. So, I respect that he's actually sending it. I don't think you can just go back and chill now and just go Castle Age. B will just have way too much to work with. You can see he's already stockpiling for Castle himself. I actually like this play. Just come over the top and like you either guild hall up or you go for arbitrary. Looks like it might actually just be a delayed investment. Which is interesting because like, you know, when you gather this much gold, you're just going to be bloated way too high, right? Unless you want to go for all the ecotechs. And considering that we've got Lumber Camp coming, I'm now expecting double Broad Axe. Yeah, so the crafty thing about what B is doing here is Elyono is being very reasonable in his approach. He needs archers to defend against like the opening spears. He needs archers to also defend against Jean. And they need spears, right? Like, makes sense. You need spears, knights are coming. B has not built a single knight in 9 minutes. He's only queuing up the first one now. But what he gets is the ability now to blob archers. And if he just mainly focuses on mass archering with maybe 2 or 3 knights, Elyono's entire comp is screwed. Cheeky, bloody git, I think is the correct term. Alright, ones if you think B's going to win this, twos if you think Elyo's going to take it. Do we have any brave twos? I mean, I kind of respect it, you know? It's like the person that sees everyone votes for something, you just go against it. Like, I'm a different person. It's a hard matchup. Right now, the biggest problem for Elyono is that he's not actually present on the map whatsoever against pro scouts. It's like B is just going to have way too much food to bloat with. Meanwhile, for Elyo, it's down to 11 sheep already. He's clearly going for fast castle. Likely going to be looking at Growth Wing here. I don't think there's any other option, really. Ooh, nice grab. Problem is cutting off here, right? And she does have Divine Restoration. Oh, come on. Oh, that is so snaky. B, he's just going to head inward and looks like it's going to be a pull away by Elyo off the wall build quick enough, but that means she's still just harassing the back of your base. That means more idle time for Elyo. He doesn't have Wheelbarrow either, so hurts. In fact, he could end up losing 2 villages here. Has got the Spearman at least in position. B should just really go for the worker kill, right? Tap, tap, shoot. Probably values the idle time more, but I think that was a mistake. Archers are always chasing you here, right? So B will end up just firing off what he can. Death comes in for Jean. Doesn't have the goal for an immediate buyback, needs the 250. And considering he's adding in knights, doesn't want to have to rush Jean back out. But I think it's worth it here. Like, just idle the knight production, add more archers, get Jean back in. And props to Elyono for not just tilt GGing out after that opening. Growth Wing is now on the way in. So a minute and 20 away. Jean with the buyback. There is a golden little window where B can just send it on him when the tech completes. But you do need to block gold gathering. You don't want your opponent to just have 600 reserve, because that means you'll be able to get like speared crossbows going, right? Meantime, actually, we have Desert Raiders getting added in, which is bad for Elyono. Yeah, he's playing a blind game. He only sees knights so far. He doesn't know about the archer mass, so if B just waits until he's got 25 archers, Elyono's going to be, what, like 6 or 7 Desert Raiders deep? That's a fight you lose every day of the week. He needs to scout right now. Problem is, Elyono lost his scout and hasn't added a new one in. He must be suspecting pro scouts, though. What happened there? Yeah, he didn't want to go into the outpost, apparently. So freebie there for B. He gets a worker kill. So B did actually skip on villager production. He's missing one. And he's missing more. Uh-oh. I mean, it's not like he could afford... No, guys, he has 380 free food right now. So not the cleanest. Definitely should be one ahead. Remember, you lose Jean, so you're always one worker behind by default. Don't come through. So tech up complete. Alyona now ahead by 7. And this is where B wants to dive. Gulim's just got queued up. B's likely going to be adding in probably 4 to 5 more knights. You try to scale from there, and if you can just keep the count going, you go for Ruins 2 down the line. Meantime, though, it's going to be a breach. Gulims aren't ready yet. Alyona is going to have to defend before he has exactly what he wants, I think. Archers are already rotating underneath the TC. Garrison Fire will help out a little bit. Just to make this matchup way more fair. Nah. If you want to make this matchup fair, he would have outpost rushed him. A little bit of poke opportunity here. Actually, Alyona, is he out of wood? No, he's got this here. So interesting he tried to pivot so early. But he was starting to stockpile a little bit, but you can see he's going for an all-in. Ambitious, but realistically, like, what does your opponent have? If you stand here, it's no gold. Alyona has 3 Gulims and that's it. Like, he doesn't have upgraded archers, he has nothing. This is the fakest castle age you're going to see all day. And we've been live for almost 9 hours. That makes it pretty fake. Double Desert Raider dead. No blacksmith techs either. I mean, this, at this point, is over. If you thought it was promo shield GG before, it most definitely cannot be now. Elio's only play to get back into this is to sneak gold, but all the gold options are quite central, so you'd be seen doing it, right? Like, that's the interesting thing about Borderland. It's a fairly linear spacing on gold veins. He could have got lucky and got gold vein at the back, but you know, B, he scoured, he read this correctly. Didn't need to overextend, but now you can just dive on in. Camel Lance is in play due to the trading. Spears just getting sniped down, though. The Horsemen are going to dive in, but B doesn't care. He can just A-click this at this point. He's got Steeled Arrow. Actually, no, he's got Undermesh. No Steeled Arrow. It's a bit weird. Even without it, though, Knight count. Knights could fight this on their own. It would at least make it competitive. But this isn't even close. So final series of the day. Final quarterfinals. And it looks like we're going to be scheduling, penciling in a showdown between 2 3D clan members, B versus Cat, because Alyona could not put a dent in the B armor. Reigning champ looking on form to make it back-to-back midweek muster victories. No free Sean should pretty much just be the final nail in the coffin. So those semi-finals, we'll probably be doing them Thursday. Likely it'll be back-to-back, all of it happening on the same day, as we are basically approaching 10 PM my local time. I doubt that B and Cat are both awake and available for that. I mean, in particular, my thought process is probably Cat with his luscious boy band locks. The only way you get to keep hair like that is by getting enough hours of sleep each night. B seems to have ran into a bit of an impasse here. Alyona doesn't want to call GG. He doesn't want to be that stereotypical French surrender guy. I don't think he's going to have a choice, though. Everything is just a bit too exposed. That's why I like Borderland. I think Borderland's going to be a very, very intriguing map once we see the Pro Scouts meta shift. There's just a lot of exposed resources. The really type of map makes you fight for it. There's no fight against this. A 2-0 stomp for the 3D clan member. Yeah, big GGs. So, I will just confirm. I don't think Cat is around. Let me check in with Choom. I don't even know if he's awake. I'll double check that. Best of 5? No, best of 3. So, best of 5s are what happened in the semifinals. And then it's a best of 7 grand finals. So basically, we can fill that in now. It's going to be Cat up against B. So 3D clan members murdering each other in the round of 4. And then on the other side, we're going to be having Wham versus Dimu. Could be a really tight set. Dimu done really well against Puppy Paw when he last clashed with Canadian. That was a 5-game series, really entertaining one. So yeah, definitely put some credence on the Dimu name. Benny Boy looking to rise up in 2025, nice and early. Yeah. All day long for a 2-0 like that. I mean, it was a cool 2-0 though, which was quite nice. Let me just update the UI. So yeah, we're just gonna confirm, see if team's available to let me know whether we're gonna be looking at it. Yeah. So the reason I was not sure if like semis be played now is like Cat is showing green on Discord, but I wouldn't expect it from them because it is. I'm pretty sure it's like past midnight where B and Cat are. So likely what we're going to be happen is we'll look to schedule both of the semifinals for Thursday, so that we'll basically have a nice long day, potentially 17 games in total. And I think scheduling-wise should line up quite nicely, where maybe we have Cat B play a bit earlier into Dumi Wham, and then into Grand Finals, probably. Yeah, I'll confirm that with Chim. 250 viewers away from KP Conk series. Yeah, guys, there's been a lot of asking about us doing a Conqueror Road to Conk series. I promised you guys I made. And also, by the way, hey Lizzie, I see you in the YouTube chat. How's it going, buddy? Shout out to big old Lizard Dota. Love that guy. I miss that guy, man. He was so fun to cast with. But the thing that I've said is if we start averaging 750 viewers between YouTube and Twitch combined across a month, so i.e. it's showing stable, my gift to you guys is what people keep desperately asking for, which is me to play ranked. We'll do a Road to Conk series to show you that, you know, if I can do it, basically anyone can do it. So yeah, that'll be the cool celebration of that. So yeah, if you really want that, make sure you're tuning these, make sure you're sharing around. But let's all backseat KP. Oh yes, that'll happen. Yeah, so we might go live at 2 p.m. CET Thursday is what we're figuring out now. I'll figure it out with Team. We're typing to each other now. We'll check in with the players. So, like, realistically, what we'll probably be looking at is B versus Cat at 2 p.m. CET, and then Dumi versus Wham at 4 p.m. CET into Grand Finals immediately after that series finishes. Okay? So, have it all live for a very fun first day. Mark it in your calendar. This is literally the place you want to be. And then obviously Friday, we rock into KPM M10. I'm working on the details now. I'm hoping to make an announcement at some point in KPM M10. We do have something on the agenda, something really cool to reward people who are playing midweek musters frequently, right? So I feel like some people are seeing value in skipping because they don't want to reveal strategies, or they don't want to sacrifice elo. My message to you guys is you're going to be missing out because there's something I'm planning that is going to be worth and rewarding to those that do regularly play. So big shout out to those that have been. YouTube, I'm going to stop streaming now. Hopefully you had fun. I'll see you guys on Thursday at 2 p.m. CET, 1 p.m. GET.